Frosty Looper. We're here at Cooper River Track, getting ready for the start. Our competitors are lining up.
Yes, they are.
Now, Gags, you've done an ultra before.
Yes,
I
have.
Fill us track folks in on how do you really get ready to show up at the start line? Do you just get out of your car and go, or how do you get ready to get on that line?
Yeah, there's a couple schools of thought, Twist, and I guess we would make it clear for the viewers at home that someone like you, you're going to be doing, because you're a track star, all right? So you're going to be running 50 miles a week, 60 miles a week, just to run a half mile as fast as you can. So for someone like you, it would behoove you to warm up. All right, so different schools of thought here. Me personally, I'm not going to waste my time running around the track for a mile, 2 miles before this. I'm just going to take that first lap slow, and kind of settle into my groove. Other people have different philosophies, but for me, that's what works for me, So, for example, you're going to have 8 hours to find your groove, So I don't see the relevance in warming up. Now, this is a marathon, a half marathon. God forbid, something like you do.
Yeah, that's super short stuff, the half marathon and the marathon.
Yeah, where I'm just getting warmed up, That's a different story. But no, for this, I'll let the race itself be my warm-up, especially that first loop. So this fastest first loop, these guys are nuts.
Yeah, do you think that's a death sentence? You think if you win the fastest loop that you're done?
Absolutely. Unless you're an elite, and I don't think we have any elites in the field today, that's more of a novelty. Here we go.
The final 5 seconds.
They are off. Here we go.
Couple runners right to the front, going for that trophy for the first lap.
And I guess the point I want to make clear is that a race like this, I would never be out of breath. Never. It just wouldn't happen.
See, when I'm racing, it's go out as quickly as possible, get into as much pain as possible, as quickly as possible. Here, it's about the slow burn.
Exactly. And that's the philosophy that I like to stick with at these looped events, these timed events especially.
Absolutely.
So we have 138 people out there running today. Is that the correct number? If I'm not mistaken?
I believe that was the final count, somewhere right around there.
Man. And the weather today, it's a little chilly here at the start, and I got a feeling, Twist, as this day goes on, we're going to be a couple outfit changes. We're going to be soaking wet. These folks are going to get saturated later on today.
Yeah, I think about around noon we're expecting some rain.
And that's another thing you got to keep in mind, too. As the day goes on, it's like the longer you're out there, the more your body's moving and grooving. It's going to be harder for you to regulate temperatures as the day goes on. So that's another reason why I would never go out and try to compete in the fastest loop. Yeah. Because it's just going to take its toll later on in the day.
But now you have that rain coming.
Yeah.
Later this afternoon. Do you try and go a little bit faster for the first 4 hours, knowing that it's going to be tougher conditions out there the second half?
Me personally, no. I wouldn't do that. I would just try to hold a steady pace the entire day. I think the key, I was thinking about this on the Uber ride over here. I think the key for today, with conditions like this later on, is take care of your feet, have the right gear. So it would behoove the runner, especially before the rains come. Tape your feet, do all those things you need to do, because once the rain comes, it's too late. Yeah. So you need to be prepared. And there's that old saying, no such thing as inclement weather, just improperly dressed runners.
Yes.
And I think today that ethos holds extremely true.
Yeah. Now, for you, do you enjoy when the weather's bad? Because personally, a lot of the guys I compete with, I know that they want perfect conditions. They want the weather to be nice. I like when the weather's bad. I feel like it kind of filters out the soft runners.
You're right. And it's like, listen, man, it's like I would like my life to be peachy and rosy and, perfect. But that's not the way life is. And
no, absolutely not.
Race day, sure, we all want perfect conditions. But I think this is where you have to rely on your training. So all those days where you're like, I'm just going to stay on the treadmill today because it's rainy or it's cold or it's windy or it's this or it's that. That's all fine and dandy, but now here we are, race day. So if you haven't put the work in and running in inclement weather, you're going to feel it today.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I really enjoy on my training runs is to get out there in the shit, quite frankly, you know, and yeah, there's certain routes that I'll run where loaded with runners, but on a really cold, crappy day, rainy day, I don't see anybody out there, just myself. I love those kinds of days because that translates to a day like today.
Absolutely.
So when I see people, you know, a little worried about the weather, I'm going to be dressed properly. My feet will be taken care of. But I'm just going to keep my head down, man.
In college, we used to pride ourselves. We were a college that didn't have an indoor training facility, so we would be outside, you know, in the winter doing our 200 repeats in the parking lot.
That's awesome.
And then we'd get to the meets, and these kids that had the indoor track, we would dust them because, you know what, they're soft. I think that there's something to be said about just getting out there during the inclement weather, and definitely pays off when the weather's like this today.
Yeah, and that reminds me of Rocky 3, when Apollo took Rocky under his wing, and they did the training in Apollo's gym. You know, like work on his footwork, to work on his speed, and kind of get back to basics and keep it gritty.
Absolutely.
I love that.
You got to keep it gritty. You know, I think that's very important, especially here in the ultra. I mean, we can kind of see the runners going around over the bridge now.
Okay.
They're gritting it out. It's a little cold for the start, but
and twist,
they're staying there.
For the folks at home, college runner, went
track
star back in the day.
Went to Elizabethtown College.
Okay.
Ran the 800, ran 150. Was an All-American for Division III. That was back in 2016.
Okay.
Still chasing the dream. Still going for it. Hopping races whenever I can. And hopefully we'll see that 150 barrier, you know, hopefully we'll see it under.
And that's your specialty.
That's my specialty. Now, for the folks at home, we know that you were at Loopy, and you won Loopy, but fill us in a little bit more on your resume here.
Yeah, thanks, Twist. So I've run the Loopy Looper, well, since the beginning, 5 times in a row. I've been fortunate enough to win the last 5 years in a row. But my specialty, I guess I've been at the ultra distance now, and for the folks at home, an ultra is anything more than a marathon. Typically begins at the 50K. I've done, I believe, 56, 57 maybe, ultras, 0 DNFs, 18 of 100 miles or greater, many podiums, course victories, couple course records, and yeah.
I mean,
I love it.
You have a very full resume here in the ultra world.
Thank you.
Now, when we were watching Loopy this year, talk to us. That was a pretty interesting race for you because you weren't in the lead for a majority of it. You stayed patient. So talk to us a little bit about staying patient through that race.
I'll tell you what, man. First of all, I have to give props to the 2 young lions who kept me moving and grooving all day long, Greg and Andrew Linda. I'll just say Greg and Andrew. Sorry, I forgot Andrew's last name. You know, it was ironic that I set up my tent next to where Andrew was. I had no idea who Andrew was at all. In fact, it was his first ultra. I think only his 2nd or 3rd race ever.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And this dude was built like a young lion, you know, and he came ready to play. And I had a camera crew following me around that day, and the crew let me know right before the race started. They're like, "Hey, the guy you set up next to you, he's looking to break your course record." Ooh. And I was like, "Okay," you know. And when the gun went off, man, he took off like a bat out of hell. He was definitely sub 9 for the majority of the day, somewhere around 8:15, 8:30, and you know, I was just watching him, and I forced myself to kind of run my own race, you know. And about the 4th or 5th lap, I'd come around, I was just filling up my water bottle, and he was taking a break for a minute, and I actually took the lead for a second, maybe like a quarter mile, half mile, and he quick got up past me, and and he was keeping that 8:15 pace, so I stayed with him on that 5th or 6th loop. I think they made like the 5th loop. I stayed pretty close behind him, just to let him know, hey man, I can do this too, you know. But as the day went on, I'm watching him, man. I'm saying to myself, well, this guy's either going to throw down a top 5 12-hour performance for males in North America, or he's going to probably not hang on, you know. But either way, I can't let him dictate my race. I have to run my own race. And, you know, it kind of worked out in my favor. About 10 hours in, I did take the lead, and I was able to secure first place for the 5th year in a row. And kudos to those guys, man. Greg and Andrew, they kept me honest.
They kept that race very honest. I remember sitting here in the commentator's booth during that, and we didn't know if you were going to get it done. We were sitting there, we're like, this might be the end of an era. We might finally have a new champion, but you got it done. And you setting up camp right next to him, that really, I feel like, added to the drama of the day. Because, anytime you guys would come in, he'd be at his aid station, and you had to see him. You could see him when you're rounding the turn. And it kept you hungry.
It did. I lost my train of thought there. I was just going to say something. At about maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I hadn't quite taken the lead yet, and he was showing no signs of slowing down. I was actually writing a concession speech in my head, and I was telling myself, well, listen, man, 4 years in a row is pretty good. You can't win them all, and that's that.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out. It just worked out the way it was supposed to, I guess. And
absolutely.
And Andrew and I keep in touch to this day. In fact, he's going to be running across America. He's going to be doing a Trans-Con run with a 20-pound weighted vest.
Wow.
Yeah.
As if running across America is not hard enough. Let's just add a little bit extra to it.
And speaking of Trans-Con runs in that day, Paul Johnson, who ran the 24-hour and currently holds the course record, he's setting out for a Trans-Con run also this March, and he's looking to break Pete Kostelnick's record, the great Pete Kostelnick. He's going to try to run 75 miles a day for 40 days in a row.
Wow.
Yeah.
I barely put together 75 miles a week. That is wow.
Right?
For 40 days.
Yeah. So this is the world we're in, man.
Yeah, this is wow. The ultra world is just such a different side of the sport that I think
Truly is.
Track runners and road runners, they kind of forget that this is a side of the sport that exists.
And this is why I love the ultras in general, but the timed events in particular. When I look at the world of running, and in fact, you and I were talking before we jumped on camera here. There's like, I work at a running store. I'm a manager at Philly Runner, and I work with a number of like young lions. These young track stars who are still in college, maybe just finished college, and they'll sit around and talk, and they're, we all speak English, we all talking about running. But your world and what they do is totally different than what I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when I look at how all this shows in the world of ultras, like the reason why I'm drawn to the timed events in particular is, in my opinion, it's like the last bastion of fringe in an already fringe sport.
Absolutely.
So these distances that folks are running and times that they're running, it's very out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
And I think that it kind of speaks to me.
Absolutely. It feels like much more of a personal journey in the ultra running. It's not as commercialized. No one is really paying attention. And there's almost something beautiful about that it is truly a personal journey in these ultra races.
It truly is, because we don't have the trappings of, like, I'll just say the top 4 professional sports, hockey, basketball, football, baseball. They have groupies, they have fancy cars, money, clothes. It's like, when are you going to have a chance to be on the same playing field as your favorite professional athlete? And here in the ultra world, it's not like that at all.
Even that carries over into the track world. I've shown up at track meets, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to enter this race, and then you'll have an Olympian on the line next to you, and you're like,
that's wild.
I can't watch the Super Bowl and be like, you know what? I could play better than that. I could have caught that. And no one gives me that opportunity.
And what's funny is that Olympian's probably driving a Prius.
Oh, absolutely. If they're lucky, they're driving a Prius.
Yeah, right. So that's what I love about this sport. It doesn't have those trappings.
Absolutely.
I think over time, when I look at the ultra world and where it's going, and maybe I'm a little too immersed in it, so I'm kind of a biased opinion, but I do see the sport growing.
Yeah.
I do see those things coming in slowly, slowly. We're not there yet, but this is a very exciting time. I think this is another renaissance in the ultra world,
Absolutely.
Especially with these timed events.
Yeah, the sport is really growing right now.
Yeah.
It seems like it's growing in popularity. We have actual spectators at an ultra race, which is just incredible to me. I mean, I've been at track races that have had fewer spectators than this, so this is just quite the event going on.
What's wild to me, man, is for years and years and years, the marathon was always like the end all. It was like the be all to end all. If you can do a marathon, man, that's like a bucket list. And then last 15 years or so, it's the 100-miler.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a buckle, and even that's not enough now.
No.
Because you've got the advent the last probably 7-8 years now. Folks like Candace with Destination Trails, the folks at Aravapa putting on Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
There's the Great Divide 200 up in Canada coming up next October, or September rather. So these 200-mile races, it's like 200 is now the new 100. And when I look at where this is going, it can capture people's imaginations, not just in our world, but if you look at, just grab any civilian off the street and tell them that you ran a marathon, they're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And now a marathon's not even.
Yeah. How does the general public react when you tell them about your running? Like,
dude,
people think I'm crazy when I tell them that I ran for
you
5
are
miles.
Yeah, but you are crazy running. See, the kind of running that you do, a half mile, all out, ready to puke at the end. Like, no, thank you.
But there's just something about running overnight. I mean, the last time I was at one of these races, it was the 24-hour.
Okay.
I call the start of the race. I sit here all day. I watch the race. I see all the drama unfolding. I go home. I go eat. I go to bed. I wake up. I come back. And the same people are still running.
Yeah.
And it's just like, blows my mind. So, like, how does the general public, non-runners, react when you tell them, hey, yeah, I've run 100 miles?
I try not to tell them because I'm going to get the same 10 questions, and what I will say is good luck trying to take a sick day, you know, at work, or, calling out because you have a cold. Because if you can run 100 miles, people think you're Superman.
Yeah.
You can get questions about your knees. The obvious comment is, I don't like to drive that far, know. It doesn't get old, I kind of enjoy that, but I don't think people understand, like, it's not a magic trick, Twist.
No.
Like, if you trained properly and kind of changed your engine, rewired your engine to a slow burn, as you said earlier, you can do it.
Now, do you think, a lot of people, when they talk about track and they talk about, the fastest man or woman in the world for, like, say, the 100, they think that genetics play a huge role. They think that, there's a limit to how fast you can go based on who you are.
Okay.
Do you think that when we start talking about the ultra distances, do you think it's more just who's putting in the work?
That's a lot of it, too. I mean, sure, genetics will play a part in it, but what's interesting about the ultra world in particular is that the longer the distance, the men and women become more and more equal, and when you look around at the field today, I mean, you're not going to see any Olympians here. You're going to see people of all shapes, sizes, colors doing their thing, and a lot of this sport is not about hitting the podium, or seeing how fast you can go. It's a lot of internal challenge, challenges against yourself to see if you can be better than you were at the last race, or even better than you were yesterday.
Absolutely.
So when people ask me about ultras, I'm quick to point out that it's not a magic trick, and that with a little bit of stubbornness and some consistency and a little bit of hard work, you can do it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you say that anyone can do it. Did you picture yourself doing this when you were a kid? Like, when did this start? When did this journey begin?
The ultras, I ran my first ultra, and it was a Rocky 50K, December of 2014, the first Saturday. And that was the turning point for me. Prior to that, I'd started running a couple years before that. And honestly, man, like, I used to be 242 pounds on the cusp of shopping at the Big and Tall store, like, about 15 years ago. So I understand what it's like to put the work in and kind of change over the years. And I had done a couple marathons, and I trained for an Ironman triathlon, and I completed that. I didn't quite love the triathlon world. Sorry, guys, if you're a triathlete. It wasn't quite my scene. But what I found out was I enjoyed the training, I enjoyed the routine, the structure, that whole endurance piece I didn't know
Yeah.
was out there. So when I finished that Ironman, I kind of knew I didn't want to do another triathlon again, but I was like, what else is out there? And I had stumbled upon this local race called the Bucky Challenge, where you ran the half marathon Saturday, the full on Sunday. And that really got my juices flowing. And I'd done well. I finished third overall for that. And 2 weeks later, I ran that Rocky 50K. And that was it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hold on.
Are
Enough of my nonsense. Who is that coming in there? He's moving and grooving.
Are we sure they're with the race and they're not just sprinting around early morning? Because they are moving for being in an ultramarathon. They do have bibs on.
Yeah. He's got to be about about a mile shy of the start line right now, judging by that camera picture.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
And we're only about 19 minutes in here, so that's... So he's looking over his shoulder. He's making sure that he has this fastest lap. He wants that lap.
We should mention for the folks at home, too, if you do win the first loop, if you win the fastest loop, you get a special prize.
Yes.
You know.
I believe is it still the skull and crossbone?
It should be.
Yeah.
Should be.
Basically, we are admitting that it is a death sentence to win this award. Because you have a long day ahead of you after
at 20
getting that.
minutes in, he's probably 2.5 miles, probably close to 3.
Yeah.
So you got to figure he's keeping about a 7-minute pace. I don't think that's going to be the pace for the remainder.
If that was the pace for the remainder
Nobody
of the day, I think that we'd have some records falling.
It's an understatement.
Now, during Loopy, I believe that the guy who took the fastest lap, that was his only lap. So
I'm sorry to laugh. Whoever you are, I'm sorry to laugh.
We did learn after the fact that he was training for the race.
Okay.
He expected to, really go for it. And I forget his name, so forgive me for that. But it turns out that he got injured in his training leading up, and he's like, I have one lap in me. That's it. I'm going to give it everything I have.
Send it.
I'm going to get a trophy for my work. Here he goes passing the boathouse, so he is not far out here.
He's not even a half mile away. It's crazy because whenever I run by that boathouse during this race, that's the time right there when I start thinking about what I need from the aid station.
Yeah.
When I come through.
Now, do you go to the aid station your first lap, or you just say, let me get a couple laps out of the way, and then I'll worry about getting some recovery?
During the summertime race, I'll just fill up my bottle and keep it moving. In the summertime, it gets really, really hot, as you know, and you got to stay hydrated. But other than that,
absolutely,
you really got to be efficient. If you're listening at home, you're thinking about breaking into this world, you really got to be efficient when you come through the aid stations. Try to know what you need beforehand and minimize your time. Multitask. Man, he is moving. Here we go. He's coming through the parking lot now. Ian, any word on who that is?
Bib number 102, we believe, but we're trying to get a name on that.
He should be coming through right about now. Here he is. Man, he's moving.
He is moving. I was convinced our cameraman was following someone just out for
there you
the
go.
Morning run, but he has a bib that's 102. As soon as he crosses the timing mat, we'll have a name for you. But he is moving.
Wow.
Right at
22:11.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, wow.
22:11.
And he's walking. He's
stopping. He's walking for a second.
Catching his breath.
So to go back to your question earlier, would I warm up for this race prior? And there's number 2.
If you're going for the fastest first lap, I think
1,000%. Yeah, I would definitely warm up prior.
Robert Nogue, 22:14.4 for that first lap. 5:56 pace.
That's nuts. Well done. And he's walking it out. And
He's not going to the aid station though. He is.
No.
He looks like he's going to go right into another lap. I mean, all these first laps, these are pretty quick laps. I mean, we already have three coming through.
Three within a minute of each other. Now that guy doesn't show any signs of stopping.
No, he.
Third place.
Well, second place started running again too now.
Yeah.
Stephen Crawford sitting in second,
There
about to
we
make
go.
the pass. Now he's into
Now
first.
he's in first. Now he's in. Okay. Who's in the red hat? Who was that number 3 guy?
I don't have that. Ross Charles Winter.
Okay.
Ross Charles Winter.
Now I can see them. They're kind of both running together. See, that would be my move. At this point in the race, if I was one of those two, I'd kind of stick with him, and we'd run together for a while. Keep my eye on the competition.
So looking at Robert Nogue on Ultra Running, he just ran the damn Douglasville Ultra on the 9th, and he placed first. He ran 50 miles in 8 hours.
Oof.
So he's coming back pretty quick for another go at the 8 hours.
Oh, so he took the first place spot. But you know what, though? Kudos to him. That's a whole different set of muscles that you're using. A whole different.
I looked him up. I expected to find some track times. You know, thinking maybe this was a 10K guy moving up, but no.
One of your people.
He has a whole slew of very impressive, ultra races in here. I mean, this is his 5th race of 2023.
Mule Skinner, the Vermont 50. Bull Run, that's a good one down in Virginia.
Yeah. I mean, he was 3rd at the Mule Skinner endurance race.
Okay.
Back in October. 8:01 for 50 miles, and he ran 50.4 in 8 hours on the 9th. So he's pretty consistently locked in at that 50 miles in 8 hours.
That 8-hour, 50-mile mark is going to be what most. If you're going to be competitive today, that's going to be the. That's going to be the marker for you.
That'll be interesting to keep an eye on him after running that fastest first loop. We'll see if he can get the 50 done.
We're going to see, because. Yeah. Okay. We're curious to see how he holds up.
Yeah, we will see. That was officially Ross Charles Winters of Warminster.
Let me check out his.
Let's see what he has. Oh, he did run loopy.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. 3.75. Was he our fastest loop winner from?
He may have been. There's only one loop on there.
Yeah, that was our fastest.
Okay.
Our fastest from
this past
loopy.
summer. Okay.
So Ross coming back strong, taking 3rd in that first lap. Probably a little bit of a better strategy, right? Going through in 3rd rather than first this time.
That's how I would do it.
He held the pace. He did not stop. More runners coming through.
All right, first female coming through. She's moving and grooving too.
Yeah, coming through just over 27 minutes.
Cruising at about an 8:15 pace.
Guys, I'm glad I have you here to do the math, because doing this division here for the long distances.
That's all I do in my head when I run, is just runner's math. It's
when
bad.
I'm on the track, when I'm running the 800, I try and do the math in my head. I know I'm running too slow if I'm able to do the math in my head.
Well, now what's interesting is she too has kind of pulled off to the side. Now this guy has the right idea.
He looks very relaxed. He's the most
Exactly.
relaxed runner that I've
Exactly.
seen. Which, from everything I know about the ultra, to me that seems like the most important thing here.
Find your groove. I tell my athletes. In fact, I have one running today. Her name's Erica Bash. She's definitely one to watch in the women's field. You know, we were talking before the race started, and it's very simple. The plan for today is start out slow, find your rhythm, settle into your rhythm, and do your best to stay there. You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the big challenge for today, what's crazy about the summertime races, you have to manage your body during the heat. The challenge today is going to be manage yourself through the conditions, the cold, and then the rain when it comes.
Yeah.
That's going to be the tough thing for these athletes today.
And now you're talking about your athlete Erica Bash.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she was the first female in the 24-hour
Yes.
loopy in a course record.
Yes.
So what's the strategy coming into the shorter race? I mean, this is a relatively short race for her.
Yes, it is. The strategy for Erica for today, like I said, just find your rhythm.
Yeah.
You know, don't worry about what the rest of the field is doing. There we go. Find your rhythm and stay there. Yeah, there's a saying we have. It's you got to run the mile that you're in, you know, or run your own race, but more or less run the mile that you're in. You can't get caught up in, well, I still got 7.5 hours to go, or I still got 4. No,
When do you start that countdown in your head?
I don't.
Never.
No.
Okay.
It's just,
What about the last lap? You know you got to finish before the clock turns over. Do you kind of push yourself a little bit harder in that last lap, or is it just...
it all depends how
Keep
much
going.
time I have left.
Yeah.
So for example, let's just make up a number here. I'm 7 hours, 10 minutes when I come through for the final loop. I'm going to have 50 minutes to do that final loop. I'm not going to mess with the pace. And, there goes Lara Miller. She'll be the second female coming through. You know, I'm not going to all of a sudden kick it into super high gear after I've been keeping a moderate pace the entire day. So now I'll have 50 minutes to do that loop. I'm not going to do anything out of the
Absolutely.
ordinary. You know, now, with that being said, if I come through and I've got 32 minutes left on the clock, that's a whole different story.
Yeah. No,
Then I'm moving and grooving.
if you come through and you see that you have, ballpark 60 minutes left, do you pick it up and try and get the 2 more in, or do you just keep it safe?
Depends where I am in the field. That's where I'm going to take a look at the
Yeah.
leaderboard and see who's behind me and how far they are
Yeah.
behind me, or
Okay.
even ahead of me,
Yeah.
for that matter.
So it's not necessarily a pride thing for you in the final
No.
stages there. You're not like, oh, I can get another one. It's just, this is my race. This is what I
Yeah.
put up today, and
Yes.
this is...
And I'm fortunate enough to be able to compete at a decent level. May not always be the case,
Yeah.
but run your own race, folks.
Absolutely.
That's the name of the game.
Now, speaking of running your own race, we saw Laura Miller go through.
Yeah.
She was the first place female in a course record for the 12-hour loopy.
Correct. Lara won that. She's won the Loopy Looper in 2019 and 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this should be an interesting race here. I mean, looking through the field for the women's race,
Lara's going to be the one
Yeah.
to keep your eye on.
I definitely think keeping the eye on her. But I think that the women's race is the race to watch here today.
Look out for people like Erica Bash, Lisa Perry. Those are the women that I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on.
Yeah, it's interesting. Only having the one distance today. We're
Yeah.
really just bringing everyone to the same fight. So this is we're going to keep an eye on the fields and see how they're doing. That was Gypsy Cooper of Dolenko, who was our first female,
Okay.
running 7:52 pace, which Gags already did that math right in his head. But nice to get an award here, but we'll see how it pays off in the later stages today.
There's a guy to keep your eye out for crossing the line right now, Steve Epifano. Steve's from Southern California. He's a veteran ultra runner. He's done a number of hundreds. He's done Moab. He's done Cocodona, 250. In fact, he's going back out to Cocodona again this year. Strong runner.
No,
Nice field of runners here coming through.
we have some packs coming through now.
Yep.
Do you think it's helpful to be running with a pack? I know that we just got over saying run your own race, run your own race, run your own race. If you have that pack that's running maybe a little bit faster, a little bit slower than what you want, does it help you to run with them?
That annoys the shit out of me.
Really?
Frankly, I don't like. It's a shame. I'm very much a social animal.
Yeah.
But when I run, especially in the beginning, I don't
Absolutely.
like to talk. I don't like to make polite chit chat with people. I just want to be by myself.
So what you're telling me is don't race you.
You can race me, but I'll let you go ahead a couple yards, or I'll stay in front of you a couple yards. I just want to be by myself.
Yeah, you
That
you
pack
want the silence.
mentality,
Yeah, you're just.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like in a race like this, you're going to see the same folks
Yeah.
over and over again. But if you do some of these ultras where you're out in the woods or the mountains, you're not going to see people for a while.
Yeah.
So it's very important in your training. We spoke earlier about training through all conditions. You can't be reliant upon a friend of yours to go out running. You have to be able to run by yourself, to run your own
Absolutely.
race, stay in your own head. So if I'm with that pack, the first loop, and they're all making polite chit chat, well, where's my time for me to get in my head and tell myself what I have to do? Maybe repeat my mantra for the day and just find my groove. So for me, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
I make it a point to peel off or fall back intentionally, and just stay in my own lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you say fall back intentionally, if someone's running that exact pace that you want, you're saying that you will just back up
Couple
just a
seconds
little
back,
bit
sure.
just to give yourself that. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm seeing a couple different strategies here in terms of the hydration and nutrition. Some people are wearing these hydration vests. Do you think it's worth carrying your water with you,
No.
adding that weight, or
Not even a
these
little
loops
bit.
are relatively short. Now
Correct.
you can get 8 every lap. So, do you even carry a water bottle with you when you're doing your laps?
When I do the summer loop, yeah, I'll definitely carry a. All right. Day is starting to shake out. I see a nice rainbow Philly runner hat crossing the finish line right now, going through the first loop.
Now, speaking of Philly runner,
Yes.
Ethan Herman
Okay.
runs the Philly Marathon, qualifies for the Olympic trials, and then gets disqualified after the fact. Talking about the aid station here, pretty much anything goes at the aid station here, but the rules are a lot stricter when it comes to the road racing. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on.
That's an unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. I mean,
Unfortunate
a
mishap.
great guy runs the time, puts in the work. Local guy,
qualifies for the Olympics.
blue collar runner, qualifies for the
Yeah.
Olympic trials, and it's just like, in my opinion, we're shooting ourselves in the foot as a sport, because it's like hometown hero qualifies for the Olympic trials, and then the headlines are like, no, disqualified.
Right.
So
That was a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, Ross Martinson, the owner of Philly Runner, he was the one heading that investigation. Obviously, Ethan's a part of the Philly Runner track team. Ross had to make the call, and the rules are the rules.
Absolutely.
Very unfortunate. My heart still goes out to Ethan for that one. It's a different world.
yeah,
It's a whole different world. Here,
completely different.
you can have someone give you a
Yeah.
water bottle. You can have someone run with you for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate. But just emphasizes the difference between the road and the ultra scene. The ultra scene much more about just getting the job done, doing
camaraderie.
it.
There's a lot more camaraderie
Absolutely.
in our world. It's I'm not knocking your world. It's just it's a different world.
Very, very different world. And I think that maybe the track and road world can learn something from the ultra scene.
I won't argue with you. I won't argue with that statement. Definitely not.
Very large pack coming through now. Our aid station ready with food and drinks, but almost no one's taking them up on it just yet.
There's Magda Magda from New York City. That woman right there runs about 15 to 25 miles every day.
In New York City.
In New York City. I wake up, like most people, have a cup of coffee. Maybe I'm checking Strava while I'm doing my business, shall we say. And I'm looking at Magda, and I'm just like, holy smoke. She just ran 16 miles on a Tuesday morning, and I'm just waking up. And that's every day, man. Every day. Not the fastest, but damn it if she's just not crushing it. And she's a veteran of the loopy world also.
Yeah, a lot of people coming back from doing loopy.
Yeah. Well, I think also, you get the special award if you do both races,
People love getting awards. They love it. Awards.
They do love it. Participation trophies for everybody, You asked me if I had FOMO about not running this race, and I don't.
Until right this second?
But
you want an award. We might be able to arrange something. We might be able to get you an award later today.
Excuse me. I'll tell you who the real heroes are. It's not me and you or Michelle and Brian, who the folks are going to meet soon, or our producer Ian. It's the folks over at the aid station.
I know. They are keeping us fueled.
Oh, they deserve a medal.
They do. We have a lot of medals to make today between making medals for you, making medals for the aid station.
They don't get any airtime, No. They're not. They are the unsung heroes. They're very much the NFL linemen.
Yes.
Linemen. Sean Harkins coming through his first loop.
Sean, he might be having the most fun out of any competitor.
Sean is a crowd favorite. Sean's not going to win the race ever on a day like today. But what he's going to win in the sense that he's going to make everyone smile. He's going to have the most fun. And kudos to Sean. Finally got his first buckle at the Hainsport 48-hour race. He got his first 100-mile buckle back in October. It was a journey he's been on for about 2 years now.
Wow.
So to see him accomplish that was pretty special. Kudos to Sean Harkins.
Very impressive. Looking through Sean Harkins' survey that we sent out to him, he does in fact believe in aliens. So I have to ask you.
My goodness. Yes. Short answer. I mean, I was amazed at the amount of people that flat out don't believe in aliens.
I'm scrolling through the list now, and there are a lot of people who said no.
Kind of irked me.
What are the odds that we're alone?
It's unfathomable to me. When you look, just NASA will post those pictures once in a while. There's a billion stars in this one picture, and they blew it up to however many thousands of megapixels.
I think it would be more terrifying if there's nothing else out there, right? Like,
we are the best. This is
well,
it.
we are the best. We know that.
This is it. Come on, no way.
Now, when you're out there training, I mean, you're training for quite a few hours a week. Is this what you're thinking about on the runs while you're by yourself? You're like,
sometimes.
I wonder what's out there.
Sometimes.
Gotta give a shout out to Jeffrey Bauer. We asked
Jeff Bauer
who his spirit animal was, and you are in fact his spirit animal. And he said that there is no explanation needed.
Shout out Jeff Bauer. He's a very close friend of mine. Unfortunately, Jeff fell victim to the bug that's been going around. He's an official DNS for this morning.
So hopefully he's watching the stream then.
I hope so. Jeff, if you're watching, hello to you, your beautiful daughter, as well as Raylyn, your wife. I hope you feel better.
Absolutely.
Jeff, a very close friend of mine. He's paced me at a couple races over the years. He's been out to Leadville with me, the Tahoe 200. He came out, paced me at Mohican, and I paced him for his first 100 back at Pine Creek back in 2018, I believe. Nice guy. Love that guy. He was
Absolutely.
also part of my Philly Four Corners run when I ran around the perimeter of Philadelphia. Him and another friend, Darren, were there. They met me along the course, provided some aid at a very crucial point. Yeah, Jeff's awesome. I'm bummed he couldn't be here today.
Yeah, I'm sure he's bumming, but hopefully he's enjoying our commentary here.
Yeah.
Or enjoying our beautiful faces. Now, speaking of the Philly Perimeter Run,
Yeah.
you have something pretty special coming up
Ooh.
on Wednesday.
I do.
At
Thank
7
you.
p.m.
7 p.m. So yes, I took it upon myself to run the Ben Franklin Bridge 500 times this year. That's Philly to Camden and back is one. It's a 2.9 mile loop, or route rather, with about maybe 300 feet of elevation. Last summer, I took it upon myself to establish the most bridge runs in a single month with 120 in the month of July. So pretty much 4 a day.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that process. It was a little overwhelmed. I mean, I'm very obsessive by nature, and I think for me it was a little overwhelming even for me and my standards, but I enjoyed that structure of it. So I thought, let me see if I can roll that out this year and run the bridge 500 times over the course of 1 year. So as of this telecast or this stream, I'm at 99% complete. And Wednesday, December 20th, 7 p.m. at the foot of the bridge on the north side in Philly. I'm going to be running my 500th run. I got a nice group run scheduled.
So you're doing one loop at 7?
One loop at
One
7
loop at
o'clock.
7.
Correct. I've got a nice group run scheduled. I've got some stuff to give away from a couple of my sponsors, Hoka, CLA Athletics. On Running will be there to give away a full head-to-toe kit, and Philly Runner with some
everyone's showing up for it.
It's going to be a lot of fun, man.
It sounds like it's going to be a good event.
Cannot wait to kind of put that in my rear-view mirror. I mean, listen, man, I'm still going to run the bridge regularly.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to run
Just
it
not-
exclusively.
Yeah, not 500 times.
Yeah.
That's quite a few times.
There was a couple times this year where I literally felt handcuffed to the bridge. You know, there's things, maybe events I would like to have run or a place I'd like to have gone, but I just, you know, it's taken me the whole year to get to 500.
Yeah. It's 500. That's what, almost 1,500 miles of running on the bridge. That's more than most track guys I know will run in a year, and you're on the bridge for that many miles.
I enjoy it. I mean, it keeps me sane. It keeps me motivated. It keeps me moving and grooving. I found that, like, you know, I think Frank Shorter said hills are speed work in
disguise.
In disguise. So when I run the bridge like that, there's a little bit of elevation. It's not a climb like this. It's, you know, more in a 3-4% grade, but it forces me to govern my pace not only on the uphills but on the downhills too.
Yes, I find downhill running harder than
It is
uphill
harder.
running.
And if you don't practice it, you're going to blow your quads out. So that's one of the reasons why I spend a lot of time on the bridge. I mean, the views definitely speak for themselves.
Yeah.
What's nice about being on the bridge is, you know, you can run uninterrupted. The only thing that you really have to worry about are people on bikes coming up behind you. Otherwise, there's no traffic.
No.
The bridge has its own police force.
Really?
The Delaware River Port Authority police force. So you're relatively safe. You know, it's just a matter of getting there and getting up over the bridge.
Yeah. Dave Welsh, owner of the Haddonfield Running Company, and
shout out Dave.
We did a hill workout on the bridge a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
So I'm very familiar with how steep that bridge is because I went there to do a specific hill workout, and you're just casually running over it.
I take my time on it, though. You know.
We were not taking our time.
No, I'm
Dave
sure.
was
Dave's a
making me
monster.
put it in. He is a monster. He's going for another year of running sub 440 in the mile.
Wow.
So
and Dave's not a young lion either.
No,
you know, Dave's
he's a
in the
master's
40s
athlete.
like me.
Yeah, he is a master's athlete.
So I definitely give him a lot of credit.
Absolutely. I paced him for a 600 time trial the other day, and I will say that he's ready to rip.
So what's the time on 600 meters?
So
That's
we
about
were
roughly what?
It's just a lap and a half.
0.35?
A lap and a half.
Okay.
No idea what it is in miles.
Okay.
I do. My watch is in metric, which is a completely different world than most people here. But if I remember correctly, he was right around the 135 mark.
Wow.
So he's
That's
he's
so
comfortable,
fast.
and he's comfortable at 135. It's not an all-out time trial. It's just making sure that he still has the wheels
So
that
basically,
he needs to run a mile.
he's running that track in about 60 seconds.
Yeah, right over 60 seconds.
That's
So,
unfathomable to me.
he's,
You guys and what you do, it's just, to me, it's crazy.
yeah,
It's
no,
crazy.
he's
To me
ready.
is sane.
No, this is. I think the crazier group of people here, and I know that we already gave them a shout out, but I gotta give them another shout out. I think the craziest group of people here are our aid station workers. Because
Yes,
they're standing
yes.
in the cold,
Yep.
cheering, cooking, a little bit of dancing. They're ready.
I see Becca and Robin Alexis over there just came through for their first loop. Becca's turning 40 this weekend. Her goal is to run 40 miles out here today.
40 miles. Whew.
Yeah. There's Aubrey over there. I ran with at Ainsley's Angels event about 2 summers ago. We were pushing a wheelchair together. Super nice woman.
Yeah, a great organization there.
I see Joel Cervantes there, another experienced ultra runner. Cocodona, Moab, bunch of hundreds. Chris Bartoli next to him in the mix, another experienced ultra runner. And these guys are just hanging out.
They're just hanging out, having
Taking it
fun.
in. Now, I got to be honest with you. If I wasn't at this event today to run, to commentate, or to volunteer, I don't know if I'd be out here spectating. It's a little cold and chilly and early.
It is, but that's why we have this wonderful live stream.
Yeah.
Our producer having fun with it. I've never seen so much computer equipment outside. He's only a little nervous for the rain.
Definitely has those sidewalls up on our tent here.
It was nice. We had the trailer for Loopy, and the weather was perfect. And now when the weather is
Number 8, all smiles here as she comes through. Again, I'm questioning the vest on these folks.
I ran with a vest for the first time when I was out in Colorado, but I was doing
That's different.
I was doing long, relatively slow stuff, and there's no aid stations when you're out running by yourself.
Yeah.
Here, like we said, this aid station is prepared. They will give you whatever you need.
I think sometimes folks are a little leery of the handheld.
Yeah.
I love my handheld.
I mean, I'm from the world where I'm used to not even having to
Right.
fuel during a run.
It's funny because when the folks come in the store and they're shopping for gels and stuff, young lions who are all track stars, they have no idea. Not a clue.
No.
So they usually send them over to me. And I'll give you the whole lecture on nutrition and gels and when and how.
So you know a lot about this gel stuff. What is the proper fueling strategy for a race like this?
I mean, everyone's got their own strategy, their own philosophies how to do it. I think the general rule of thumb is you should be taking in about 300 calories every hour. Now, do most runners take that in? Probably not, but I think with the gel every 45 minutes, you get about 100 calories there.
Yeah.
So when you come through the aid station, definitely take a gel, maybe a piece of peanut butter jelly sandwich, whatever. Now,
when you say 100 calories for the gel, are you doing the math of this is how many calories I'm burning per hour of racing, and you're actually trying to hit that? Or are you trying to match your hunger?
That's a good question. If I get me personally getting caught up on those numbers in the minutia of it all,
Yeah.
I drive myself crazy.
Yeah,
because
that's how I am.
I can't. To do that, I'd be taking in 3 gels every hour,
Yeah.
which is a lot.
Yes.
I'd much rather fall a little shy. Be at a deficit.
Yeah.
It's not the best, but it works for me.
Yeah.
And then here's the thing, though. When I come to the aid stations, I'm always going to let my body tell me what it wants. So, for example, when I come through the aid station and there's a bowl of potato chips there, if that looks appealing to me, well, that's my body saying, hey, man, we need salt.
Yeah.
If I see candy, that's my body saying, hey, man, we need some sugars.
Yeah.
So over the years, I've gotten better with not so much waiting for my body to tell me what it wants.
Yeah.
I'm forcing myself to eat. So I'm taking in my gels, and now when I come through, I'm grabbing a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'm grabbing a Pop-Tart. I'm grabbing something, potato chips, just to throw in my gullet and, convert it to fuel.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But that's, I've found that when folks start to bonk in these events, it's not so much, it could be fatigue or a long day, but a lot of it has to do with hydration and nutrition.
Yeah.
If you can force yourself, and it's tough, because the last thing your body wants to do is digest food when it's going into shock or it's experiencing trauma. But if you practice, that's the key, is to maintain your hydration and your nutrition.
Yeah.
Stay on that, and that will stave the bonking.
Yeah.
Usually.
Absolutely.
You won't always feel great, but you're not going to do what I call a death march.
Yeah.
Like that baton death march where it's just,
now, when
that's
you
the worst.
get to that point, when you start to bonk,
it's the
can you
worst.
come back from it? Or
You
is that
totally
kind of
can.
it?
You totally can. And that's where the mental side of this sport takes over. So if I happen to fall into that spiral, there's ebbs and flows, just like in life itself, highs and lows. So I know that as I'm pushed through the low point, it's usually a matter of hydration and nutrition, and if I stick with it, I'm going to get to the high again, and that's the key there. And that's why you have to stay in the mile that you're in, run the race that you're in, not get too caught up in, oh my God, I'm feeling like death, and I still got 6 hours to go. Nah,
Absolutely.
you can't think like that.
No.
You just simply can't.
Now, what about caffeine during a race like this, right? Like, you're getting tired. Does caffeine help, or do you think
it can help? But again, that's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
I think early on in the race, to take caffeine, for me personally, it's pointless, because I'm already amped up, I'm excited, I'm ready to go. I won't even touch caffeine gels until at least six to 8 hours into the race.
Because you kind of want that more steady energy for something like this.
Correct. And even then, I'm not taking it every time. It's every 4 hours. Or every fourth gel. After at least 6 hours in, then I'll mess with the caffeine gel.
Yeah. Now, we have less of this today because it's only 8 hours, but what about these races when you're going overnight? Like, how do you stay awake for 24 hours? If you ask me to just stay awake for 24 hours, I'd be like, I don't know if I could do that. But these athletes, some of them are running for 24, 48 plus hours. How do you stave off the drowsiness?
It's hard. It's hard. There's been times where I've sat down, I put my feet up on my cooler, I set my alarm on my clock on my phone for 4 minutes and take a 4-minute power nap. And there's times I just muscled through and I've actually slept walk.
Really?
I just sleepwalk for a little bit, which is not fun.
Yeah.
That's the worst feeling in the world. But again, you have to just push through and understand that just like in life, you're going to experience tough moments that you have to just persevere one foot in front of the other. And that's why I'm just going to say it again. You cannot get caught up on the fact that it's 3 in the morning, I still have 6 hours to go. You have to make it to the next tree, the next aid station. One step at a time.
Yeah.
Run the mile that you're in. Don't think about the future. Think about the now. Stay present in the moment.
Yeah. Now, what about the format that all the track people love to talk about in the ultra world is the backyard ultra? Because to the track guys, they're like 4 point whatever miles every hour. I could walk 4 miles. Talk to us a little bit about just the challenges of a backyard.
There's 2 challenges with that. The first is that there's no finish line.
Yeah.
All right. So you have to stay in the moment, first and foremost. Like, you must stay in the moment, not get caught up in the fact that I've run for 2.5 days now and there's still 10 people who are ready to go. You can't think about that. That's tough. The other part of that
is our leader again?
No, I don't think so.
Was that Crawford? No, that's Evan Reinhardt.
Evan Reinhardt.
That's Evan Reinhardt.
Evans
believe
one to
he's
watch out for.
I believe
too.
he's our new leader.
Evans a strong runner, good guy.
Oh, Ross Charles. Did we miss Ross Charles then? There's Ross Charles starting another loop down
Okay.
down by the playground. So Ross Charles winders out in the lead. Evan Reinhardt not far behind him.
Evans a strong runner. He's definitely one to watch. I've had the pleasure to meet him here at this race a couple years ago. We've remained friends. We've remained in touch. He's completed the Philly Four Corners, the route that I created around the perimeter of Philadelphia. I had him in my kitchen during that run.
Yeah.
I made him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, let him use the bathroom at my house, and he kept on moving and grooving. Solid guy.
Yeah, so our official leader list: Ross Charles Winders of Warminster, Jim Crawford of Edison, Robert Nogue of Philadelphia, still hanging in at third.
Nice.
After winning the
Okay.
first lap.
Okay.
Evan Reinhardt and Kennedy McNeely Ante.
Okay.
As always, the results can be found on runsignup.com, where you can just go to the Endless Endurance
Nice.
website and go to the Frosty Looper page to get the links to the live results. And also probably linked on our YouTube. Oh, linked on the YouTube. That's an easier way to get there.
There's Lyra Miller, one to watch today. Currently second for the females. Yes.
All right, top of the hour here. We're going to take a quick break. Any final thoughts before we cut away?
It's cold. It's windy. I need to get another layer on.
I need to get a coffee.
So, yes.
We'll be back.
We'll
be back
will
with
be
Michelle and Brian, our other commentators,
the other half of our crew.
at 10 o'clock.
All right, good morning, and welcome back here to our live stream coverage of the Frosty Looper 8-hour endurance run here at Cooper River Park. My name's Brian Paulson. I'm joined here by
Michelle Goldberg. Good morning. Happy to see everybody.
Yeah, and welcome back to the coverage here. So we're about 2 hours into this race, and things are shaping up. We just had our lead women come through. We have Gypsy Cooper here leading the women's race, came through maybe about 10 minutes ago or so, followed pretty closely by Laura Miller here as well. So things are, like I said, things are shaping up here. The men's race is being, it seems like, dominated right now by Ross Charles Winders, but again, we have a lot of time left. We're, like I said, 2 hours in. And we'll see. So Michelle, let's talk a little bit here, right?
Yeah.
So we're 2 hours in. Race started at 8 a.m. What are the thoughts right now for the runners here? You know, they still have 6 hours left.
They do.
What do you think? You've been in this position many times. What's the thought?
I think it's all about pacing at the beginning of the race, and I think they've settled in a little bit, but they still need to be really, really conscientious of pacing themselves. We've got 8 people, I'm counting, that have already finished 4 laps or 4 loops around the river, and it's all about pacing. But also at this point, they need to be really on top of fueling and hydration. Even though, like, we're out here feeling very frosty and feeling kind of chilly, these runners are sweating and they are hot. We have a couple of runners who have already stripped down and they're shirtless running around. So being on top of that is going to help them continue strong for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more too. And we're taking a look at some of these times here, right? I mean, looking at these total pace times, I mean, we have the front of the pack in this race is flying
Yeah.
for an 8-hour race, right? Our leaders running basically 7-minute pace through here. Our top females are high 7s, low 8s pace. What do we think in terms of sustainability here? Like we said, we're looking at 6 hours left. What do we think? Is that pace sustainable? Is it going to change throughout the day? Are people taking this thing out a little bit too hot? What do you think?
Honestly, it's really hard to predict because I feel like it's so individual. I've seen some folks where I'll see them come through in a 7.5 minute pace, and I think there's no way they're going to sustain that. And then I'm shocked that they actually can. I think a lot of runners, that especially in ultras, there's an idea that some folks feel like they want to bank time, so they go out strong, they go out hard when they're feeling good, and try to get some time into the bank, and then expect that they'll slow down later. So sometimes that's kind of part of the game, and it's a strategy. It's not always the best strategy, and there are plenty of folks who try that and realize that it's actually can be a recipe for disaster. In some cases, you may just kind of burn yourself out and blow up a little bit. But everybody is so individual, and I think, time will tell.
Yeah, I had a thought here today too, especially with, taking a look at the forecast. We know there's rain coming this afternoon.
Yeah.
I was wondering if we were going to see some people really try to take this thing out and, like you said, maybe bank some time, bank some miles early, knowing that we have the high likelihood of some rain in the afternoon, right? And knowing that maybe once it starts raining, this becomes a totally different race. So I'm interested to see, and as you see, we just had one of our shirtless runners go through, like Michelle was saying. So I'm interested to see if that is the strategy here, right? That some of these people are taking this thing out with the idea, hey, it's going to rain. If I can get ahead of my goal pace, and know that once it starts raining, maybe you're kind of just slogging things out for the last, 2-3 hours. I'm interested to see if that is a thought, or if that's something that's coming into play for some of these runners.
I think you're exactly right, and I totally agree with you. It wouldn't surprise me at all if that's something on the mind. I think the weather is a big wild card. It's quite certain that it's going to rain, but I think the impact that has is going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, weather's a tough one too. So especially here for those of you that are watching at home and have maybe never run here at Cooper River Park, basically a 4-mile loop, just under 4 miles. pretty much when you are running one way into the wind, and then when you turn around, you're downwind, right? So that I think is something that is also going to be tough for the runners here today too, is managing that, right?
Yes.
Managing the wind, and then again, as it starts raining, we had a totally new factor, a totally different factor with the rain. So, you're going out into the wind. If it starts raining, who knows what that looks like? So a lot at play in terms of the weather, but with a December race, I think that has to be expected.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was chatting with a runner earlier last year when I ran this race on the far side of the river. That was the cold, windy side, and I would put my hood up, I would zip up, and then coming back around, once you pass the boathouse, you would warm up. It's the opposite this year. So I've heard that on the far side, there's very little wind, and they're warm running on that side, but coming around this back half is when they're getting really cold.
Yeah.
And it could shift. It could change.
It could absolutely change. So definitely something to keep an eye on as we kind of keep, going throughout the day and seeing how these runners do. So just taking a look here at our current leaderboard, we have a number of runners at this point through 4 loops, which again, super impressive here. So just to take a look, we'll start on the men's side here. So again, we have Ross Charles Winders who's in the lead right now. Ross is our defending champion, right? So winner on the male side last year, is taking it out super fast this year. Seems like looking to repeat. If Ross holds it together here this afternoon, I think he's going to be tough to beat. But again, like we said, we have 6 hours, so we have a lot of time left in this thing. There's no guarantees or certainties in ultra running, as Michelle, I'm sure you could probably speak to as well.
Yes.
So,
and
go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's really fun with a race like this. This is, we know this ultra running community, this local community so well. So there's so many runners here that are familiar names. There are a lot of folks. We have a huge number of folks that ran the summertime Loopy Looper. So they're coming out for their double looper medal today. But there are also some brand new names here who, it's always so much fun to see someone pop up that nobody is really familiar with and to come out and really shake things up. It's fun.
It's great. And I love to, you talk about the local running community. It's the middle of December. It's cold out here. We're sitting on the river. And you can see even behind us, right? Take a look at where the aid station is. We have people out here cheering, a lot of, for us, familiar faces. But to see people come together on a day that is, it's not June.
Yeah.
Right? It's cold. And to see people out here cheering on friends, family, and strangers is a beautiful thing. I think there's a lot to be said about this community. So we're happy to be here with you for the next, hour or so, bringing this community to you.
100%. I think huge shout out and so much kudos to all of the volunteers who are out here in the cold. They're going to be out here all day, rain, wind, everything, but also the spectators. When you go down the row, a lot of these runners have tents set up as kind of their home base where they have all their gear. Maybe they have a chair, usually not to sit, but at least to keep their stuff up off the ground. We've got a little coverage of a runner coming along the far side there.
Beautiful.
Got folks out on the course. That's so great to see. But the spectators in these tents, there are family members, there are loved ones, the crew for each of these runners. They're out here bundled up to sit all day long and wait for someone to come through every 40 minutes and to give them a high five and give them words of encouragement. Those are true heroes, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's great too. We're going to do a fair amount of talking about the races on both the men's side and the women's side, but I also think it's worth noting when we talk about the running community that there's so many people out here running this race not for competition, so to speak, right? Not running to try to be first overall, but instead just running for a personal goal and a personal journey. And those stories are just as, if not maybe more important sometimes than the people at the top of the leaderboard. So we're here to try to bring you as many of those stories as we can as well. So
I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because I think it's easy at something like this to get really excited about the leaderboard, but I mean truly the ultra running community is so incredibly supportive. It's not so much about who's going to win or like there's such a tremendous level of support and sort of the we're going to lift each other up kind of mentality. So yeah, there are people that, and I was going to say, there are people out here who, like you said, they're going to walk for 8 hours. They're going to power walk, and they're going to achieve their own personal goal, and they're going to get to the distance that maybe they never before considered possible. But I think that's one of the beauties of these timed races is you've got an 8-hour window, and you can do with it what you want. There's no right or wrong. It's like it's such an open and great way to sort of do your first ultra and to get in there for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're gonna circle back to that comment too, because I want to make sure we talk a little bit more about that. We're gonna note here. So on the screen we have Evan Reinhardt here coming around the back. Evan Reinhardt is currently, I believe, our second place male. So we have footage of, like I said, Evan here running, looking really strong. For those of you that have never run here too, you also get a really nice shot of what Cooper River looks like. You get to see our path here. Really hugs the water. So again, when you're into the wind, it's cold. When you're downwind, it feels pretty good. But we have Evan there, Philadelphia native, running and looking really strong, looking great here. A little over 2 hours in.
Yeah,
looking great. And it's great too. We're gonna get you as many shots out on the course as we can. I want to circle back, Michelle, to your original point too, and just kind of talking about this community. And I want to highlight Endless Endurance, right? So this race is being brought to you by Endless Endurance Races. These races, like you had said, it's a what's called a fixed time race, right? So you have an 8-hour window. Like you had just mentioned, where that 8 hours is up to you. And when we talk about ultra running, and for people that may not be as familiar with ultra running, a lot of different shapes and sizes for what an ultra can be, right? It can be out in the woods on a trail, right, where it's a distance. You're running a 50-mile race, a 100-mile race, all sorts of distances. This is, sort of in our little neck of the woods here, the Philadelphia, South Jersey community. A lot of our races run by Endless Endurance are these fixed time races, right? Where we're on a path here, like I said, just under 4 miles. You have 8 hours, and it's how many loops can you do in that amount of time. And there's something really special about that, in the idea that, when we're lifting up other runners, or when you're always seeing people, right? And there's this central hub here that you run through every, like you said, around 35, 40 minutes or so, which I think does a great job to add to the community. So for anyone out there sort of, we'll say, ultra curious, looking to get into the sport, local in the area, these are the kind of races that I think give newcomers a really great opportunity to come and see what they can do. But it also, for our top of the pack, you can come out and if you want to run 6:30 pace, 7-minute pace for 8 hours, this is the place to do it, right? To really, throw down some fast time. So appeals to a lot of different people, I think, in ultra running, these styles of races.
absolutely agree with that, because I think it creates kind of a party atmosphere, and everybody's hanging out, and like you said, you see folks often, so it can be very social in a lot of ways. But also, if you want to come out and you're really trying to just put down as many miles as you possibly can, this kind of setup takes out some of the logistics. So you've got your stuff, that every 3.75 miles you're going to come past your bag, you're going to come past the aid station, there's a restroom down at the end of the course. It's kind of ideal no matter what your goal is.
It's great. So we're having a great time out here today. Shouting out all of these runners and bringing some coverage to you of our local Philly, South Jersey scene. So we talked a little bit about the men's side. Maybe we'll transition over here and talk about the women's race that's unfolding a little bit. So we have Gypsy Cooper here, who's currently in first place through 4 loops. Upon doing a little bit of research, just what we could find, quickly, it seems like at least on Ultra Sign Up, which is what we're sort of using here to look at runners' backgrounds, could possibly be, or seems like this is Gypsy's first attempt at an ultra race, which is unbelievable.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and super exciting to see.
Yep, so we have Gypsy in first, followed pretty closely by Laura Miller. Laura Miller is, really no stranger here to some of these distances. I believe Laura Miller has won the Loopy Looper, which is the summer series.
Lara holds the course record for the female on Loopy Looper.
So that's a name that we're going to have to watch throughout the day, right? And watch and see how things continue to unfold. So Laura closely here in second place behind Gypsy. And then I believe our third place female right now is Erica Bash, who, again, another name sort of locally that people will be familiar with. Erica's the course record holder in the 24-hour Loopy Looper race. Won the Hainesport race, which is a similar setup. It's a 1 mile loop. So another name that as we kind of go throughout the day to keep an eye on. And those women, after their fourth loop, were all within, 10, 15 minutes of each other.
Yeah.
Which over the remaining 6 hours or so could be made up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is kind of fun with something like this. Like we were talking about how things change and how things play out during the day. It is pretty exciting to see. And people have different strategies running a looped course like this. Have you run this loop course?
I have not run this one. I ran the track ultra, which maybe we'll get into in a little bit.
Because I think everybody has a different strategy. There are some runners who every time they come through, they make it a point to stop. Some people maybe every 3 loops. And I think a lot of folks have their race. You always have your race plan set and your intention set ahead of time, but you have to be flexible and see, how you're feeling during the day. But it is interesting to see how different runners approach things, whether it's what they carry, how much. If you come to any point where there could be had to say out loud, where am I turning? I'm turning right.
Turning right.
All day long.
All right, we have some runners coming through behind us too. Again, met by the cheers of the people at the aid station here, right behind us.
So you said you ran the track ultra. That was in September or October?
Track ultra, yeah. So it was at the very end of September. Another great endless endurance race for our local people. Yeah, under the Ben Franklin Bridge. It's a beautiful. We'll give the shout out here because last year we actually there weren't as many participants I think as a lot of people thought there were going to be. It ended up being a smaller race, but on a track under the Ben Franklin Bridge.
It's a brand new track.
New track, beautiful facility in Camden. There's a 12-hour option and a 24-hour option, right?
Okay.
So I ran the 12-hour option. There were a handful of people that did the 24. It was a great experience. It was cool to do one on a track. It's different. That's the first time I had done an ultra on a track.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. So what's the response when you tell people that you ran that many hours on a 1 mile track?
Yeah, so it depends. From other runners, it's like, that's pretty cool. From people that aren't, as maybe aren't into running or don't run, it feels a little bit unfathomable. And I think we've all had those experiences, right? As people that run or participate in ultra running, for non-runners it sometimes feels a little bit unfathomable. And even as we sit here and say this is an 8-hour race, there's some people that are like, 8 hours, like how are you going to run for 8 hours? And I've always told people it's different once you're in it. Once you start, you make the decision, you sign up for a race, and you hold yourself accountable, right? And I think there's a lot of people that we're seeing that here today. I actually, to that point, I was thinking about this earlier. The 8-hour distance is in ultra
there goes
running.
Santa Claus.
There's Santa. I'm gonna shout Santa out. So Santa is Christina Chang, who just finished I believe it's the WXT Ultra or WTX. It's near the Frenchtown area. Christina and I actually used to work together.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Christina's a middle school science teacher, so we used to work together. So
that's great.
Got a shout out. There goes Santa. Yeah, Christina. So
nice.
The 8-hour distance is an interesting one, right? It's again, sounds super long for people that might not run these kind of races, but
dude, you're home by dinner time. Yeah. It's fantastic. I love the 8-hour distance because of that. Mm-hmm. It's like it's 8 hours. Like that's like a work day. That's great.
Yeah. Putting in a day at work, right?
Yeah.
So we'll wrap up around 4 p.m. I also think the 8-hour distance kind of lends itself to maybe people that ran in college, or maybe marathoners that say, hey, I
want to stretch,
I want to stretch it a little,
yeah.
right? And I think that's what we're going to see for our top of the pack runners is you're basically trying to get around the 2 marathon mark here,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So yeah, got some more runners coming through here. Woo! So I think that'll be an interesting goal for a lot of runners, right? Like, how close can you get to that 2 marathon mark at the front of the pack? But again, an opportunity for people if they're just trying to get to the marathon mark, right? Or they're trying to run a distance that they haven't run before. The 8-hour time frame gives them an opportunity to do that. So.
Yeah, last year in 2022, we had 2 males who reached that double marathon, the 52.5 miles, which is 14 laps around the river. We had 2 males last year. The course record, though, is held by Lowell Ladd and Joseph Baldesser, who in 2021 ran 15 loops for 56.25 miles.
And I think we have to question if that can be broken today, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I think pace-wise we're pretty close. Again, the second half of these things usually looks pretty different than the first half,
Yes.
so we'll see.
Yeah.
But we definitely, and especially I think this is the 3rd year we've had this race. In a race that's young, I think every year we're on course record watch. I think we have to be.
It's the 3rd year that we've had it physically here at the river. Actually, the year before that was the first year of Frosty, but there was a snowstorm. And it ended up being a virtual race. And I ran it that year. And it was really interesting because you had to, every 3.75 miles, you had to upload your data. So depending on if you were in Strava, your data uploaded automatically. Otherwise, you had to go into the site, send your data from wherever you were running. So it was a very, very different experience.
And I'll be the one to say it because Michelle is humble and may not bring this up. You, I think, have the women's course record here in the 8 hours.
So, there are a number of women who hit that same mileage. Yep. Erin Jaskowitz has this same number of miles. She beat me.
Okay.
So she was ahead of me. So we were within a few minutes of each other for 48.75 miles in 2021.
Nice.
And last year, Julie Bengiak, forgive me if I mispronounce it. Julie also hit that. Actually, she did in both 2021 and 22. So it'll be fun. It'll be great to see if that record got broken. I would love to see a woman get to 14 or 15 loops this year.
That's great, and that's coming. Like I said, coming from one of the women that is right there with the record, right? So that's what this community is all about. You know, you want to see someone potentially break a record that you have. So just looking quick here at the leaderboard, we have our 2 male leaders through 5 loops. So we have Ross Charles Winters and Evan Reinhart through 2 loops. It looks like they're about 10 minutes apart here on total time. So, again, 10 minutes, if you're talking marathon, if you're talking, any other type of race, 10 minutes sounds like it would be impossible to make up, but in these longer races, 10 minutes is a battle. This is gonna be a close one. Ross's total lap pace right now is right around 7:15. Evan's running and holding that 7:48 pace, so right around 7:45 pace. So they're out here running. They're running hard today. So it's gonna be exciting to see how that continues to shake up.
I wanted to mention something too. We were talking about male and female course records. It is really, really common in ultra marathon races that the preponderance of registrants, the large majority of people running are typically males. It's something that I've noticed in every ultra I've ever done, and I think there's a lot of discussion about it. There's a lot of attention being paid to that. How can we get more women to the start line? I just wanted to say I was pretty impressed when I looked at, out of 139 people that were registered for this race today, we had 78 male and 61 female. That is way more balanced than I think I've seen. I did a race a couple weeks ago in Georgia that was a 50-miler, and there were 13% of the people registered who identified as female. So, that's a huge discrepancy, but it's much more balanced here today, which is very cool.
Which is awesome. And shout out, not someone that's running today, but we'll shout out Rachel. I think it's Rachel Lynn on
Bambrick.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Rachel Bambrick, who is doing I believe it's a women in
Women ultra running. Yes, come out January 7th.
Wissahickon?
Definitely. I think it's going to be at Wissahickon. I know I signed up for it, and I will definitely be there. But check out Rachel on Instagram and look for the info on that because it's very cool.
Yep. So Rachel, hopefully you're tuned in.
Hi, Rachel.
shout that out because again, like Michelle said, super important, right? And like you
Yeah.
said, it's great to see the numbers here being more balanced than we are used to seeing in ultra running. And with that being said, as we were
Look
speaking,
at that.
Gypsy Cooper, our first place female runner, is also through 5 loops, is in 3rd place overall, and is a minute behind our 2nd place overall runner. So, you know, when we talk about this sport, and you know, you take a look at, especially as the distances get longer, right? You take a look at the 100-mile race or, you know, multi-day races. It is not uncommon to see, you know, a female runner on the podium win an overall race.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing that today. You know, Gypsy's currently 3rd overall, a minute off 2nd overall. So we're seeing a great performance early.
It's
there.
pretty incredible. Yeah, it's very exciting to see.
Awesome. So yeah, and it's great to see too. You know, even as I just take a look here and I scroll through some of the names, this really is, you know, for us a community race, right? Most of the people running are, you know, Pennsylvania, New Jersey natives. But we have a lot of
Do you
great
know what?
runners.
We
locally.
actually have 12 different states represented
that.
in the people that are signed up, and we've got runners from There's someone from California, Illinois, somebody from Minnesota. So we've got folks that have come a really long way. Steve Epifano is running his 3rd Frosty Looper this year. Shout out SoCal runner.
Yeah.
But Steve came all the way out from San Clemente, California.
And Steve's another one to shout out. Again, you know,
Yes.
when we talk about our sort of local running community or people that we see around these races, I think Steve is a 2-time Cocodona finisher?
Yes.
Yeah. So
And he's running again in 24.
amazing. So
Yeah.
for those of you unfamiliar, the Cocodona is a 250-mile trail race that takes place in Arizona. Steve has finished that race twice. So, you know, we have people here that are running today that are conquering, taking on some of, you know, ultra's toughest tests, and we're have a cool opportunity to see them run here at our little Cooper River Park. So awesome.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, let's see if we have any updates here on our laps. So we still only have 3 runners through 5 laps. Again, with it being Ross Charles winners, Evan Reinhardt, and then Gypsy Cooper, our first female. They are all through 5 loops.
I'm going to take a look at
Yeah.
just how many runners actually started today. There is usually a difference between the number of people who sign up and the number of people who are actually out on course. So we had 139 registrants, but we had 109 people start the race. So for a lot of, you know, sometimes things come up in between the time that you register and the time that you need to be at the start line. Life happens. So we have 109 people that started this race today.
Which is a great number for December.
Fantastic. For a chilly day.
For a cold
There goes
day.
Laura Miller, just came running through.
Oh,
She's
here
about to
we go.
cross the line for lap number 5. She's looking strong. I'm excited.
Yeah, let's see if we can give you an update here.
And Laura is one, it's interesting when you watch everybody's different strategies. Laura's not carrying a water bottle. She's really not carrying much on her physical person. And I think that's how she typically does these races.
Yeah.
That's her strategy. She'll come through, she'll grab her water bottle. She likes to get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich almost every loop. But it is really fun to see how different people approach it.
Right. So let's talk a little bit here as I'm waiting for. I think we just got word here that Laura Miller may be 4th overall through 5 loops. All right. Let's see if once this updates, I'll give us a clearer picture. But let's talk a little bit about nutrition in the meantime. So
Yes.
Michelle, personal feelings about nutrition. Do you have a go-to strategy for a race like this? So again, the 8-hour distance. What would be your preferred nutrition strategy for a day like today?
I like to plan it out. I plan it by time, and I have kind of my minimum intake that I plan out by time duration, and then I supplement. I think the key is to eat often and to eat well, and learning to fuel for ultra running is something, it really is a skill, and it's a huge part. I think people put a lot of emphasis on the physical performance and the physical aspects of running an ultra, but it's very, very much mental, but also it is fueling, hydration, your nutrition and hydration. And you have to think of it like fueling for performance. The more that you can train your body to take in calories, the better you will be able to sustain energy throughout the day. I personally do a combination of gels and real food. And I'll start, and you have to start like right from the beginning. If you wait until you feel hungry, it's probably too late. So I will, 30, 45 minutes into a race, I'll take in my first whatever it is. But I like to switch it up, gels and food. I bring a lot of my own fuel, but I love to supplement with the aid station. So that's something else that's very individual. Some people rely heavily on the food they have at the aid station. If you have never seen an ultra aid station, you have to check it out because it's incredible.
Again, Endless Endurance does a great job.
Yes, they do.
We'll turn our conversation back to nutrition here in a second, because I do think this is something that's worth circling back to. But just to give us a quick update on the racing side of things, we have a number of runners now that are through 5 loops. So update from the last time we spoke about this, Laura Miller now, as confirmed, is in 4th place overall. So
fantastic.
In the top 4, we have two female runners, right? So we have Gypsy Cooper in 3rd place overall, 1st female. And we have Laura Miller, 4th place overall, 2nd female.
And there's only, 16, 17 minutes?
Nathan Litweiler, 5th place overall. He's our 3rd male right now. He's through 5 loops. We have Michael Harkins through 5 loops. So we have, the front of our pack is... So, and then, again, that spread is really not... So if we take Ross Charles out of it, Ross has... Through his 5th loop, he had a 10-minute lead on 2nd place. But if we just look 2nd place to 7th place, they're within 10 minutes of each other.
9 minutes. It's incredible.
Yep. So that front of the pack it seems like running pretty close together on the long back stretch. As this thing starts to play out, they're going to be able to see each other, which I think is something that's worth bringing up. So we're shaping up for a pretty interesting... it's hard to say finish because of how long we are from the finish, but we're shaping up for an interesting afternoon here of some jostling back and forth. Laura Miller made a huge jump that loop.
She really did.
I think she jumped maybe 3 or 4 places up to 4th overall.
She really did. I think we can say she's warmed up, she's settled in, and this is the point in the race where 2.5 hours in, like, folks have settled in. You have to kind of go into that place in your mind where you think, okay, just settle in. You're here for the long haul. We've talked a lot about different personal strategies and how different people approach a run like this, or really any ultra. But for these runners at the top of the leaderboard, it's extremely important for them to manage their time as they come through. We briefly started talking about the aid station and the fantastic buffet of of food over there. So if you don't have a plan when you come in for what you're looking for as you come through and pass, it's really easy to get distracted and get lost and be like, oh, look at all the Oreos and peanut butter and jelly, and they have quesadillas. You really have to stay focused to be efficient as you make your stop coming through. So that's especially true for these runners at the top of the board.
Yeah, and that was something I'll circle this back to a personal connection too that kind of relates to this race. When I was talking a little bit earlier about the City Invincible, the track ultra, that was something about the track ultra that I had to really work at and kind of figure out, because you're passing, if you're fighting it out in the front of this pack, you may run through, right?
Yeah.
You may run through and say, it is always a little bit of a different puzzle piece, because you don't necessarily maybe feel like you need something. Well, I'm interested to see if that plays a role here. You know, we're always more so, but you know, you're like you said, Michelle. You know, you're out here for 8 hours. You have to.
It's a long
fuel.
time.
You have to
absolutely
fuel.
have to. And I think you mentioned fluids. Like that's something that's very different in wintertime too. And truth is, you're still sweating and you're still losing those electrolytes, and you have to constantly replenish them.
Go throughout the afternoon, fueling strategies, and it'd be interesting too. Maybe post race running space. People are always ask me. I'm sure people ask you all the time too. You know, how do you run for that long? You know, what are some of the
and
things
like, do you
that help
actually eat while you're running? Like, yes.
Sometimes. Yep. Sometimes. And it's funny too. I'm sure you have a million stories about this, and maybe we can share one where you've been maybe struggling in a race, and then you eat something that maybe you've never had before, and it jolts you back to life.
Yes.
Right? Or there's, you know, so I know I've had those.
Cookie, and it is the best thing you've ever eaten in your life. It's so good. Everything tastes better when you're running a very long distance.
Absolutely. So again, nutrition will be a big topic here as we keep going.
What's your favorite thing to eat when you run?
Yeah, so I'm a big Morton's gel guy.
Oh, okay.
No free ads, but
Okay.
but Morton's. I'm a Morton's gel guy. I'm a Tailwind guy. I know Tailwind is a sponsor in some ways of this race.
Shout out Tailwind.
Shout out Tailwind. So I'm a Tailwind guy, and then if I'm going solid foods, I'm gonna go that nature.
All right.
I am someone that holds off.
Yes, Steve.
So there's Steve,
Steve
our
Epifano.
Cocodona finisher. I was talking to him yesterday. We were messaging back and forth, and he said, make sure you say nice things about me. So we've been saying a lot of nice things about Steve today. But I am someone that will hold off on solids, not for as long as I can, but I try to go gels and liquid as much as I can.
Okay.
But again, if you're going, you know, we start talking about those 12-hour races, you know, into the 100K and beyond distance, you have to start mixing in.
And I think the important thing is to have a variety. Like, you have to have a repertoire of various foods, because on any given day, something might just randomly, like your favorite thing might randomly not appeal to you anymore. Or you can get sick of it. You can get something that a lot of people deal with is just palate fatigue. You just get kind of like, you're tired of that same taste. You're tired of all the sweet stuff. So if you can interject something, I don't know, like wasabi covered peas, or like something with a little flavor, or something that'll switch it up for you, that really can jolt you and shift things in a positive direction.
The small wins throughout the day are what keeps you going.
That said, I think any runner will tell you, don't try something totally different. If you've never ever eaten an avocado sandwich before, maybe don't do it for the first time during an ultra.
Sure. So I think we have an aid station cam here. Yeah, so taking a look at our aid station behind us.
Oh yeah,
you can see the setup.
Oh, we're gonna zoom right in.
As
Take a
we're
look.
talking about
Look at that
food.
buffet. I think like any child would lose their mind right now looking at that. There are these bananas that Heidi, where's Heidi? She's dressed like Krampus. There are bananas with peanut butter drizzled in chocolate that are the most incredible thing.
Oh, the pickle juice.
Pickle
Shout
juice,
it out.
yes. Pickle juice is actually a sponsor of the race. And that's another thing that a lot of runners, a lot of runners get really depleted on electrolytes and sodium. So pickle juice and pickles is something really common that you will find at an ultra aid station. That was a hot pot. It looked like a hot pot of soup right there.
If you are hungry, this is the place to be.
Oh, there's the menu.
Look, we have a menu.
Hot and sour soup. We've got quesadillas, peanut butter and jelly.
Some people will say ultra running is really just shuffling around a buffet.
It's all about the snacks. And we just passed, there's our finisher table with all of the great awards and the Frosty mugs. I love my Frosty mug.
So I'm going to shout out really quick, and just because they were just in the frame, the volunteers that you see in the blue shirts. So let's shout them out. That's with the skeleton crew. So this is something that Endless Endurance does that is great for the sport, great for our community. The skeleton crew, our blue shirt members there.
Hello, skeleton crew.
So
yeah.
those are our volunteers. If you volunteer for a race with Endless Endurance, there's some perks that come along with it, whether it's a race entry or a discounted race entry. So those are our volunteers helping out today. Again, on a brisk day.
We've got folks in costume. It's so great to see. Yeah, the skeleton crew is like the backbone of these races. Really, they do so much. They give their time, they give their energy, and it makes a world of difference as a runner. Having a volunteer smile for you, and like, have you ever had that experience where it literally changes everything, changes the trajectory of your whole experience?
I can tell a quick story about that. I was running my first 50 miler. I'd run a 50K. Go and jump up in distance to a 50 miler, and I was just having a tough time. It was a 2-loop course. I get onto the second loop, and I'm just struggling. And I come into an aid station, and one of the volunteers can see I'm kind of having a tough time, and he just goes, "You're running 50 miles, man. It's supposed to be hard." And I just remember being like, this isn't easy for anyone, right? And just someone sharing a word like that, can be all that you need to kind of lift you up and help you reach your goals. So it's super important.
It really can make such a tremendous difference. Just to have someone there, not just as a cheerleader, but to like look at you and understand and just say like, yeah, I see you. I see what you're going through, and you got this.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's those sorts of things throughout the course of a day cannot be understated.
Absolutely.
And are so important to individual runners, important to our sport. I think it's what makes our sport what it is, right? Is that you have people that are out there, cheering for you, rooting for you, that have also typically done what you've done, right? Typically the people that are working at our aid stations are ultra runners themselves. They have an idea kind of what it is that you're going through. And can give you that, whether it's a word of encouragement or walk with you for a little, and those are the things that help people finish. It takes a village, right? Ultra running, I say this all the time, ultra running is a team sport. You may be out there by yourself, but it takes a team, whether it's someone helping you individually each loop or volunteers that are here. It's a team sport, and it takes a lot of people to accomplish these big lofty goals.
It absolutely is, and I think it's an activity that can end up, people running very long distance, you can end up feeling kind of isolated, and it takes a lot of time. But coming out for something like this, it's such a celebration of all the work that you put in, but also of each other. And like we've talked about, that lift each other up, that kind of team. You want everyone to win. I think it's exciting. We get so excited about who's up first, and but really, like in a setting like this, and for any ultra I've ever done, you want everyone to do well and to be able to do the best that they can on that given day.
It's super important that everyone that, everyone that crosses the finish line is celebrated.
Yes.
Heck, I would even say everyone that makes it to the start line is.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
right?
just showing up. Like, just showing up is huge.
And that was something, too, I actually wanted to note, and I'll, to circle this back, we had been talking a little bit about participation numbers and things of that nature. When I was doing a little bit of research coming into today, I think originally we had 139 people signed up. I think 39 or 40 of those people had no results on Ultra sign up, right?
Wow, so like first time ever. That's so cool.
Signifies that this was their, this was their first race, or maybe their first ultra, or something along those lines, which is awesome, right? When we talk about this sport growing and people coming into this sport, I think that's so important, and it's so cool to see that this is a sport that is growing. I mean, even for us to be here commentating a local race,
how wild!
This is the sport is growing. There's a place for everyone in our sport, and it's really cool to see.
And I think wouldn't you say, like in the last couple of years, just in general, the number of people running ultras, I think, really has increased. It's hard sometimes, I think, as an ultra runner, you get kind of a skewed perspective, and we live in our little bubbles, and I feel like, well, yeah, a whole lot of people do this, but truly there are a lot more people who are just giving it a shot, just testing themselves. And it's something like this it's a win-win situation. There's no right or wrong. You could come out and you could do one loop and decide that you're done, and that's great. you're allowed to do as much or as little as you want.
Yeah, and that's why, again, too, these endless endurance races, I think, are great for everyone, really, right? It's not as, I think ultra trail running in itself can feel a little intimidating sometimes, right?
Yeah.
For someone that's maybe, trying to get into the sport, it maybe feels intimidating to say, I'm going to go run a 50K, a 31-mile race.
Like a point-to-point out in the woods. Yeah.
That can feel intimidating. So these races, like you said, it gives you a great opportunity to dip your feet in and test the waters.
And actually, it's interesting. I wanted to look up more information about this, but there's a long history of ultra running in this exact spot around Cooper River Park. Trishul Churns is an incredible ultra runner who, he's not here today, but I've run with him many times in the looped races around this park. And he has talked about a history of like 6-day ultra marathons in this exact spot. So I think it just lends itself really, really well.
I have a great Churchill story.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. So for those of you unfamiliar, Churchill, how do you say his last name? Churn?
I think it's Churns.
Yeah. So is lives in New York. Runs a ton of ultra marathons. I believe he's in his mid 60s.
Maybe 250 or something. Like hundreds of ultras.
Is one of the sort of pioneers of the multi-day, right?
Yes.
So these races that take over 24 hours, but he still shows up at races. He's at races all the time.
He was a guest on Gags's podcast on Ultra Running with Gags. Check that out if you haven't listened to that episode. I highly recommend it.
So I was in actually the track ultra I did, the most recent one. Churchill was participating, and I was maybe 4 hours in. It's a 12-hour race, and kind of hanging my head a little bit. I'm just not having the best day, and I end up with Churchill, and we're talking, and he just gives me this great story about you signed up for it, you're here, it's time to punch the ticket, so to speak, and go to work. And I was like, you know what, this guy's right. And again, so the idea of competitors lifting one another up, but also shouting out someone that I would consider a sort of a ultra legend in our space and in our area.
Without a doubt. I actually have a story for Churchill?
Yeah.
Also, maybe it was 2 years ago, running this race, I was out on the far side, and again, I was kind of you can get into these funky spots. It's kind of like riding a roller coaster sometimes when you do a race like this. And I had reached a point where I caught up with him, and he turned to me and looked straight at me, and he said something like, why are you here? Like, why are you running this? And we had this incredible conversation, and it was like, but it's like that. Like sometimes when you're out in a race like this, within a couple minutes, you can dive into these incredible moments of sharing your life story and sharing like deep thoughts out on an ultra course with people who you just met.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. I totally agree. And I think that's, again, one of the many benefits of running these races. I'll steal a Dylan Bowman for a second and shout out my free trail. The trail running will save the world, right?
Yes.
These experiences I think are so important, and they're why people get into these races and end up running them. So
it's interesting. I've talked to a lot of people about that very fact, and like what is it about that bond that can happen when you're doing a race like this, because you really can end up making some incredibly deep, like meaningful friendships and relationships with people. And sometimes folks say, well, like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and like running something like this just makes you a stronger person, and you have these moments with people. I personally believe that running ultra marathons makes you capable of more empathy for other people. Like it strips away a lot of the sort of outside considerations. Wait, who do we have running here on screen?
I know, I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
So this is our male leader. So this is it looks like Ross Charles Winders. This is our male leader. It looks like,
it's like on a funky slow-mo view there.
Yeah. So we have our male leader. He is through 6 loops. So he's the only runner
flying.
Currently through 6 loops.
Absolutely flying.
Yep, running 7:30 pace right now. He is approaching the marathon distance, where he's probably somewhere around 23 miles or so. just based on where he is in the park. So through 6 loops would put him at 22.5. Based on where he is in the park, somewhere probably around 23 miles, maybe a little bit farther. So running really well still, it looks like. Running really, really strong.
Yeah, I think he's headed right down toward. He's soon to turn right and cross the bridge.
Yep.
Cross the first bridge. That looks like.
Yeah. So running really well.
Absolutely flying. Keep an eye on that red hat and those yellow shoes. Those yellow-soled shoes.
He looked really strong. Before we hopped
Yeah.
on the air, I was sitting over here where the runners turn and saw him come through a couple of times. Looked like.
Okay, here's the first right turn when you're crossing the first bridge right there. This bridge is really awesome because when you get to about the middle of this bridge, if you look off to the right, you've got a fantastic view of Philadelphia. So for a lot of folks who have run these Looper Loop races before, our photography crew is usually on this bridge, and I think every single person who's done this race has a prized photograph of themselves crossing this bridge with the. Oh, okay. So we've got our photographer out there now. So this is the prime spot where we all get our super view of running the bridge with the Philadelphia skyline in the background. I think. Oh, there it is. There it is.
What a
that's
view.
Fantastic. That's so cool. Little cloudy today, but
Yeah.
it's there. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful, and even if you're, so I'm lucky enough. I live about 2 miles from here, so this is
That's
on my
fabulous.
route.
Yeah.
This park is in my route. Maybe 3 or 4 times a week. You get some great views of the city. Right now, actually on the other side, so on the other bridge that's maybe 2 miles or so from this bridge, you get the sunrise in the morning, which is great. I mean, this is a great place to run if you haven't run here. You can do a lot of different types of runs here, right? The loop is 3.75 miles. You can do your long runs here. You can park your car and leave nutrition there if you need it.
Yeah. I really like this backside that you're seeing right now. So when you come off that bridge, you make a right turn, always making right turns. But it's a little bit quieter. There's less traffic on this backside of the loop. It's really nice. And there's also there's kind of a wide distance between the path and the river.
Mm-hmm.
So often throughout the summertime, not so much in the middle of December, you get a lot of people out there with picnics. So it's kind of fun when you're going around the loop to see all the different summertime activities that are happening. We'll have to see how many people are out there picnicking and throwing birthday parties in December.
Yeah, so taking a look here, we're coming back here. So that again, we have Ross Charles Winters, our current leader on the screen. Through 6 loops as well is Evan Reinhardt. So that's our second place male. It looks like he came through about 6 minutes behind Ross Charles, which I believe it was 10 minutes the last time they had come through. So it looks like Evan is trying to close that gap. And again, just looking at their paces here, Ross Charles Winters through that last loop was 7:35, so running 7:35 pace. Evan Reinhardt's running 7:50 pace. So it looks like Evan is working to try to close that gap here. And in these races, this is kind of how it happens, right? It was a 10-minute lead. Now it's 6 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep an eye on this, and surely we will as the race goes on, with where our 2 top male competitors stand.
There's Sean Harkins coming through. And you will see, I don't know if you folks could see that, like a lot of runners, as soon as they come through, they'll stop at the aid station, and then they'll continue on, cross the timing belt. If they need restroom, that's down at the far end. But there's kind of they hit each stop along the way.
So it looks like here, I think behind us was Gypsy Cooper, may have just ran behind us.
Oh yeah, here she goes. She's about to cross the timing belt right now.
Yeah, let's see if we can get you a split.
There she goes. So it's 11 a.m. No, that can't be right.
It is 11 a.m.
Are you serious?
That
It's
is correct.
11 a.m. Oh my gosh. So we're exactly 3 hours into the race. Gypsy Cooper did just come through loop number 6. We're trying to refresh our screen. So 3 hours into the race, we've got
22 and a half.
3 runners at 22 and a half miles.
So here's
that's
our
fantastic.
split. So we got our split here on Gypsy. She is 4 minutes
What?
back of Evan.
Woo!
So Gypsy is our first overall female, third overall for the entire race. We should have Laura Miller probably
I was just
coming
gonna
up pretty
say that.
soon too.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna cut to a break here in a second. I would love to stay on till Laura comes
Yes.
through if we can. And then we'll cut to a break. So let's see.
Fantastic.
We'll see if we can get a split on Laura, who had kind of closed that gap a little bit on the last loop. And then we'll cut to a break. Things are heating up in the cold.
Yeah. That's so true. So 3 hours into an 8-hour race, like an hour from now, we'll be at the halfway point. I know for a lot of runners, there's so much of this is a mental game. For me personally, when I hit the halfway mark in an ultra, it's hugely exciting to know that you're halfway done. So that'll be kind of fun at that 4-hour mark to see if things shift or change at all.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that half hour, it's that mental mindset of
yeah.
every step now is a step closer to the end.
Yes, absolutely.
See, we got a lot of noise behind us here. Just
It's Krampus.
Yeah.
It's Heidi.
just
She is a volunteer extraordinaire. Shout out to Heidi because she comes to so many. She's at, I think, every one of the endless endurance races, but like she's got full makeup, costume, and everything, bringing so much spirit and so much heart. That's really cool.
That's what you need. It takes a village. It takes a village for this kind of stuff to happen. I mean, literally, we had that shot earlier of the aid station. When I got here about an hour before the race started, you're assembling a small village to make these kind of things happen.
I think our youngest runner ever is about to come through.
I love that.
I know. It's fantastic. All right, there's a
yeah.
father and son team. Check them out. We should look up.
Yeah, we'll have to get a name.
We need to get a name because that's so incredible.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We'll have to get a name when we end up coming back with. We'll have Gags and Twist back on here in a little bit. We'll have to make sure we get a name. Again, we'll stick with you here for another couple minutes. I'd love to get a split for everyone on Laura.
Here comes Laura. She's coming. All right, coming up is our second place female. She looks like she's still fourth overall.
I believe so. We'll get a split.
Here
as she
comes
goes
Lara
across.
Miller, bib number 95.
Looking strong.
There she
Smiling.
is. Hey, Laura.
Smiling and waving, which 3
Yep.
hours in is a great sign.
Fantastic.
And we'll get a split on her here in a
Yeah,
second.
so Laura's making a quick stop at the aid station and then goes across. So as these runners come through, when they go through the start-finish line is when the lap officially ends. So whether you some runners will cross the line and then take a break at their tent. Some runners will take a break first and then go through the line. It's personal strategy.
Yep.
Everybody does it a little bit different. I'd say this is a point where you will see a number of people take a little bit of a longer break.
Sure.
Maybe get something a little more substantial to eat.
Yeah, once you start getting around that 20-mile mark, those first 20 miles, your strategy changes. It goes
I like
from
to
being
have
a long
a
run
peanut
to,
butter and jelly sandwich every 20 miles.
Is that your? That's
Yeah, that is definitely, like, I eat
Lock it in?
obviously in addition to that, but something about a PB&J at every 20 miles.
That's good.
I like that.
Good to look forward to.
Yeah.
All right. Did we have Laura go
She's
through?
crossing any second now. There she goes.
All right. See if we can get a split here in
All right, she's crossed the
a
line.
minute here for us.
We'll refresh that. So it looks like Laura's going to be fifth overall. We've got Nathan Litweiler,
all right.
who crawled into fourth place. Fantastic. And it's going to be like that, like throughout the day.
Yeah, so, and they're running, it seems like almost next to each other. And again,
Oh, no way.
Laura had taken a quick little pit stop. So
21 seconds behind fourth place
Yep, and then
is where
Laura-
Laura's sitting right now.
as our second currently as our second place female, looks like she's about 5 minutes back of Gypsy, and that also factors in that quick break
Really,
that she
really
had. So
close.
it's
I mean, like you said, in the grand scheme of 8 hours, that's nothing.
Yes.
That could change.
So we have, and we're going to cut to break here in a second. We'll be back here with Gags and Twist. But just to quickly recap, we have Ross and Evan. They were 6 minutes apart after their last 2 laps, and on the women's side, we have Gypsy and Laura, who are about 5 minutes separate the two of them. So as this afternoon keeps going, things are gonna heat up here. So we'll be back in about an hour or so with Gags and Twist. Again, I'm Brian,
Michelle.
and we'll be back later this afternoon.
All right.
Welcome back here at Frosty Looper 2023.
Everybody, all the millions of fans tuning in from all over the world, all 7 continents, peace and love. We are back.
So we're back. We had some lead changes going on
It's
here.
a whole new race now. Things have, this is the part of the race, Twist, where I like to say it's just started. The race is just started.
It absolutely is just starting. I mean, we saw Gypsy Cooper move into second place overall. I mean, that's incredible. We've never had a woman on this course run 50 miles.
Not yet.
Not
yet.
Records were made to be broken.
I couldn't agree more with that statement, and that's not putting anything. That's not saying anything against Michelle Goldberg, who sat in this chair an hour ago. She's, I believe, is the course record holder for the 8 hour. So yeah, and I hope that record falls.
I mean,
I want to see it fall today.
That record, 48.75 miles. That's 13 laps. I think we could see it.
I think 8 hour, 50 mile. It's what you got to do to hit the podium in this race, and I'd like to see the women finally break that barrier today here at Frosty Looper.
Yeah, I think
it's time.
I think we might see it today. I mean, no pressure, but
Long overdue.
It's overdue.
The big factor is going to be it's already starting to spit and drizzle now. I have a vest on below this jacket. I have gloves on. I got little hand warmers in the gloves. That's going to be the big factor.
Yes.
Today, that's what's going to separate, frankly, the podium from the finishers.
Absolutely. Now, we were trying to do some research on Gypsy. We did not find a single race result over 4 miles.
Correct. So we have determined that Gypsy is indeed a gypsy. She's a former collegiate cross-country star, and I have not found anything on her over, what did you say,
4 miles.
Yeah,
so it's
6K, right?
Yeah, there's a 6K result and there's a true 4 mile result. But what does that mean in the context of an ultra? Does a 4 mile time...
This is the unknown factor. Remember we had spoken earlier on the first time you and I were together talking about one of the young lions who gave me a run for my money over the summertime, and you don't know how it's going to shake out. Well, I'm real curious to see how this pans out for Gypsy. The folks who were at Packet Pickup last night had let us know that when she came to Packet Pickup, she was asking all these questions: what the course record was. The people on the course that she needs to worry about. So she's asking questions that like a killer is going to be asking.
Yeah.
So we're going to see if she has the legs to hold up, hang on.
When we saw her come through on that last lap, she looked like she was floating.
Yes.
When is the transition from floating to bonking? Like, is it a cliff or is it a gradual process?
For everyone, it's different. For every effort, it's different. I feel like there's no one blanket answer to that. It's not like, hey man, 2 + 2 is 4, but if I add no, it's not like that. This is very individual.
Absolutely.
I mean, but I'm real curious to see if she's got the legs to hang on.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 hours and 53 minutes left, that's a lot of running. Yeah. So anything can still happen here.
That's at least a marathon away.
Absolutely. I mean, Evan Reinhardt out front.
Yeah.
He's still pushing the pace, right at about 8-minute pace.
Wow.
But again, Gypsy's closing in on that 8-minute pace.
Who else up top there? Bud Wilson.
We are having an issue with the live results at the moment. We're waiting for those to get fixed, so we do have some laps that were not put in here on the live results. So I believe that it is Evan Reinhardt, then Gypsy Cooper. Cade Remsburg was up there, but he appeared to be having some issues. I don't know if you saw him coming through. He was holding a hamstring.
That's
so we're seeing if he's going to nurse it back to health and get back out there, or what's going to happen.
He can get back out there. That's a tough one.
So we will see. Aid station, they're getting busy. It's about lunchtime.
Yeah, right.
So you've been running for 4 hours. You saw the spread that they have at the aid station.
Yes.
What are you growing for?
At this point in the day, myself personally, I'd probably be hitting up to Quesadillas.
Yeah.
Quesadilla. If they had watermelon out there today or some kind of fruit, I'd probably go for fruit and or
Now,
quesadillas.
how does the cheese sit while you're running?
It doesn't bother me.
Really?
Like that. Now, normally the cheese will bother me,
Yeah.
like copious amounts. But if you put a little slice of Velveeta in a soft taco shell, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But you can't, like, I'm not eating a quesadilla portion the way I would in a restaurant or something like that. These are like it's a very small triangle meant to just be eaten in like 2
Now,
or 3 bites.
are you stopping? You're finishing the food and then starting up again, or
No, I'm
you taking it on the
taking
fly?
it with me.
Okay.
Taking it with me. And a lot of times on not so much loops like this, but on an actual, like a point-to-point or some kind of out-and-back race, it's not uncommon for me to put a Ziploc bag in my vest and just grab some stuff from the aid station, put it in my Ziploc bag, and I eat it while I'm on the move. Because, listen, man, like the clock doesn't stop because I want to sit down for a minute or I want to get something to eat. Or
No, that clock keeps on rolling.
Yeah, and you can't get worried, and you can't be concerned about, eating delicately or gingerly. Like I've had
you
some
just gotta
nasty
go for
stuff
it.
in my beard at like the end of races. You know what I mean? You always have to do it on the fly.
Yeah, you got to be ready to go on the fly. Now, scrolling through some of our entries here,
Sure.
we did ask some good questions of our runners.
Yes.
What's your go-to karaoke song?
Me personally, I've done karaoke twice in my life.
See, I thought you would have been a bigger karaoke guy.
Nah, never. Not really. Both times I was still drinking back in the day.
Yeah.
And my song choice was White Lines by Grandmaster Flash. And I brought the house down both times with that one.
See, then you're done. You bring the house down twice, and you know when to retire.
I can retire.
You're done.
I can retire officially. How about yours, Twist? What's your go-to?
I mean, don't stop believing.
Okay.
That would be. You were gonna have a guess.
I was going to try to guess something. I was going to go 80s, maybe something like Toto.
Ooh,
a little bit of Africa.
That would be good.
I could see you pulling that
That'd be a
off.
hard song to pull off karaoke, though. But you know what? Maybe later we'll get Gags to do some karaoke. Our producer is giving us the thumbs up. He does have some music queued up for later.
They have enough gear here for 5 karaoke contests.
Yes.
In the pouring rain.
I've never seen more computer gear in my life. But just to highlight a few of our athletes out there on the course, Zoe Hill, we asked, what is the go-to karaoke song? And Goodbye Yellow Brick Road or Crocodile Rock.
Wow. I could see Zoe picking an Elton John tune.
Elton John, that's a hard song to do karaoke.
Wouldn't be my first choice. Or even my second if I'm keeping it real. Sorry, Zoe.
Now, what do you think is the toughest race you've ever run?
Great question. On paper, it'd probably be Leadville 100 or the Tahoe 200. But in reality, for me personally, it was the West Virginia Trilogy. It was a 50K with 5,000 feet elevation on Friday, a 50-miler with a 10,000 feet elevation on Saturday, and then the quote-unquote fun run half marathon with 3,000 feet elevation on Sunday. Twist, there was a point in that race, and it was like mid-October down in West Virginia. There was a point in that race on Saturday where I was off course, and I knew I was off course, and I just kept running because I was so out of it. I was so tired. Finally, I'm like running on this access road, and these guys, and I was already out of the park, or kind of near out of the park, and these guys in a bulldozer or a backhoe were like, yo, you need to head back over there. So I turned around. I was like, okay. I turned around, go back to the race. Dude, I actually saw the course sweeper.
Oh.
As I was going to the next aid station, they were coming towards me. That was the closest I ever came to dropping out of a race.
Yeah.
Like real rap. If my kids, shout out Dante, shout out Leo. If my kids weren't down there with me to at that race, there's a good chance that would have been my first and only DNF.
Yeah.
But knock on wood, I was able to get it done that day and finish the whole weekend. But for me, that was the toughest race.
Absolutely. Now,
Killed me.
during the break, we were talking to some of the runners that are working the aid station.
Sure.
And one of the things that they brought up is, with ultra running, you really need to know when to call it, right? If you push yourself beyond your limit, you're talking about being out for months, recovering from that. How do you know what is something that you should push through
Okay.
and what you should, kind of call it a day.
Again, this differs person to person. I think there's a fine line between being uncomfortable and running through that discomfort and then running through a potential injury. And I think that line it's hard to define for each person. So I guess the easiest way to say it is you spend a lot of time knowing your body, learning your body, understanding your body's natural rhythms. And you get to that stage in your running career through being consistent in training. So if you're in tune with your body, you tend to know when you can push it and when you should pull back. There was an instance I had a race, I had 100K a couple years ago, and I rolled my ankle like 4 times in the first 14 miles. And like the last time I rolled it, man, I went down. I saw like the white flashes, and I sat there for a few minutes and I was like, shit, this is like, I thought my day was over. And when I eventually got my composure, I realized like, okay, you rolled your ankle, you probably sprained it. I've had issues with this ankle in the past, and I favored my other leg and I found a way to get it done. Like, was it my smartest move ever? Probably not, but I had a good understanding of my body and what I could do.
Yeah.
And it was uncomfortable, but at the same time, I knew that it wasn't like there's a saying, man, you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And like, I was just uncomfortable that day. So, everybody's got their own tolerance for whether it's for whatever. So it's about understanding and knowing your body's rhythms.
Absolutely. We do have the updated live results fixed
All right.
now. Evan Reinhart in first. But we've had a shakeup now in
Ooh.
second.
Lara Miller. That's been my pick from day
You've
one.
been saying that for weeks now.
Yeah.
I mean, you really, I know it's rich of me to say now with no proof that you've been calling it for weeks. But first meeting we had about this race,
Yeah.
you said, she's the one to watch.
She is going to be the one to watch, and that's no disrespect to women behind her. Erica Bash, who I'm coaching right now, I believe she's holding on to third for females. Lara's a monster, man. She's a monster. She's overlooked because she doesn't do as many races as she used to.
Yeah.
But I follow her. I mean, I have a personal relationship with Lara. We're friends. I follow her like a hawk on Strava. I see the work that she puts in, and I've competed with her in the past, and I've shared podiums with her in the past, so I know how competitive she is. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's fighting for it.
I'm tempering my words here because I just want to come out and say she's a monster and a killer.
She's within 8.5 minutes of our leader as of 30 miles. So that's...
And I'm curious to see if Evan can hang on to that pace he's been holding all day.
He's fading back a little bit, so this is going to be an interesting
I'm just going to tell you
final
right now,
3
another
hours.
one to keep an eye on is Steve Zakel, the maniac with no shirt running around out there.
Anyone who decides to do this race with no shirt is crazy enough to do some damage out there on the course. So we
he's
will be
also a
keeping...
full-time hot yoga instructor, so he's doing hot yoga 3 to 6 times a day.
And hot
Every
yoga
day.
and cold running.
So he's used to running. He's used to living his life with no shirt.
Now, you mentioned that you are coaching some of the athletes that are in the field here. Let's say you have someone come to you. They're new to running. They tell you, I want to finish a 100-mile race. How long do they need? What does the training look like?
Oh, man. Again, it differs person to person. If you came to me, you said you're new to running and you want to run a 100-miler race or run a 100-miler, I'd politely encourage you to look at some half marathons.
Maybe try the 5K first?
Exactly. I guess my personal rule of thumb is if I say to you, all right, Twist, that's awesome. Tomorrow I'd like for you to go out and run a marathon. Not race it, just run a marathon.
Just finish the distance.
Yeah, just give me like anywhere from 4 to 6 hours time on your feet effort. Can you go out and do that tomorrow?
Yeah.
No questions asked. And if you tell me yeah, then we can probably have a conversation, So my specialty is ultra running.
Yeah.
I probably will get certified to teach, or I'm sorry, to coach traditional distances also.
Yeah.
Now let's say that you came to me and you've had some ultras under your belt or some marathons and whatnot. I think the rule of thumb is anywhere from a nice 4 to 6 month training camp, depending on the race or the terrain that we're training for, maybe a little bit longer than that. But usually, you just got to be consistent. Like I was saying earlier, man, it's not a magic trick. It's just about being consistent, working hard, keeping a positive mindset, and a strong support system.
Absolutely. Now, how many days a week are we talking about running to train for the ultra? Are we running every day, or are we taking some days off?
I'm not a fan of everyday running. I'd like to incorporate at least, if we're not going to do a rest day, and we're going to run for 6 days, and then one of those 7 days would be an active recovery day.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
in a perfect world, Monday would be your rest day, Tuesday speed work, Wednesday recovery, Thursday hills, Friday active recovery run, or an active recovery or some kind of like easy recovery run. Saturday we run long, Sunday we run kind of long.
Yeah.
And that's, it's not sexy. It's just
So for how many miles a week are we hitting with that?
anywhere from 45 to 70.
Okay.
Depends.
So now that is less miles than I would expect. I mean, when people talk about training for the ultra, as a track guy, I'm like, clearly I'd have to double or triple my mileage, but you're giving me reasonable distances here.
Now listen, man, like, can you go out there and bang out 100-mile weeks over and over again? Sure.
Yeah.
Could I do it a couple? Sure, I could do it, but like, what's the return?
Absolutely.
And let's face it, man, like, I have a gray beard. I have a couple years on you, man. Like, I'm not a puppy, so if I go out and bang out a 100-mile week consistently, I'm going to experience diminishing returns.
Absolutely. I find it around the 70-mile mark, 70 miles per week.
That's where I'm at.
Diminishing
65 is my sweet
diminishing
spot.
returns.
Yeah.
I mean, even talking to some Olympians like Louis G, he'll hit 100 miles a week, but he also will do it off of singles in 6 days a week. He says, I'm taking 1 day a week for myself. I'm not thinking about running. I'm not talking about running. You got to be a person outside of the sport. I think a lot of people, especially the younger runners, maybe runners that are your age that do the same thing, they base their identity around the sport. I think having that day off kind of lets you be a person outside of the sport.
And, here's one more thing. To be a good runner, you have to do things besides run.
Absolutely.
And it's not about just banging out, see how fast you can go all the time. It's a lot of what they call LSD.
Absolutely.
Not the good LSD, the other kind
long,
of LSD.
slow distance.
The long, slow distance runs, just easy cruise control pace. That's a lot of what we're doing. But that's easier on the body,
absolutely.
too.
And when you say, doing things outside of running can make you a better runner, I mean, look at one of the great up-and-coming milers in the U.S., Hobbs Kessler.
Okay.
What is his background? He's a rock climber. He has spent so much time in the rock gym that he has better control over his body, and he's stronger than a majority of these runners. Put him into a couple high-mileage weeks, put him into some good workouts, and he's one of the fastest milers in the country right now.
That's a nice background to have.
Absolutely.
In sport. It's a real nice background to have. I know for myself, I think yoga is one of the things I kind of go back and forth with over the years. And I think for myself, it's kind of taught me, because a lot of what we do is you're breathing when you're uncomfortable, right? And when you look at some of the postures and poses that you can get into in yoga, even with the various modifications, it's a lot of it is just controlling your breath. It's like breath work, controlling your breathing, and learning to breathe through a difficult posture or a difficult pose. Not uncommon or very much akin to what these folks are out here doing now.
Absolutely. I mean, when we see the people come across the line and they're going to the aid station, you see a lot of them really just trying to get the breathing back under control. And I mean, if you have that experience from yoga, it makes your life a little bit easier.
And that's why I was saying earlier, too, about how this is a race where you should never be out of breath.
Absolutely.
Something like this, you should never be winded. You should never be like...
Yeah.
Never.
If you're at that point, you may have made a tragic mistake.
Frankly, you're doing it wrong.
Yes. Now, you said that you do some speed work in training. How fast can you run one lap of the track, 400 meters?
Man, gun to my head, like I'm being
you got to do it. You're being chased. Or do you just have one gear and that's it?
No, I have a couple gears. I'd like to think I can get it done in about... Oh, man. Michelle's looking at me. Probably about a minute 30, minute 35.
Great news. Our producer told me that he does have a stopwatch with him. And there is conveniently a track, and you
Right
are
there.
wearing the Hoka.
I
What
am.
talk to us. What shoes are we wearing today?
Oh, you're gonna point me out. All right. So for the folks at home, if you know me personally, you know I wear the black on black Bondi. I've been wearing it for about a decade now. It's just my thing. It's what I do. Hoka sent me a pair of Clifton Gore-Tex shoes, which are awesome. Like I love them. However, they're blue. I'm gonna kick it to you straight, Twist. I left my apartment this morning. I was feeling a little self-conscious.
Oh,
I
boy.
was feeling a little bit like not quite myself, right? Fine.
No, it's a fresh look though. The blue.
Thank you. But then I come here and I'm told by like, I don't know, at least a baker's dozen now, like, yo, dude, what's with the shoes? Like, so yeah, man, I am rocking royal blue Hoka Clifton Gore-Tex today.
Now, how are you liking the Clifton versus the Bondi?
Okay, the Clifton by itself, I find, for me,
Again, everyone's different. We've
Everyone's
said that
different.
about 1,000 times.
I find the Clifton to be a little soft
Okay.
to actually run in.
Yeah.
With that being said, the Gore-Tex is a little bit of a firmer base, a firmer sole
Okay.
on this. The cushion's firmer, so I really enjoy this shoe. I don't like the color all that much. Sorry, Hoka, for myself. But I have run in this shoe a
Yeah.
couple times, and I'm very impressed with the firm cushion on it, unlike the traditional Clifton,
Okay.
for me. Yeah.
Now, what shoe are you typically racing in? Do we switch it up? Do we rotate through, or we just stick with the tried and true?
Stick with the tried and true. I have every year I'll go through anywhere from 9 to 13 pair of black on black Bondis. And when I run trail, I'm usually running in the Hoka Speed Goat. Once in a while, the Challenger, depending on the terrain or the distance. But I'm basically a Bondi Speed Goat man.
Absolutely.
What do you race in?
That is a good question. So,
What's your race flats?
when I was in college, the carbon-plated revolution hadn't really started yet. So we were
Okay.
just in, the traditional. I was in the Saucony Ballistia, which is just a traditional track spike. I actually ripped the plate off the bottom of the shoe a couple times. The plate just came off, and then I was barefoot across the line. So I tried to find something different, and then the carbon-plated revolution happened. And I know that we talked a little bit off camera. You've never really raced in a carbon-plated shoe.
No.
It's a game changer. They're saying in the mile it's maybe worth about 4 seconds to be in one of these shoes, which if I ran 4 seconds faster or 2 seconds faster in the 800 when I was in college, that's leagues different. So I finally converted. I'm now wearing the Nike Victory,
Okay.
but I absolutely hate it. So I pronate pretty bad. And if you pronate in a carbon-plated shoe, the problem is that you are loading the plate in the wrong plane.
Gotcha.
So you're getting thrown the wrong way. Big problem when you're going around the turns on a small indoor track, which is only 200 meters. So I tried switching back to the regular spikes, but everyone is wearing the carbon-plated shoe. So I was like, I got to figure it out. So I actually made myself an insole that goes into the carbon-plated spike to try and prevent myself from pronating.
That's kind of cool.
So that is that's my day job now, is actually trying to make these insoles for running shoes.
I respect that.
Well, thank you. I was like,
that's kinda
what?
cool.
I was like, these shoes, they're horrible, but if we can change them up, maybe we can make them a little bit better.
So here's a question for you now.
Go for it.
I get folks coming in the store all the time, and then they're looking for like the best plated shoe.
Yeah.
Is it true? No, I'll just say this much. I believe that if you're not running a certain pace,
Yes.
it doesn't matter if you have a carbon-plated shoe or not. Now, the faster you are without the shoe, the faster you're going to be with the shoe. So my question to you is, what is that approximate pace where if you're wearing this shoe, it's really going to be beneficial?
So that is a great question, right? I always tell people, look, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to run a little bit faster for yourself, or are you trying to hit a qualifying time? Because there's a trade-off to running a carbon-plated shoe. I do see people getting injured a little bit more in the carbon-plated shoe, like just strange injuries that maybe we normally wouldn't see. That said, these shoes are being made for the general population. So if you have two athletes that are the same shoe size, do they weigh the same? is their foot strike pattern the same? If you change those variables, the shoe is going to react differently to you. So when people are like, what is the best carbon plated shoe for me? I don't know. Unless I know what your foot strike pattern is, how are you bending that plate? Because right now, a lot of the carbon plated shoes, they are unisex. So a woman has a different shaped foot, probably weighs a little bit different than the elite male. The elite men and women, they're different athletes. Should they be wearing the same carbon plated shoe? So I think that the next revolution in shoes is going to be having some sort of motion capture technology. Look at how you are striking the ground with your foot. How are you bending that plate? And is it actually propelling you forward and improving your running economy? Because really, at the end of the day, we're just trying to improve your running economy. But when you're running in that carbon-plated shoe, you really feel the benefit when you're fatigued. Like in the 800, it's really that last 200 meters. All of a sudden, that fatigue is just a little bit less than normal, and you're getting thrown down the track, even when you kind of want to stop. Like when you're stopping at the end of a rep, you're going further past the line than previous. So
is it worth someone at a 11 minute pace finishing a marathon in 5 hours to invest in a pair of carbon plated shoes?
Probably not, because realistically,
hot take.
They advertise their new Echo Cloudman, which is what I've been doing my road racing in.
By On?
Yeah. No, it's a great shoe. It's one of the stiffest plates on the market. So I'm typically running the road mile or the 5K. So I want that stiff, rigid plate.
Gotcha.
They're saying that it is good for 4 marathons. So realistically, you go buy this shoe, they're saying it's 4 marathons for someone who is at an elite level. Someone who's running a 10-minute mile pace, their stride is a little bit shorter. They're hitting the ground more. Realistically, are you getting 4 races out of it? Do you want to pay $300 for a shoe?
There it is. And for the folks at home, there's a great page on Instagram called Carbons in the Wild, where folks just wear fancy carbon-plated shoes to the supermarket.
Yes.
And it makes me giggle every time I look at it.
I saw a picture of Conor McGregor riding a bicycle while wearing a carbon-plated shoe.
No shit.
And I'm like, does it make him ride faster?
It's a good hot take, though. So I think my.
But I always tell people, if you're looking for the Boston qualifier, now we're talking about a different game. But at the end of the day, we kind of talked earlier today. What is this sport truly about? It's about beating yourself. It's about being better than you were yesterday. Do I truly care what the time on the clock says? No. I care about being better than I was yesterday.
Yeah.
So if that's the metric that I'm measuring it by, I'll run barefoot.
Cool. Okay. Here's a question. Michelle's over there. I know you're a Bondi lover, as am I. What do you think would be a good shoe for a race like this? Topo.
Ooh, the Atmos.
Michelle's moving into the world of low drop shoes. She's going to be one of those weirdos with the zero drop.
See, I
know.
I was the zero drop weirdo in college. I had a pair of Kilkenny racing flats that I did all of my mileage in.
Okay.
Every workout, every mile on the road. So zero drop, basically just you're protecting your foot from getting cut, and that is it. Everyone said I was crazy, but that is when my lifetime PR is from. So part of me wants to believe in the minimalist revolution that has seemed to have gone the way of the dodo, because everyone's copying Hoka now. We have the Brooks Ghost Max, the Hyperion Max.
Have you seen the new Cayano 30s? And not to mention the Nimbus 26 is coming out.
Yeah,
it's like, whoa.
So how do you feel about going towards this heavily cushioned revolution in the industry?
I'm down with it.
So you like it?
Yes, I 1,000%. But listen, man, I was getting clowned on a decade ago wearing my Hoka Bondi.
The originals.
So now to go into a sneakerhead shop with my sons, and point out like, yo, there's my shoe, and then they're like, yo, Dad, you're still not cool. I don't care. Like, I'm here for it.
Yeah,
totally here for it.
I mean, my experience with running in the zero drop was that it really helped my calf strength But arguably, I should be just doing targeted calf strengthening in the gym.
Go.
So
There you go. So I think Born to Run was a good book. It was a good read.
yes,
I think it led to a lot of unnecessary injuries over the years with runners.
absolutely.
You all remember those goofy little 5-finger shoes that were out there for a hot second, you know.
Yeah, until they got sued for the number of injuries.
Right.
But Michelle, what do you think about the zero drop?
So many companies. Zero drop is a whole other story. I think so many companies are really getting into the low drop now.
Yes.
And really it is. I think like Hoka has been doing the 5mm drop in so many of their shoes
Right.
for a long time. And now even I was amazed the Brooks Ghost Max, which
love that shoe.
I personally believe was brought out to be a competitor to the
Oh.
Hoka Bondi.
Oh, absolutely.
But Brooks deviated from their usual 10-12 millimeter drop.
Yes,
with that
I did not
Ghost
expect
Max,
that.
And it's like 6 millimeters.
Yes.
Yeah.
They-
So
Go ahead.
that mid range, that's my sweet spot. And the topos also that I also love to run in, that's like 5mm.
Now, do you rotate through your shoes based on heel drop, based on what pace you're running? Like, I like a lower drop the faster I'm running.
Actually, I don't. I keep all my shoes pretty much within a very narrow, like that low, kind of that Hoka range.
Yeah.
The Hoka Topo, like 4 or 5 millimeters. But I do rotate my shoes, and I do have different shoes for like a speed work day versus a long run day. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Someone from Brooks told me over the summertime, they were like, yo, Gags, like, we got a shoe coming out for you that's going to rival your Bondi. And they're telling me about it, and I'm like, and they're kind of messing with me. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever.
Whatever. Yeah.
Dude, we bought that shoe in September.
Huge seller.
Yeah.
I tried, I put it on my foot with the intention of being critical, just so I can have something to come back. Dude, I put it on, and within 1
like,
second,
ooh.
I was like,
Okay.
this is a home run.
But-
like, my
Yeah.
goodness.
But they got rid of the dyad for it.
Yeah,
And
right.
It's supposed to replace the dyad. It's
Exactly,
the same last
exactly.
as the dyad.
Yep.
But and they use the Ghost name because that's one of their flagship shoes,
Yes.
and it's like so it's already brand recognition. But
Now,
it's had
are-
nothing to do with the
Are
Ghost.
they going to make a Brooks Ghost Max GTS or an Adrenaline Max? Is that the next, or is that essentially just the Beast at that point?
There is some. This is
you
a
know what? That might
nerdy
just be the
conversation.
We're
I'm
going
here
into the
for it.
weeds.
Yeah,
this
this is so fun, and there's so many of we all love to run. We're all a little bit of sneakerheads, but we also have a lot of folks in our group here. We all work at various running stores
Right,
in the
right.
local area, so we could go on for out. We could spend all day.
We have 3
talking
hours
about
and
shoes.
24 minutes.
We'll bring Brian back here. Bring over Albie.
Yeah.
It's on, dude.
Yeah.
It's on. But I personally like the, something with a lower drop with a rocker, I find is the way to go for
Yeah.
me. Because even, because we're fortunate enough that we work in run specialty. So we try on shoes all the time.
Yep.
There's a treadmill at the store. I'm always
Yeah.
trying on stuff. And, like, sure, I'm a Hoka fanboy. Yes, I'm biased. Fine. But when I've worn the higher drop shoes, whether it's mid, max, cushion, even minimalist, I don't like that feeling.
It's
I
a different
just-
feeling.
Yeah.
But-
And I think it's so important. All this couched in the context of everyone is so individual
Yeah,
and so
absolutely.
different. There's so many variables that go into it. Gags and I think, agree a lot on shoes. But if you look at our data, we run very, very similarly. We are obviously built very different, but we're both data nerds.
Yeah.
I've looked at Gags and I both shuffle a bit.
181
We
cadence is
Run
optimal.
with the exact
Yeah.
same cadence.
Yeah.
Over all of our runs, and I think so there are things about each of us that are similar and yet unique from another runner that might make Gags and I more likely to sort of have a similar
Absolutely.
fondness
Yeah.
for a certain type of shoe.
Now,
Fair.
do you think that there is a proper way to run? People are always like, oh, let's analyze your running form. Let's
No.
correct that. And I'm like, correct what?
Gags and I are both shaking our
Yeah,
heads.
no, I don't think so. I think that people try it and you get them injured.
99% of the population, no.
Yeah.
Now, okay, listen. If you're trying to break a world record or something like that, you're trying to shave off a couple. Okay, then we can talk about form and maybe tighten up your stride a little bit. But for the most part, like you just said, man, the people in my life who have tried to fix their stride for whatever reason invariably wind up getting injured.
Yes.
You kind of have to work with what you got. Now, with that being said, if we're on camera or not, but if you're running, when you're running, if maybe your arm's swinging out like this or the legs, okay, we can talk about fixing the mechanics a little bit.
Yeah.
But by and large, you got to work with what you got.
Absolutely.
And like when you watch me run, I wish I had these like you. Like long legs, long gazelle. No, dude, I shuffle. I got a little goofy little shuffle stride.
That goes back to what we were saying about the
Like a
carbon-plated
hummingbird.
shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're shuffling along, are you even loading that carbon
There you
plate in the
go.
way that it was designed to be loaded?
Excellent
So, like,
point.
when we talk about, go buy this shoe and it's going to make you run faster, that's not taking into account who you are, how you run, because you're
Right.
talking about liking a rocker. That tells me that you're probably heel striking.
Shuffling.
I don't heel strike. Like, even my long run shoes, I don't heel strike. I can look at my shoe and the back of the shoe is still completely there. So that's a
You more
completely
like
different
a forefoot,
triangle land right on the
yeah.
ball of the foot. That's a completely different ball game in terms of how you're loading that shoe.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Welcome back, Brian.
Just in time, we're talking about shoes.
We're
Running
really
shoes.
getting into the weeds here
Yeah.
about shoes.
And it's funny, man. Like people come in the store all the time and they're like, "Oh my God, this shoe is so comfortable," and they'll hold up
So-and-so
something.
told
that-
me to
Yeah.
get this shoe. It changed their life.
And I'm looking at them like, dude, you're holding a cinder block here. But to them, it's comfortable. So, not only do you have to work with what you got,
Yeah,
but there's
yeah.
different,
We have the
different-
whole region represented in running stores. It is really fun, though, as I watch each runner come in to see what
Oh, yeah.
folks are wearing.
Yes.
And I think in a long, long run like this, there are some people who have shoe strategies. Well,
Yeah.
they'll start for several hours in one thing and maybe switch to something else. Or they've just got other backups just in case, depending on how they feel.
Yeah, I mean, this
Go
is
ahead.
this is unique relative to the track and the road racing scene. On the track and on the road, there's like two different shoes that
Yeah.
everyone's wearing. Here, there's no clear pattern of what
Right.
shoe is winning the race,
Right.
which
Yeah.
I like to see that. I like to see all the brands represented because they're all
Yeah.
putting out really good shoes right now.
When I was in Javelina, and Michelle can attest
Yeah.
to this, to the terrain out there, the Javelina 100 hosted by Hoka in the desert out in Arizona, the course itself is super duper runnable. There's no real climbs to speak of. The trails themselves.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
hold
and,
up,
and
dude.
Brian
There's
was
a
out
climb.
there too.
There is a climb.
Yeah,
Come
but
on, man. Don't be one of those. It's so runnable.
it is runnable, and you quote me on that.
If you think it's hard, you're right. It is hard. Yeah, let's go.
There was a woman this past year. She ran the damn thing in alpha flies.
Oh,
And and I had seen her. We ran kind of the first loop. We were kind of like leapfrogging one another, and then I'd seen her again somewhere in the 60s. Hadn't changed shoes.
Wow.
Then-
That's impressive.
It is because she was definitely turning heads with that shoe choice. There was a post on the Javelina Facebook page asking if she finished, and she did.
Oh, that's amazing.
So that's the only time I ever saw.
It was so notable that
Yeah.
people were
was
posting about
she
it.
4-foot running or was she heel striking in an alpha fly?
She was just naturally running
Natural.
trail. It was just trail.
Wow.
And out there, there are some roots to contend with. Rocks rather. So it's
Yeah.
not even terrain.
No.
It's hard to say if she was, but she was. It's very like
Wow.
dynamic motions,
Yeah, that's
But she finished in her
That's
in
insane.
her alpha flies.
The back half of that loop especially is very buttery smooth,
Oof,
and you
I love
really
that back
can
half.
pick up some speed on that back
yeah.
half.
I would like to see what that shoe looked like
Yeah, right?
after the race. Like, send that back to Nike. Let them do some research on that. They'll get out a good
Carrying all
trail
that
shoe.
desert sand.
That one blew me away.
We'll get the Wild Horse carbon plated version.
The wild horse. Little Zagama action for you.
Yes. I feel like I saw that the Zagama is going to be carbon plated soon, but
It should.
maybe I'm making that up in my head.
There is a refresh coming, right? Or maybe it already happened.
Got to say one thing: the Nike Trail shoes, they've come a long way.
They
Yes.
really had.
Big fan.
From everything from the colorways,
Yes.
to that Zoom X cushion that they've been putting on there. Like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
I got the Terra Kiger to do some trail running in, and what a great shoe until it rains.
Okay.
If you run on anything that's even remotely damp, you're going down.
Yeah, the tread on that is not very
No.
aggressive. Like the lugs aren't.
No,
super
the lugs are not that
aggressive.
aggressive, but it is a fast trail shoe.
Low profile too.
Very low profile. It is definitely meant to run fast on trails.
Yeah, that's not my specialty. I just kind of cruise.
Don't worry, our producer is getting the stopwatch ready for that 400 time trial for you.
I said 1:36. All right.
Checking back in on the race that is apparently happening
yeah,
behind
the race.
us, we have a race playing out. We
Oh,
have
wow.
2 runners who have finished 9 laps.
Oh,
Wow.
nice.
Evan Reinhart, Laura Miller. They're both on 10 laps.
That's
They're on the 10th lap, and they're not separated by all that much. 8 minutes.
That's amazing.
Can she close that gap?
So the next loop they finish, they're going to be at the 100K. I mean, at the 50K mark.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Excellent.
So that's impressive.
I'm pulling for everyone to break 50 today, but I'm especially pulling for Laura and the rest of the females.
Lara absolutely killing it. Gypsy, again, first ever ultra race that we can find.
Yeah.
When we see her come through, we might try and ask her some questions, although she's been very quick at these stops. She has not really been
not stopped.
stopping. I saw her take a couple gels and get back out on the course.
And honestly, man, like if you're trying to be competitive at a race like this, you really can't stop.
No, absolutely
Like,
not.
when you were the commentator for the last, I didn't even meet you.
No, I tried interviewing you at the finish, and I think you were half asleep. But no, I mean, you kind of just, again, tell me if this is true, but when I'm running a track race, I zone out. I am in the zone. I don't know who's there. I don't know. I don't even hear what people are saying. You could call my name. I am not hearing you. Does that happen when you're racing for this long?
For stretches of time, I think it's a little bit like a roller coaster. You can definitely get into a zone like that where you're in your head, or you're in some other place, or you're even just really, really tuned into the environment around you in a kind of a broader sense. But then there are other moments where you're really, really hyper in tune with everything, and it kind of goes in fits and spurts. Over such a long duration, it definitely changes a bit. But attention and focus, like, don't hold me responsible for what I say at mile 80, because I have no idea.
That would be a good podcast idea for you.
Mile 80?
Mile 80, or as soon as they finish, don't even let them go to the aid station again. Sit them down with a microphone and just get their unfiltered thoughts.
Wow.
That'd
We
be-
might all be getting canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The truth serum.
Yeah, right. I think that's the goal, is to be able to zone out, to kind of have those moments where you're like, wow, you look at your watch, like, I just ran 3 miles. I didn't even realize
Yeah,
it.
I mean-
like, that's the goal.
In workouts for me, that is when I have the best workout. When I'm like, I'm not. It doesn't even feel like I'm running. I'm just gliding.
Kind of that flow
Yeah.
state.
Yeah.
And you can get into that. You definitely can. But I feel like in a long race,
Yeah, you just can't hold that
you
flow.
Can't hold it the entire time
Yeah.
by any means.
No, absolutely not.
There was a race I had done years ago. I mean, I'd done it a bunch of times, the Pine Creek 100, and to date, it was the only time that I've actually had, like, a legit runner's high.
Yeah.
All the miles I've run, all the races I've done, it's only happened once,
Yeah.
And
So,
that was, I had
even
this-
in workouts, no runner's high.
no,
Really?
No.
I thought that's why you were doing this.
No, I wish. Yeah, right? You'd think. But, if we had the runner's high all the time, it wouldn't be a high.
Yeah, but if you're saying you
But
only
I'm
got it
chasing a
once,
dragon.
you're chasing a dragon at
I
this
mean,
point.
this was like this was
Yeah.
an exceptional thing where it felt like an outer body experience. Like, I actually saw myself from above, almost like a drone footage, kind of following me from above. And as soon as I was like, oh, wow, that was boom.
Yeah, it's gone. As soon as you think
was
about
over.
it, it's over.
And I've never had anything like that since.
And you've been chasing that dragon ever since.
yeah.
Maybe on lap number 500 of the bridge.
It'll come then.
It'll come back.
It'll come. We'll see. I would love to have that.
What about you, Michelle?
I think I've definitely experienced that more than once.
Yeah.
it doesn't happen really often,
Yeah.
but I have gotten into that during like a long training run or just where you're really 100%. It's that flow state.
Yeah.
And it's exceptional. Like it
Yeah.
sounds cheesy as heck, but it's kind of magical. It
Absolutely.
really is. It's special.
Yeah.
And it's hard to. I was talking to somebody recently about like, can we induce that? Like, can you sort of get into a place where you can get yourself there? I think a lot of folks spend a lot of energy trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it happens, I welcome it. But other days, you get it done.
For me, it's about 30 seconds before I puke after the 800. It might just be delirium, but runner's high and delirium very close to one another.
Yeah.
And now we actually have the rain starting. How do we? I know we talked about that
Here
a
we
lot
go.
this morning,
It's
but
going to be really interesting to see kind of how things play out. We're more than halfway into the race. The rain is really picking up, and I've told a few people like, you got to wait and see. There are going to be some folks who have a very hard time dealing with this kind of rain.
now, do you think that this kind of affects your aid station strategy? I know for myself, running in the rain doesn't bother me.
Right.
It's when I have to start running in the rain. Do you just keep going? Just don't stop. Don't think about it.
The longer you stop at the aid station, it's going to feel good to sit down for a minute, maybe enjoy a cup of hot broth, fine. But then you got to start moving again.
Yes.
The longer you wait around, whether it's 1 minute or 20 minutes, rigor mortis is going to set in.
Yeah.
And that shit's for real.
There goes Gypsy.
Gypsy, currently in 4th place overall. About to start on lap number 10.
Can I just shout out, do you guys know the name of the gentleman who just crossed the line right in front of Gypsy?
Let me see if I can figure out who that is.
He does all of these local races, and every single one, he power walks the entire thing, and he crushes it in mileage power walking the whole thing. That's his strategy.
I don't know his name.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see if I can get it for you.
I've seen him at Hainesport runs. I've seen him at all the Loopies. All
Got
the
my own-
Loopers, I should
I'm
say.
watching
Loopy
Gypsy.
Looper and Frosty Looper.
Gypsy crossed the finish line. She came through.
Alex Davidson,
Okay.
right with Gypsy right now. Because Sean Harkin was about a minute ahead.
Yeah, I did see Sean
Alex
cross.
Davidson is a power walker.
From Brooklyn.
Really?
So making the trek down
All
here.
right.
So Gypsy
Oh,
right
we've
now.
got water just pouring off the tent.
Our producer doesn't look nervous at all about his computer equipment.
So I'm keeping my eye on Gypsy here, guys. She has.
So the good thing is that a lot of these runners are very warm because they've been moving for several hours now. So the rain should hopefully not affect them in terms of their temperature, how they're feeling. But I think for some folks, like you said, Twist, you stop for a quick break at the aid station and suddenly you're cold.
Yeah.
It can affect strategy a bit, but I feel like it can also get into some people's heads a little bit.
Now, I see the Taylor Swift flag there in that tent. Do we know whose aid tent that is?
Bash.
Erica Bash.
Yeah.
Oh,
she's
nice.
Her and her partner Bridget are diehard
Swift for
Swifties.
president.
So out in Javelina, Erica ran Javelina with me also
Yeah.
this back in October, and they had their tent like right at one of the main paths when you come through the start finish line, and that flag was it was talked about very
Yes.
often on the course. But let me just say one thing here, guys. I was keeping my eye on Gypsy.
Yep.
She crossed over the finish line. She started walking. She kind of squatted for about 30 seconds. Someone was tending to her. She walked a little bit and then squatted down again. In fact, she still hasn't hit the course
She
yet.
have a tent over on that side?
She did.
Okay.
She's walking. She's making her way to those orange cones now, eventually heading back out. But she has come to a complete
yeah.
stop now.
She is taking her time. She's talking to someone, it looks
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
So
But she's going to do it. It looks like she's about to.
And it's hard to say. She's walking right now back out onto the course. But I think that is actually
She's
a
got her hand-
strategy that a lot of folks use. They'll grab some food, grab a
Yeah.
few things, and just kind of keep moving and slowly get back out onto the
But,
course.
Absolutely.
She's walking with somebody right now. She's got her hands on her hips, walking up that very, very small incline, and it's not the strongest look.
But as
I'm hoping she can hang on to this one.
as a college runner, she's used to doing some hard workouts where you stop for a minute or so,
That's
I
true.
bet.
and then you go back. So I mean,
I bet.
this might be just a different type of athlete than what we're used to seeing out here on these ultras.
Fair point.
Yeah.
So
Which is great to see. It's really
absolutely.
fun.
I like seeing the different strategies. I think
Yes.
that the tell really will be at the finish of this next lap for Gypsy. How strong does she look coming through?
We're going to keep an eye on her.
We're going to keep an eye on that. But back to the Taylor Swift flag.
Yes.
Taylor Swift obviously had this $1 billion tour, and she said that she was doing some
Okay,
running for
I
it.
want more details. There's been so much talk about this lately.
She said that she was running for the entire length of the show. Is that 3 hours?
What she reported in her, was she Person of the Year or something for Time
Yes.
magazine? So apparently she described how every day her workout would consist of her running on her treadmill and singing the entire set list, the entire playlist. And faster songs, she would pick up the pace. Slow songs, she would slow down her pace. So because her show is like 3 hours in duration, right? Most people are assuming, I think the assumption was made by a lot of
Yeah.
folks in the running community that's been talked about a lot, that
3
she's
hours
running
a
3
day?
hours a day. Now, I have questions.
I have a lot of questions
I
about that.
want to know. I want
on
to
a
know the
treadmill.
details, and I ask questions. So
Is she
I really
speed singing the songs?
I have no idea.
you know?
And when it's one of those, like when she says she runs for the whole duration of her set, like, okay, really?
Yeah.
Because I find it hard to believe, honestly. And I don't know Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I mean, she could probably kick my ass running around this course, but
We could
for
put
real, how much
we
are-
could put
how
it to
much are we
rest.
really talking about?
We could put it to rest.
get
Let's
details.
invite her
I wanna know.
to Loopy. You know, if she's been running 3 hours a day, she has a real shot at the course record.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she would give you a run for your money if she's running 3 hours a day.
Taylor, I'm
This is your
looking right
invitation.
at you. Bring it.
Come on out. Cooper River is waiting
Please.
for you.
Could
We
you-
would love to have you.
Could you imagine the mob?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if Pete would
we could
enjoy
just-
that.
But see, I'd be down with just like let's get her a pseudonym, like let's get
Yeah.
her a stage name to come in and like.
I mean, her last name is Swift.
Yeah, she has to be Swift.
Right.
Well, I was thinking we've got Gypsy Cooper out here today. This park is named for her.
Yeah, I didn't even think
Cooper
about
River
that.
Park.
It was already named after her, so we have to assume.
Right. So we've got Taylor Hobby Jogger, and then we've got Gypsy Blue Cooper.
Yep.
That's a hell of a name, Gypsy.
It's-
Now I'm really rooting for you. Gypsy.
Fabulous.
This is
Says the guy in the blue shoes.
we're
Sorry,
not
G.
we're not letting them live it down. Don't worry. We will make sure that we get a picture of the shoes on the Instagram for later.
Because I don't already feel.
It's not that there's any. It's just
We've
seeing
never seen
gags
it.
in
We've
blue
never
is very
seen this.
different. Here comes Steve Epifano, SoCal Runner. We'll only say nice things because we love SoCal Runner.
No, when we talk about coming in from California for this race,
Yes, that's him.
talk to me about what it means to have to stay in a hotel the night before
Well,
a race as opposed to staying in your own
okay.
bed, eating your
Go
own
ahead.
food.
Little
can
bit
feel
of
this one.
inside scoop. He does have family in the area,
Right.
Ooh,
so he
that's a game changer.
is
Yeah.
on the East Coast for family holiday
Okay.
visit.
Yeah, he's been here
Um,
since the 16th.
Yeah, yeah.
But he told the family he was here for holidays. He's here for the race.
Yeah, right?
No doubt about it.
Sorry, Epifano family. He's really here to run this
He's
race.
here for you guys.
No, when you say, all right, he's here for family because
Yes.
we have the
Allegedly.
holidays.
Right.
Right.
How much do you sleep after running one of these? Like is he going to be useful
that's-
tomorrow, hanging Christmas lights?
That's a great question. So, after an 8-hour race, you might sleep okay, but it's like a cruel, evil paradox
Yeah.
that for me it takes 3 days after an ultra to actually get sleep.
Yeah.
Like your body just gets so
Yeah.
thrown out of whack.
Yes.
And your whole system goes into shock that I find, and I don't know if it's the same for you, Brian, if you've ever had this, but first night after an ultra, you could think that you're
Oh, yeah.
wrecked. You're dead tired. You think you're going to sleep like a baby.
No.
You're up every 2 hours. You can't get comfortable. Your body's twitching. You're so hungry you
Tired
can't stay
but
asleep.
wired, nauseous but hungry.
It takes
It's a
me 3
terrible
days
feeling.
for my body to settle down
Yeah.
and stay asleep.
I mean, this is, I don't want to say only 8 hours, but it's only 8 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's not.
Right.
But
I'm not
still,
going to
you're
experience that kind of like days after, but
Yeah.
something like you go 24, you go 100 or
Yeah.
more.
Or just
it takes a toll.
a really tough course
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
a shorter
fair.
ultra.
Yeah.
That's
I-
fair.
I had a 50 miler a couple weeks ago that was a tough physical course, and it took me a couple days
Yeah. I mean,
to sleep.
I even find after a hard short effort, you know, I'm on the
Yeah.
track. I don't sleep that night. I just lay there awake, and I'm like, why am I
going
not
on?
tired?
Yeah.
So it definitely, you know, it'll be interesting to see how the holidays play out for the folks pushing it out there today. So let's check in on the results again. We have
Okay.
we have a lot of athletes now. Our top 7 have finished 9 laps, which is 33.75.
Great.
Evan Reinhart, Lara Miller, Nathan Leitweiler, Gypsy Cooper, Erica Bash, Stephen Epifano, Adam Carter, all on lap number 10.
So in less than 5 hours, they're all
Michael
past the
Harkins.
50K point.
Yeah, Michael Harkins just went by, so that's
That's awesome.
we have a serious race
Yeah.
shaping up here. Again,
I
we
got my
have
glasses
3
on,
hours
folks.
left.
It's serious.
That's how you know it's serious. Never seen you with glasses. That's a good look.
Bud Wilson's in there. Bud's an Eastern States finisher multiple times. Craig Dudek. Okay. My man Steve, he's holding strong. 14th overall.
That's awesome.
I'm always rooting for Steve.
It's going to be an interesting day.
Yeah.
But we are going to sign out for a little bit here at the top of the hour.
Okay.
We will be back with some more commentary later today.
Hopefully sooner than later.
Hopefully, yeah, we'll be back. We'll bring in the rest of the commentary team. Brian and
Alright.
Michelle will be officially in.
And then we're going to have a big party on camera.
Big
Four of
party
us, all sharing
at
one
2:30. All sharing the microphone here. See if we can all fit in frame for the finish of this exciting
on.
race. Keep an eye on the live results. Keep it locked here on the stream. We will be back.
I'm going to head out to the course for a little bit, talk to some of the runners, get a feel for how they're feeling, and I guess we'll see you guys soon.
Absolutely.
All right.
And we are back here at Frosty Looper for the final hour and a half.
It's frosty.
It's real frosty out there.
Yes, it is.
just wanted to say, we are live.
We are live.
And live from Philadelphia. It's Sunday afternoon. So,
My government name is Michael Albert Gagliardi.
Most of you know him as
Gag.
It's a much different race happening right now.
Yeah.
We knew the way that it would play out. Time would tell. We'll see how the weather impacts folks. How just simple being out on the course.
Yeah, so a couple quick cool insights, and looking back and thinking about when we were on last time. So 3 of the top 5 are females right now,
Yeah.
right? Which is awesome. So 2nd overall, first female Lara Miller, 4th overall, 2nd female Gypsy Cooper, and 5th overall, 3rd female Erica Bash, right? Which is pretty awesome. And we had some of the leaders come in right before we came back on, so I'm assuming over our shoulder we'll see some of the rest of the top 10 kind of round out here. So, I mean, that's awesome though, right? And that's
Yeah.
something that's
Super
so
awesome.
cool about ultra running. We were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the longer the distance, the more equal men and women
yeah,
are.
it definitely evens out.
I'm curious to see if Gypsy's going to hold on to that 2nd place spot. I think Eric has been making a push. He's been steady and strong, and I think Gypsy's been she's been kind of falling back these last couple loops.
It's going to be close.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It really will be.
I wonder too with that, like how much of that is experience, right? And I think a good deal of it is. As far as we know with Gypsy Cooper, it seems like this might be her first
Correct.
attempt at an ultra. Erica's
is
running a handful of
awesome.
these, which
Oh,
is
totally.
awesome.
But there's things that you don't know about your body yet, aside from that, just a matter of pacing, figuring out what's a good pace that you can
Yeah.
maintain for hours on end,
And-
what's your
and
cruise
learning-
control pace.
Sustaining the body and the nutrition and what they're eating,
Yeah.
and what we've seen in the last hour and a half is a lot of runners are coming through and they're taking in more substantial
Right.
food. They're realizing, okay, this is the point in my day where I really have to fuel myself to be able to keep going and
Yeah.
push through these last couple hours.
1,000%.
So it actually looks like, just speaking of that too, it looks like Gypsy just came through to move into 3rd overall.
You
Wow.
go.
So yeah.
This is going to be so much fun.
Yeah, this is definitely shaping up here down the stretch. Now it does look like, for what it's worth, it looks like Evan Reinhardt in first place has a fairly commanding lead. It looks like he has
He's
about
got
a 17
15
minutes
or
lead.
yeah,
so.
actually, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's running pretty well, and this, just looking at his ultra sign up, could end up being fairly like a career day for him. He's running, seems like, really well compared to some of his past ultra results. So he's having an awesome day.
Yeah, he's
And
having
could
a
we
great day.
really just say how incredible the weather is right now? The fact that, way to go, Endless Endurance, for stopping the rain and having that hold off for us just the right amount. We're chilly sitting around here and we're wrapped in blankets and all of our layers, but these runners out here are feeling really good. They're still
Yeah.
warm, they're moving. I think this weather is fantastic
Yeah,
right now.
54 degrees. I mean, you can't ask
Yeah.
for a better day temperature-wise.
Cloud covered in
Yeah.
a course like this is so welcome, because otherwise you're completely exposed in the sun.
I think the main thing is these folks are dry.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of drizzling the last time we were on
Yeah.
air, but I think I don't want to say it out loud, but I think done.
Sorry for downpours all of a sudden. Yeah.
But I think we should draw some attention to the record here. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we kind of said earlier records were made to be broken,
Yes.
but that record, 48.75, sitting with one of the co-record holders. Talk to me. What does it feel like watching this race, calling this race, knowing that your record is in jeopardy?
I think it's fabulous. Bring it on. Like, I think it's fantastic. I would love to see any of these women take that course record. And that's what you want. We've talked about that so much today. Like, it's definitely a sport where we want to lift each other up and build each other up, and I think it's awesome. Records are made to be broken.
Absolutely.
And it would be no friggin' fun if that wasn't possible.
Now, if that record goes down today,
Yeah.
will you be sitting here next to us next year, or are you going to be out on the course getting after it?
So there are so many different races to run. I'm not. No, I think there's just so many other races to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tough commitment a year out. That's a tough
Yeah.
commitment.
I'm like thinking about my 24 calendar, and this is a fun local one
Yeah.
for me. If I ever were back out on the course, I usually go with some intention, but no, I'm not somebody personally. I'm
Yeah.
not somebody who's like, oh, I have to take it back. That's not really my
This
my
kind of what Gags
agenda.
and I were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It's like this side of the sport is such a personal journey. It's
And-
like,
It is. It really is.
yeah, that's that record, but like you know that you achieved the best that you could on this
Yeah.
course on that day, and
On that
you know,
day.
you're happy with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
The analogy I like to make when we talk about the camaraderie in the ultra running world, it's kind of like this, man. It's like if I was an NFL quarterback, let's pretend I'm like Tom Brady, all right? Twist, you're a linebacker, you're going to sack me. Now, are you going to sack me on my left side because my right side is kind of injured and you're going to delicate? No, you're going to try to murder me,
Yeah.
right? In ultra running, it's not like that. It's like if Michelle was running and Lara's going to beat her record but needed a gel, I'm pretty sure Michelle would be like, here you go.
I was
Here's
going to
a gel.
say, if it were ultra running, he would sack you and offer you a cookie. You know, like, here, have
You know,
a gel.
but-
Like, you good?
But there's that, you know,
Yeah.
that's,
It's different.
yeah, and I
Yeah.
think that's a really nice thing in our sport.
Absolutely, completely different mindset. I mean,
Yes.
just compared to
Yes.
to the major four.
Very much.
Very much so.
What do we think? Men's side, does Evan Reinhardt hit that 56.25 number?
Yeah.
That's the course record. Is he able to basically tie it? I don't think he'd have enough time to go over it, but
So he's got an hour and 19 minutes left. Are we refreshed here? Is this still?
This should be live.
I feel like
So
he should
came
be
at
coming
he
through
came through
any
at
minute.
14, so he could be coming through.
He came
Any
through
minute.
about 15 minutes ago, about 15, 20 minutes ago. So we'll see him in the next 12 to 17 minutes.
Yeah.
He should be coming through.
yeah, because that'll be another, I think, interesting number. I think there's two male runners at that 56.25 for the 8 hour. Historically, it'd be awesome to add another one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a special shout out to Lowell. He hit that record while working the race.
Yeah.
He was working as
Which
a
is-
timer
That's amazing.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
running and ran 56.25 back in 2021.
I didn't realize Lowell was the other record holder.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Shout out Lowell. Holy smokes.
But it has been
like
2
Pete
years.
Rose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It has.
It's been 2 years since a male has reached that 56.25, which is 15 loops around this course. That's a lot
Yeah.
in an
15
8-hour
loops in
stretch.
8 hours? That's
yeah,
a lot.
that's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is a lot.
we're talking around. It's like around that 8:30 pace number, somewhere
Yeah.
in that range. So they're running.
For a
I mean, you're running
solid
pretty
amount
good.
of time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are impressive runs. So we'll see if Evan can kind of, I think, hold on to hit that number. It'd be cool to add another one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, Gags, I saw both of us just go look down at our watches because
Yeah.
we just got tagged in a post from Endless Endurance.
Yeah.
But we talked about shoes. We talked about the technology on the shoe side.
Sure.
Talk to me a little bit about the watch. You know, like when I first started this sport, I just had a little Timex watch that kept track of the time. Now we're GPS. We keep track of pace, heart rate variability, blood
Yes.
ox. What does it mean to have this level of technology in your training and in your racing? Does it really change what you do?
Yeah. Short answer, yes. I think we all get into data, right? That's the first thing. And I wear my watch, and I'm wearing, for the folks at home, I'm wearing a 965 Garmin Forerunner 965 XT. I love it. It's great. I wish I had a better battery life on it, but I'm looking at the Enduro 2 moving forward. If anybody out there wants to get me a present, there's some people that don't like to be governed by a watch.
Yeah.
And I'd like to sit here and be like, I just run by my feel. I run how I feel. Nah, that's not true at all. It is a game changer, but it's like one of these things where if you're into it, if you're serious about this, then you're going to get nicer gear. You're going to get nicer shoes, nicer apparel, good technology, good gear. Like, all that stuff makes a difference. You don't need it. Like, yeah, man, we all ran barefoot thousands of years ago. I get it.
In the snow.
Right.
Uphill?
Both ways.
Yep.
Yeah.
But, that's not the world that we live in now. And I was going to say, like, even something like an Apple Watch.
Yeah.
Like, no. If you're going to do it, get
do it
yourself
right.
a Coros,
100%.
get yourself a Garmin, do it right.
100%. And I know there are some folks who will use it to shape what they do or how they do it. Will sort of take the feedback from the data and will change something. They'll, make a change in try to change their form to shorten cadence or whatever. Some people use it in that way. For me, I love the data, but it's more like I will look at it afterwards.
Yeah.
And it's kind of validating. Like, I'll know how I felt in that run, and I'll go back and I'll look at the data and be like, oh, okay, well, it makes sense. I was feeling that way at that point in my run. It helps to inform me, and I love that. But I'm one of those, like, I probably don't use a quarter of the functions on
I agree.
my watch.
I'm the same way.
So I think, there are different ways to utilize it. You
Yeah.
can get too dependent on it and get really hung up, kind of like talking about your shoes or any other aspect. You can get too dependent on it and too analytical,
Absolutely.
but it also can be a really, really useful tool.
Yeah, I think it adds it's another piece of the puzzle, especially when you're putting together a plan for an ultra, right? Whether it's
Yes.
thinking about pace from the first half of the race to the second half of the race, or you mentioned cadence, which I think
Yeah.
is another really super important thing. It's another piece of the puzzle that you can play with to kind of lock in your strategy for the day, right? And I think one of the things about ultra running that makes it so unique is like having those tools on a tool belt, so to speak, that you can go to, right? Like, you're not feeling good. It's like, oh, I know I maybe need a gel, or I know I need to up my calories. And I think relying or using data is another thing, right? I know I'm running at this pace. Let me drop to this pace. Or I know I'm overextending. Let me shorten up that cadence a
Or
little
look
bit.
how much my heart rate goes up when I switch that up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's another, like, just a totally other piece of like a race plan. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That might not that definitely gets used in shorter events, but is just used differently, I think. Yeah.
And all that said, I guess like when I'm out during my run, I'm not looking at any of it. I kind of track mileage, and if I'm navigating a course, you could use it to navigate a course, but I'm not looking at my heart rate while I run.
Yeah,
I'm not looking at any of that during the run. I look at it later.
Yeah, definitely useful to have after the fact. Check it, see what it says.
And not for nothing, too. Like, one of the things I'm big on, especially before a big race, is I'll sit there and I'll go through my Strava, and look at all the runs I've done leading up to whatever date I started my training block to the night before the race. And I kind of go through and relive all those training runs. And you can't do that with a Casio.
No.
Or with a, Timex.
I mean, ever so often it's useful to just be able to forget that bad workout. Can't really do that with Strava.
Yeah, you all have them.
My watch automatically uploads to Strava. My friends will immediately see, if the workout didn't quite go as planned.
Yeah, if it's not
Okay,
on
wait,
Strava.
can I just make a point right
Yes,
now?
yeah.
Right behind us.
Shout it out.
Shout out our youngest runner on the course. That is Simi. He is 8 years old. And
awesome.
like hours ago, I chatted with him, and he mentioned that he hit a PR today for himself.
Wow.
Not only did he hit a PR, he doubled his PR, had some snacks, and he is still out there. So this kid before today, his longest run was like 7.5 miles. At the time I talked to him, he had hit 15 miles.
Wow.
And he's still out there with his dad. He's
That's
still going. Like, how incredible is that?
Well, speaking of
So,
records, that must be
shout out to you, kiddo. You are crushing
That
it.
is
It's
impressive.
so cool to see.
Yeah.
Here comes our leader coming in behind us too. It looks like
Evan's got the
like
shirt
Evan.
off.
shirtless.
Oh, you know he's serious now.
Oh man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
on. All right.
That's awesome.
That 15 loop course record might be going down.
Yeah, he's running hard right now.
So our 8-year-old set an age group record, I would assume, right?
Yeah.
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 That's awesome. Out here with his dad. I mean,
Great.
you can't really beat that.
If my kids are listening, that could be you
That
one
must
day.
Yeah.
No, that's got to be it.
He's at 64.
Oh.
Yeah, so Evan just came in behind us, our male leader, taking a quick break. His last couple laps, it looked like he had been
There you
taking
go.
a quick
9
break in
years
between
old.
loops.
9.
Okay,
Awesome.
I got to correct myself. Simi is 9 years old and is currently on 18.75 miles.
That is
That's
impressive.
amazing.
awesome.
And I should point out, he looks like he's having a ton of fun with it.
Yeah.
Like no one is dragging him around the course.
Yeah.
He is.
I think
It looks
he's
like
dragging his
dragging.
dad.
Yes, dragging his dad
Exactly,
around
yeah.
the course.
Yeah.
Way to go, Simi, and your dad. Fantastic. That's so great to see.
I'll shout out someone else coming in here. So it looks like we have Erica Bash coming in right now, who's currently third female, running with Steve Zeichel. Yeah, Steve is, and I'm gonna I'll plug the man next to me here. Gags, your podcast with Steve. I don't know if you touched on that earlier today
the
at
most
all.
powerful
No,
episode.
we didn't talk about anything
But
about
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil the episode or give too much away, but an
example.
episode to listen to. Steve has an unbelievable story. I know him personally. We work together at the running store, so that's an episode to listen to. He's an awesome guy. He's done some awesome things in running, but his life story is one to dive into.
Couldn't agree more
Yeah.
with that one. The name of the podcast, Running Times with Gags, available wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts. That particular episode is called The Example, featuring Steve Zeichel, and it's the reason why it's my most downloaded to date. It's a pretty heavy story.
So good.
That's your most downloaded episode is with
Yeah.
Steve? Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean,
And the funny part
Unbelievable.
is Steve being Steve, he's never listened to it once.
I think I knew that actually too.
Yeah,
I
no
think
one's
I've heard
surprised when I say that. It's like, yeah, that's Steve.
that. Yeah.
You know.
That's great.
So he's another one out here crushing it without a shirt on. So.
Right.
It's nice and warm. 54
Yeah.
degrees.
Yeah.
In fact, Steve and I are going out to dinner when this is all over, and a couple other folks.
Nice.
So, but
Yeah.
he will wear a shirt. So I'm not going out.
And hopefully not the one he started the race in.
Yeah, right? Wait, so he was just running with Erica now.
He was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Evan, did Erica get ahead of Lara?
No.
No, I think Evan's a lap ahead of everyone.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Lara is
That makes
Erica is
sense.
just about to finish her 12th.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So then they'll be on the same lap.
Okay.
Yeah. So the top of that field, the first couple runners, there is a little bit of a gap starting to build here. I'm interested to see kind of the middle of that top. So where Gypsy is and where Nathan is another name we haven't talked too much about.
Yes.
There, it seems like kind of neck and neck, I think, for that 3-4 overall
Okay.
spot. So
I think it's also interesting to point out, like, age is really just a number here. Like,
yeah.
scrolling through, like, typically in middle distance or even on the road, we kind of expect to see that 30-year-old age is kind of the peak. Here we have people ranging the whole gamut of ages and
feel
being competitive with it.
You really see that in ultra running.
In your 40s.
Well,
There's-
yeah. What's the age of our oldest runner out there today? I'm just curious.
Ranging
we
from
go
ages 9
To 75.
Wow.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
And then
Absolutely
quite a few in their
amazing.
60s.
Yeah.
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 That's Dave Weiss, our oldest competitor.
Wow.
Has done 6 laps. That's 22 and a half miles.
That's awesome. I think it's really interesting. For me personally, it's been interesting to see the 40 to 49-year-old female age group is a very competitive age group. And I've talked to a lot of people about that. I think we could theorize all different kinds of ideas, but I think a lot of times for women in particular, getting into that age group, if they have children, they're at a point that they're a little bit older, a little bit more dependent, and there's more time.
Yeah.
And I find women in that age group are just able to spend more time training. They're focused. They you don't mess around with that age group because it's a whole other ball game.
That's how I feel about men in their 40s.
Yeah.
In my age group now, it's in my opinion, it's probably the toughest age group because you get a lot of guys who are, been working at it for a minute. They've been at marathons for a while, and maybe it's midlife crisis. I don't know, man, but they, they've got something to prove, and they come out here with chips on their shoulders, myself included. So it's
You know what I think it is too, and speaking kind of on the other end, like I'm someone that Twist, like you were saying, like when you talk about thinking like it's like that around that 30-year-old age, when I come into a race and I'm looking at someone in the 40-year-old age bracket, a lot of times there's 10 years of experience that runner has over me, and in ultras that is invaluable. It's unbelievably valuable, right? Like to be able to say, there's going to be highs, there's going to be lows. To know how to weather that storm is really important, because you don't necessarily need to run 6:30 pace or 7-minute pace, right? If you have the experience to just kind of push through, it speaks volumes, and I think that's why you see a lot of times that 40-year-old age group is
putting that time on your feet and knowing how to problem solve and knowing like whatever comes up, whatever this day may throw at me, I can work through it, I can figure it out, and I can keep friggin' going. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
For myself personally, and this is no reflection on anybody I've raced against here at these races, but like I love when I see a young lion with a six-pack who's like abs have abs, and they've spent X amount of weeks in their CrossFit gym and their burpee kings and this and that, and they come out here and the second shit goes sideways, they don't have the tools yet, to figure it all out. And I think that's where the experience comes into play. Big time.
I couldn't agree. I mean, that's like the sort of stereotype of the ultra runner, right? The guy that jumps out of his car and beats you in a beat up old pair of shoes, and it's true, right? It's the experience just matters. Yeah, it matters so much. So.
I little shameless plug. A couple weeks ago, I ran a race, and I was the oldest female on the course.
What's up, Grandma?
I was so friggin' proud. That was
awesome.
That
That's
was
cool.
like the greatest thing about it.
That's cool.
That's how I feel on the track. Like I'm one of the older guys now, still competing in these college races, because that's how track works. Is you show up at the college races because that's who's putting them on.
Do you find that people are surprised? Are they just like,
do they call you Mister?
I didn't think so.
I have gotten a Mister now. That hurts the ego, but it's funny because like I remember racing the older guys when I was in college, and I'd be like, "What is this guy doing here?" And now that's me. I'm like,
it's you, right?
But it's always fun to be able to beat up on the young guys.
I bet. That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
When it comes to this type of environment and this type of activity, that is all out the window.
Yeah, like I see a dude like Twist, I already know he wears a small tall, right? You do, right? Yeah. How did I fucking say? I knew it. You wear small tall. You got long legs. I'm looking at you like this dude's gonna be a killer.
I feel seen here.
It's okay. It's okay. But in this sport, look at. Take a look.
Yeah.
There's all shapes and sizes.
That's
and
what I
not a lot of
love. I
small
love
talls.
that so much.
A variety. Very, very much a variety out here.
So for the folks at home, a small tall is
impossible to find,
except for a couple brands. But tall, skinny guys, you have probably a 29, 30 waist. Which means but they don't make the inseam because every pair of pants for you looks like a pair of like capri pants.
Yes.
Like high waters.
Right. So they make
wear a belt with every pair.
So they make small talls for people like Twist.
There goes SoCal runner, Steve Epifano. Are we refreshed?
He's moving on to lap number 12.
Okay, awesome.
Or moving on to 13 rather, finishing 12.
Nice.
And then, sorry to not cut you off on the small tall thing, but that's it.
Thank you.
We'll go over fashion advice later.
So, like, just talking about what we were talking about with, sort of age groups and what that looks like. I think someone like Steve is like a perfect example of that. Like, he's just been plugging away today.
Solid.
He's an 8th
consistent.
overall, I think, right now, 7th or 8th overall. He's a Cocodona finisher. We were talking about this earlier. Like, he's a guy that is just gonna plug away, right? Has
With
the
a smile on his
experience.
face all day long.
Yep.
And those are the runners you got to watch out for.
When you're talking about the experience that you need to be able to handle one of these races, how many races does it take you to get that experience? Like, how many learning experiences do you need to be ready?
Such a good question.
I'm going to say this. I'm not going to quantify the number of races. I'm just going to say it's the amount of mistakes you've made.
Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah.
things I know work for me is because I have effed up
Yeah.
quite a few times. It's like I know what nutrition cycle is going to work for me because I puked my guts up on the side of the
Now,
course.
can you
before.
make those mistakes in training and take those lessons to a race,
Absolutely.
or is the
Yeah.
race really the place where you get punched in the
If
face?
your training is good, 100%. Yeah.
The training is where you figure out all those things, and then the actual race day itself becomes a celebration of your months and months.
Absolutely,
of
because
training.
it
Well
almost seems
said.
like that's what's happening with Gypsy Cooper. I mean, we heard that she
She'll
had some
learn a
good
lot.
training coming into this. It seems like she must have learned some of these mistakes in training, because, I mean, she's still going at a great pace here with just over an hour to go.
So
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say the number of ultras you've done or the number of races or runs aside, if you are open to sort of looking at yourself and like reflecting on, okay, what did I do today? What worked? What didn't work? And taking the opportunity to reflect and consider what are the lessons, what
Yeah.
could I have done better, what would I do differently next time? Like when this happened, I wonder how it would play out if I did different. That so you could do that even just a couple times if you're open and you're willing to really look at yourself and to consider how you may be able to do it differently. You're always learning, and you're going to do better no matter what the next time you go out.
Yeah, I mean, these races, they get hard for everyone at some point, right?
Yes.
Very,
Sometimes multiple times in the
Yeah.
same event.
and it's I kind of said it earlier, or alluded to the idea of like the tools in the tool belt, right?
Yeah.
When you have something you can pull out, and something that can kind of take you from a low back up to a high, or get you back to that middle point. That's really what it's all about, because there's no one that's coming out here and running 100K and it's easy, right?
Yeah.
It gets hard, right? It always gets hard, but having those tools, that's a game changer, and that comes with, like we said, experience or making mistakes or whatever the case may be.
I often tell folks, I've had people say to me once in a while, like, "Oh, you make it look easy," and I think the same thing. I think the same thing looking at other people.
Yeah.
My response is always, when you see a swan gliding across the pond, looking all smooth and graceful and beautiful, they are kicking like hell under the water just to stay afloat and just to keep going. So, in our own heads, we put on these colored glasses that we see the world through our own perceptions and our own assumptions. But no matter what, every single person out here is working their ass off, and it's hard. This is not easy. And they keep going, and that's the key, is you keep going anyway.
I mean, how many folks have actually seen you or me or whoever hit the snooze button at 5 o'clock on like a Tuesday morning, and then actually get up, get out, So the best thing, that's the best compliment you can give me, is, Gags, you make it look easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I love being told that, because it's the furthest thing, and that's just a testament to not just me, but whoever, just hard work.
Yeah. Yep.
You know?
Yep.
I love that quote too.
Yeah.
I've heard you use that one
Yeah.
before
Oh, yeah?
too. I love it. I think it's so true. It's
Yeah.
so true. Yeah, it's great. That's a good one.
I think about it often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great one.
Yeah.
It's a great reminder,
because,
I think, too.
you know what? So many people they're not willing to put themselves into a risky position to go out and do something hard, like to come out and run for 8 hours around a circle, around a loop. They're not willing to get uncomfortable in that way because they assume there's something different about the people who are doing it. They assume that the folks who are out here are like special, or they're made for that, or that they're like really tough. And you look at like Goggins or whoever, and you're like, oh, they're just a different I could never. That is all bullshit, because there's nothing special about really.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all
Not
are
a magic
special.
trick.
I love y'all, but like, there's nothing special about any of us. It's just that we put in the work.
Right.
You just do it. You keep going, and you don't give up, and that is what is
Yeah,
unique.
it's
That
like-
is what is special. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, you're going to want to talk to them over there.
You're
That's
good.
And then sometimes, you just need to double check your data and make sure how many loops are getting clocked on the timing, though.
That's why you wear a watch. Twist.
Yes.
It's all coming full circle here.
So if you feel like you're not that special and you're not sure if you can run an ultra, yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You
Speaking of
can do anything you want.
Speaking of running an ultra,
Yeah.
did I hear that Loopy's entries opened today?
It did.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
the Loopy Looper opened today.
If you're watching this,
Yes.
We have an idea for you.
That was professional, Twist. That was.
product placement.
That's why he's sitting
Gotta
right
pay
in
the
front of
bills
the computer
somehow.
over here.
Got to pay
Yeah.
for this computer equipment somehow.
Yeah.
Do we know the date for the Loopy Looper?
First Saturday of
2024.
August.
Always, yeah.
First Saturday of August, 2024. There are multiple distance options. You can run the 12-hour event. You can run the 24-hour event, or you can sign up for the 100-mile event, which has a generous cutoff and is well suited for a very first 100 gags.
And this year, they're initiating the first ever glow loop at nighttime.
Yeah.
yes,
So
you
come out and run it, I think 10:30 at night. That
Yeah,
one's
10
starts,
o'clock.
if I'm
yeah,
not
and
mistaken.
all
10
your
is it?
o'clock. Yep.
glow outfit,
Yeah.
your glow lights, and your reflective everything.
So head over
much
to
fun.
Endless Endurance on Instagram for more information.
August 3rd, 2024.
And it
Okay.
I'll be sitting here.
awesome.
These three might be
Yes.
running.
I might be sitting here. Well, you never know. That's a race I usually come and hang out for.
Yeah.
So I might just be hanging out.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I've done, obviously 12-hour
Yeah.
reigning king, but we've done the 12-hour and the 24-hour. Being out on
Here
this
comes Lara.
course overnight is a really cool experience. It just gets really quiet and still and peaceful.
Here comes, that was Lara that just came
All right,
through.
Lara Miller rolling through.
First place female.
Looking determined. She has 55 minutes left. So something
So, here
really
we go.
interesting
When
that we
she-
want everybody to be aware of is this race is done at 4 o'clock p.m. sharp.
Right.
If you have not finished a complete loop by 4 o'clock, the loop doesn't count. So you can't do a partial loop. It has to be a whole complete loop. And your final loop has to be started by 3:30 p.m. So essentially the start line closes at 3:30
Yeah.
p.m. If you're not out for your final loop by that time, you can't start another one.
So I think what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes or so, a lot of folks are coming in, are going to be calling it a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we may have some faces pop up behind us,
Yeah.
you know.
It is a tough call when you come in, and I've had that happen where
Yeah.
you've got like a minute or two where you could still go out for one more loop. It's a really tough decision to make because if you decide to go out at like 3:28, you have to
Right,
you're
really
running.
be moving
But
at the end of the day.
Here's the thing that I got to, and I've been in that situation,
Yeah.
man. And here's the thing I tell myself: it's like I'm going to be sitting in traffic 2 months from now, and I'm going to sit
Thinking I
there,
should've
and
friggin'
I'm
tried.
right, and I don't want to be in that position ever.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to die
Cross
on my feet.
the line and do
right,
it.
right.
It always feels worse the next day if you pull the plug on something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always. Does.
Yeah.
So,
I
you know,
agree.
When we're talking about starting, potentially the final loops here, you're gonna go to the aid station one more time. What are you picking up at the aid station to help you get through that final loop?
Last loop for me, I'm picking up good vibes. I'm giving high fives. I'm probably thanking aid
Individually
station
wrapped
volunteers.
good vibes.
Yeah. And I was actually thinking about that last hour. You've been out here, you've been grinding it out for 7 hours. That last hour for me, unless you're really contending for a podium spot, but that last hour for me is usually it's the celebration time.
Yeah.
I'm giving high fives. I'm saying thank you to people. I'm just trying to wrap that thing up. Again, if you're competing for a win, that's a little bit different. But
It is,
usually it's
So,
a lot of good vibes.
Is that last lap basically free for you? Like, the second to last one's the last hard one, and then the last one's like, I did it. Like,
You're not-
I
you're
just,
not
I
quitting
Depends
with an
on
hour.
not
what
quite
you
that
want.
easy.
I mean, listen, if you're running, let's make up numbers here, 35-minute loops, and you come to the start-finish line at 3:10, now you've got 50 minutes where
Yeah.
so you can
That's a
really
that's a
take your
party.
time and
Yeah.
Yeah.
enjoy everything, So, yeah.
But if you come through at 3:25
Then you're
And
taking the
know-
caffeine gel.
Ooh.
Then you're taking a
Yeah.
caffeine gel, and
Then you're just going.
not
Right.
really
Yeah.
stopping.
Here comes Gypsy. It looks like
We have a race here.
Gypsy's
I
running
think.
strong. I
Yeah.
think we're gonna have to check the split on this when she goes through. It looks like she's closing some kind of a gap
she-
here.
she's
She's
closing.
Maybe now.
Yeah.
running really strong.
She was at 6:33 coming through last time,
She's
we're at
having a
07
really,
now.
really good day.
so
And that's one of the
that's a
coolest
fast
things
lap.
about this sport.
That
That
is pretty fast.
someone
34
that
minutes, yeah.
was probably not on any of our radar
Yeah.
shows up and just throws down.
Yep.
I mean, that's just
You gotta love
don't
that.
do that in
Yeah.
any other sport. I mean, it's unbelievable. So that's awesome. She's having a great day.
So,
Congratulations to her.
I should note that we now have 2 women on record pace here on this
Yeah.
final
Yeah.
lap. If they finish this lap, and they have plenty of time to do
Yeah.
it, this will be the record.
It's awesome.
So
Fantastic.
Right on. That is good.
Yeah, that's really exciting.
now the question is, how far can Evan go? How many more laps do we think he can get? Is he gonna get back in time to start another one?
So
I
he's
think
going to
he
be
will.
right around that number, probably.
He's going to be having that conversation with
Yeah.
himself when
Yeah.
he comes in at like 3:29.
when does that conversation start? Is he starting that conversation over there, saying, if I pick it up a little bit, my last lap is going to be
Absolutely.
easier?
If he was playing the game right, he
Yeah.
was probably saying it when he came around here. In
Okay.
fact, when
A
I
little
saw
while
him lay
ago.
down and stretch before he crossed that line, he was smart. He was already having
Santa
that,
Claus
that
is
internal
coming through.
dialogue.
I think people who finish the race in the costume they started in need extra awards. 'cause
Yes.
That's pretty amazing.
That is impressive.
I also just want to add that the skies are getting quite dark at the moment suddenly, and it is very possible they could open up. If it, let's just say, if it starts to totally pour torrential rain, this could get so interesting.
This is going to get very interesting.
I personally crave chocolate late in a race. Like if
Yeah,
I were
dude.
coming through, I would go for the mini Twix right about now
Ooh.
and keep going.
go.
Gax,
Yeah.
what about you? What are you grabbing right now?
I'm probably not stomaching food. I'm literally
Really?
just
You're just
slamming down
going,
a
okay.
100 milligram caffeine Morton gel, which
Yeah.
I don't really do very much of.
Really?
Yeah.
Not the
Did Martin? Did they really come into the ultra scene the way that they came into the track scene? Like everyone's talking about them now on the track
Earlier,
side.
too, yeah.
in the track world. It's huge.
Yeah.
I think in the ultra world, again, like the ultra world's a little bit of a weird fringe
Yeah.
kind of place.
Yeah,
And also, if you look at the price of the Mortons,
Yeah.
they're not cheap.
No,
It's
and I'm-
prohibitive. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
work and run specialties, so
Yeah.
I'm afforded a certain discount, shall we say? You know.
Yeah.
But I've seen a vast majority of like. There's just a gamut of things.
No, when we talk about the Martin, they're trying to help you, buffer the lactic with some of those gels that they have. Describe the feeling of running for this long. Are you going lactic, or is it more of a muscular endurance thing that you're running into at the late stages of the race?
I think it could be a combo.
For me, it's
Depending-
usually muscular
Yeah.
as opposed to lactic, but everyone's a little bit
Yeah,
different.
I'm gonna get the lactic acid. Usually that build up the following day or like
Yeah.
2 days
Yeah.
later. It's not so much during, but again, but you're running your engine different than we
Oh,
are.
absolutely.
Yes.
Your needle. If you were a car, your needle's already
we're
in
red
the
line.
red. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Whereas I'm kind of an inch before we even get to that spot.
So when you say you're feeling it 2 days later, what are we doing to recover after this race to get ready for the next one?
Who wants to answer that? one?
Drinking beers.
No, definitely not drink. For me,
No.
definitely not
It
drinking
doesn't
beer.
work.
Yeah, it does
Um,
not work at all.
No.
It takes a minute for my appetite to come back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm usually,
Like
nauseous.
two
but
days
hungry.
later, I'm ravenous.
Yeah, like if my race is over on Sunday
And
morning.
here we go with the rain. It is coming
Here it
down.
comes.
Here we
we
go.
go.
Yep.
Monday afternoon, I'm eating anything that's not nailed down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for real.
Now, do you
That-
plan for
Just
that ahead of time? You go into the
constantly
grocery
hungry.
store and just buying everything
Oh, yeah.
2 days before
Yeah.
the
In
race?
fact, the last race I did, after Hainsport, as a matter of fact, I did a taste test. I went for 3 burgers, and I usually don't even eat meat. All right, I don't even eat meat like that. I actually had a beef burger, and then I had 2 different veggie burgers.
All in one sitting.
All in, well, it was yeah. But I went place to place to place.
Yeah.
I kind of hobbled around.
You
to
did a
each
burger
place.
crawl.
Yeah. It was a total burger crawl by myself, and that was a lot of fun.
That is impressive.
That's how I have fun, guys.
I do love a really
Eating
good
fake
veggie
burgers.
burger
Oh, God,
after
yeah.
a really big race.
Bacon and cheese? What?
No,
Ooh,
that's
shut
not a
the front
veggie
door.
burger.
I'm
That's wrong.
Yeah, we're plant-based over here on this side. No, okay.
One of those veggie burgers
You
did have
just
bacon and
broke
cheese.
the-
I'm just saying. One of them did. Not both of them, but one of them. It was pretty
I don't
good.
know what
so.
you call that.
So real quick,
It's a gag.
I'll throw the split out there. So Gypsy was 3 minutes behind Lara.
What?
on that last lap.
Wow.
So this is it for them.
Yeah, it's
This
shaping
is
up.
it.
getting so tight. Yeah.
Now, did we notice? Did either of them stop for aid, or did they keep going?
I don't think Lara stopped.
I don't think Gypsy did either. If I had to guess.
That's what's
Actually,
wild,
so
man.
that's the thing. Gypsy's tent is down at the far
Okay.
end.
Yeah, so it's
So she comes through. So this is like the different strategy. She crosses the line and then hits her stuff.
Okay.
At her tent or her chair, whatever she's got down at the end. Lara's got her stuff stashed here at the aid station. So they may have both grabbed something.
So is she stopping before she goes through
No.
the line, Laura,
No.
to get from
Yes.
her
Lara,
aid?
Yes.
Lara,
Yes,
Lara
Lara's
is,
stopping.
Gypsy is
So
not.
that means that our splits are not necessarily. It could be a little
Well-
bit bigger of a
Well,
gap
once-
there.
It's kind of the same
Actually,
because
no, that's
Lara.
a good point.
But
Because if
Lara,
Gypsy didn't
Because
stop.
Gypsy's not stopped yet when she crosses
Yes.
the line. I got you.
right, but she stopped. Gypsy's stopping.
It all balances out.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
Right.
but on the
She's
final
stopping
lap.
at the top of her loop, whereas
Yeah.
Lara's stopping at the bottom of her,
Yes.
of her
Right.
loop. So it's
Yeah.
kind of
Right.
the same, you know.
But I guess we're looking at it like when she crossed the line, we were like, ooh,
Ooh,
3
3 minutes. But it's probably closer
Might
to
be
4 to
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
But
But
we'll
if
keep
I'm
an eye on it.
Gypsy though, and I've crossed that line, and if someone tells me it's 3
I'm
minutes,
running.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
going.
yeah.
I'm, yeah,
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
that's what's
Awesome.
cool.
You can eat
they've
food
been
later.
out here for 7 hours and 15 minutes with only a
Grinding.
4-minute difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty solid race. Whereas in the men's field, it's Evan's race to lose. At
Yeah,
this
it's a
point.
little
and
more
I think
spread
it's
out,
been
yeah.
that way for about an hour.
And
hour
I think
and a half.
how each runner handles or plays out their last loop depends a little bit, like even if they are competing for a top spot, but also how much of a buffer they think they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had it happen where I know someone's right on my heels, and yeah, that's the strategy. I'm not stopping. I'm gonna just keep going. If I know that no matter what, there's no possible way the next person would catch me, like then maybe I'm a little more relaxed.
Yeah, it's interesting in these races, especially like the fixed time loop ones. Like, it almost becomes a math problem at some
It
point
is!
towards the end of the
Yeah.
race. Like I ran.
Yeah.
You're running numbers the whole time in your
Yeah.
head.
So we did the, I did the 6-hour one, the hot mess trail one. It was only a
Yeah.
6-hour, but the loop was a little bit longer. It was like 5.5 miles, and it was really like you're running those numbers because, and a lot of people ended up missing that last loop because those loops, 5.5 miles, it takes a little bit longer,
Yeah.
right? And it's only a 6-hour race, so that race was a math problem, right?
That's
And
really
and
interesting.
that's how it ended up. The person that won got in with just enough time to get out on that last loop, and the rest of us
They do
were
7?
one loop.
7 loops?
Yeah, we were six. We were all 6.
6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yup. And then one guy got an extra. So yeah, and that was in July. It was a hot one. But
Yeah.
regardless, like 5.5 mile loop, it was a math problem.
Yeah,
That's how you
for
won that race. Yeah. So it comes down to that sometimes, as it will today here, potentially for Evan, with an extra loop. So, but that's fun. Adds another element to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that longer duration just creates more opportunities for elements to pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different things that you need to mitigate and manage. That's
See if we have
super
anyone else here.
exciting.
So we have
Nathan just came through.
Yeah, Nathan. It looks like so 4th overall, 2nd male, is going on to what this is what I'm assuming will probably be Nathan's last lap, time wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only
Yep.
yeah,
40
we're
about
close.
40
We're
minutes, 45
13
minutes.
minutes away from that start line closing. So
Yeah.
anyone who has not come through here in the next 13 minutes is not going to be able
Will
to
be done.
start their another lap. Yeah.
Yeah, credit to these runners. I mean, especially
Oh my gosh,
we
yeah.
were talking earlier, 40-some people that didn't have a result on Ultra Sign Up.
Yeah.
And
That's-
just seeing people go by us still grinding, it's unbelievable.
And I know, like, we've said this a couple times today. We spend so much time talking about this handful of people at the top,
Yeah.
which is, you know, like, it is kind of a disservice to all the other people who are out here working so hard, who work so hard just to get to the start line. So shout out to anyone. I always say at these races, no matter how many loops you did, if you came to the start line, if you came out for one, kudos to you, because you showed up.
Yeah.
And you went out and you did something. Like, that's amazing.
I think there's something cool too about, you know, you talk, people use the phrase like middle of the pack, back of the pack, but regardless of the phrase you use, you go through and look at some of these names and you look at their ultra sign up pages, and they have, you know, 20 races, some people,
Yeah.
30 ultras, and, you know, they probably sort of know in their head they're always going to kind of be in that middle of the pack, and that's when you know it has, for those people, it has nothing to do with results. It's
Right.
all about
Right.
that personal journey, right? You know, running because it means, you know, it allows them to be maybe a better version of themselves or whatever the case is. And those are like the true people that like really lift this sport.
Yeah.
Right? That
Absolutely.
show
Yeah.
up time and time again. You know, again, knowing they're not competing for anything, but doing it because it just makes them a better
Yeah,
person.
for the
in some
overall
way, shape, or form.
experience. Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for that, I think, in this sport.
And
too,
the
yeah.
snacks. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's just
All about the snacks. All about the snacks.
It is like a stoner's smorgasbord. Really
A
is.
buffet with some shuffling in between.
For real.
It looks like we ended up having officially 120 people starting the race, and every single person that started finished at least 2 laps.
That's great.
Wow.
Which is great. I mean, it's great to see this many people getting out here, getting after it, and like we said,
That is
doing
huge.
hard things. Nothing about this is easy. So
That's
again,
really awesome.
kudos to them.
All right, so we are looking right now at the tent. That's Aaron Jaskowitz standing at the tent handing out finisher medals. So everyone who completes, as soon as they come through and they say they're done, they head over and they can pick up their award and their finisher swag.
Okay.
So that's what you're looking at right now. We see some of the medals that are hanging up. Actually, the ones that are hanging up right in front of Aaron, they have a red string on the hanger. Those are the double looper medals. So those are for people who came out and ran the loopy looper, and then they also ran the Frosty Looper. They're collecting their double looper medals.
So here's Evan again. It looks like coming through.
Oh, yeah,
so this
he's
is
going
what we
out
were
again.
talking about with our time. So
Yeah, he's going for another one.
and it looks like he's going straight out potentially too. So Evan had been stopping on the last couple, and he is hammering right through.
Yeah, he's got
He's gone.
just less than 40
Go,
minutes
Evan.
to get another lap done and tie that
That'll
record.
tie the record.
That'll tie the record.
Good for Evan.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
He's having a good day.
It's a great day
Running
to have a good
really
day
well.
here.
Oof.
Rain's picking up here a little bit.
I just don't get how he's running without a shirt. I'm sorry.
I know. I just
sorry.
saw, especially in the rain right now.
Hey, we were talking about earlier about not wearing the vest to save some weight. Maybe
Yeah.
it's the weight of the shirt, especially as it's getting wet now.
Right?
Prevent the chafing.
It's funny. I've had different times on this course when I've worn my vest and I carry all my stuff, and I've had other times when I hadn't. But it's hard to know what a person's goal and intention is coming out on this course. I've done a couple of the looper races where I run with my pack, with my vest fully loaded, fully heavy, and somebody might look at me and be like, what the hell are you doing? Oh, she must need everything. Actually, no, what they didn't know was I was training for a 100-miler
Yeah.
that was right after that. So everybody has a different purpose and a different intention with why they come out today, and we don't know that
Absolutely.
just at first
And that's the
glance.
caveat that I said to
Yeah.
you. When someone's wearing a vest at this race, it's like my first thought is why, and
Yeah,
that's
There
one
might
of the
be a reason
caveats
why.
where it's like,
Yeah.
okay,
yeah.
perhaps they're testing out their gear for a longer effort in the
Exactly.
near future.
Yeah,
Right.
there was
'Cause
someone.
it's not necessary. Yeah.
No, definitely not necessary.
I can't remember the name. It might have been Cade Remsburg, but there was someone I had on my list pre-race as someone to watch, and then I had noticed I was looking at their ultra sign up, and they're signed up for Across the Years, which is out west in
Sure.
Yeah.
a couple weeks.
A
It's in like
6-day
2 weeks.
Yeah.
or so.
race. Yeah.
So clearly, using a race like this as a long run
As a
for
training run.
something
Yep.
else.
Yep.
So
Yeah, you had noted that Cade is running across the years 48 hours.
Oh, the 48 hour.
48
Okay,
hours.
awesome.
So yeah,
In 2
he's
weeks.
getting ready for a big
Yeah.
one.
That's awesome.
Vision
And
Quest.
a lot of people do use ultras as training runs for a longer ultra.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's a great way to test out your strategy, test out your gear, your nutrition, to sort of make those mistakes
Yeah.
and create learning opportunities in your training before your A race.
Yeah, and a race like this is a great opportunity to do that, right? Fixed time,
Yeah,
loop course.
absolutely.
I mean, it's a perfect opportunity to say,
Absolutely.
I'm going to go put 8 hours on my feet before I go run a
Yeah.
24-hour or a multi-day or whatever. So,
Yeah, across the
Absolutely.
years, that is a loop race also.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Short.
very
It's
much
like a
on my radar.
1 mile
Yep.
short track.
1 mile
oh,
loop.
dude, you should do
Oh.
that.
I would
it's
love
like
to.
It's like hard packed
Yeah.
dirt, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hard packed dirt path, I think.
Where is that one?
Arizona.
Arizona.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll be back at the D3 Dawn to Dust to Dawn Track Ultra on Mother's
Nice.
Day weekend. That's a 1/4 mile track, or for you,
Ooh.
a 400-meter
Yeah.
track twist. That's 24 hours on that.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a
That's
good.
fun.
That's
Around
a
and
good
around.
local one.
Oh, it's
lot of,
great.
Yeah,
lot
it
of.
really is.
That race has
Shout
been
out-
around.
yeah,
For a
shout
little
out
while.
Bill Schultz.
Yeah.
That's his
Yeah.
36th year. He'll be hosting it, and he's also the co-race director for 6 Days at the Dome in Wisconsin. He also has a hand in the 24-hour U.S. national team.
Yeah,
he's
which
a-
are all
Yeah.
not just hugely popular, but hugely significant
Yeah,
because
huge.
they're opportunities for people to set down some incredible mileage records
Yeah.
that can become qualifiers for so many other things.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Is there a change in mindset coming into a track ultra compared to a loop ultra, or just
Like
like,
a short distance
no,
track ultra?
like doing, you're going to do 24 hours on a track. Like, does that change, your strategy because you're running in the same direction? I'm assuming you change directions at some point.
Every 4 hours.
Every 4 hours.
We'll
So,
change directions.
does that change it that you're having that tight of a turn, or
No, in fact, the only thing I look forward to is that 4-hour mark when we actually
Get to
change
change.
directions. Like it sounds ridiculous to say, but it's really exciting and it's
Yeah.
really motivating.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
know, like, okay, in 18 and a half minutes, I'm
Right.
going to run this way for the next 4 hours. No, I don't think the mindset changes at all. I think, if anything, you have to be a little more prudent when you do make a stop, because the temptation, even in this, a 3.7 mile loop, you want to stop every time.
Yeah.
So the shorter the loop is, the more times you're going to see
Yeah.
Your stuff,
your
all
stuff.
your things.
Oh my gosh.
You have to have a plan for
Hainesport.
it.
At Hainesport
Yeah.
early October, there was this couple. They were very nice, but I cursed them out
Was
in
that
a
Erica
very
right there?
friendly
Yeah.
way, because they had they were there to support someone in their family as crew, but they had an inflatable bed.
Yeah.
And
I've
they
seen
laid
that.
and they
Yeah.
laid there. It's like 9 o'clock at night now,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they're just chilling, laying, and it's like I had to run by them
Oh.
every 9
Yeah.
minutes,
Yeah,
and they
that's
looked
tough.
so comfortable all day and night.
I've seen that setup
Oh.
at that race, and I was blown away with how cushy and comfortable it looked.
I was
That
talking,
messes
that
my
would be
head.
too tempting. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
talking earlier about the track. So I did City Invincible, the 12-hour one
Okay.
under the Ben Franklin, and I said the exact same thing. I was like, you really have to be disciplined because you see your stuff
Yeah.
every
Right.
quarter mile.
Right. You
Yeah.
have to
You
have,
have to have a
clear
plan.
outside of seeing your stuff every lap, does it get boring running on a track, or are you just kind of so in the zone, kind
Wait,
of that
can
flow
we
state?
like problem solve? You're totally getting
Yeah, I'm
soaked
getting-
right
Yeah,
now.
let's-
Can we shift it right? All right.
All good.
Look at
I was
us.
gonna
problem
ride it out.
solving. Ready? Lift the table, and we'll just shift to the right.
How are you guys in the back?
I think we're okay.
I,
think
I
we're
feel
okay.
dry.
I just looked up, and Brian's jacket is totally getting
Aw.
soaked.
I was locked in though.
Well,
Locked in
Twist,
for the viewers.
High quality outdoor gear there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Twist, to answer your question about getting bored, I'll say this gently to you: only boring people get bored.
That's
Thick.
fair. That is
Thick.
very fair.
That
I like
that 4-hour
answer.
switch.
Yeah. Yeah.
That 4-hour switch on the track is huge. It is
Such a
huge.
mental lift.
Yeah, it's huge. Which just sounds like crazy to even say.
It is crazy.
People that don't run ultras are probably like, "What are you talking about?" But it is so. It is so true.
Yeah.
Like that
For
4-hour.
the 1/10 of the percentage, for the 1/10 of 1% of the population who's actually run a track ultra that knows what we're talking about,
Yeah,
they're like, yeah,
they're
man,
screaming
you,
at their
you
phone.
know it.
yeah,
Rest of yous are like, whatever, dude.
yeah.
They do an indoor marathon at the Armory in New York City, so
That's
a 200-meter
awesome. Oh,
track.
Oh wow.
And anytime I hear someone talking about that race, I'm just like, you're insane. But they're like, no, we switched directions. I'm like, oh, yeah,
Wow,
that
that
makes
makes it so different.
That makes it
I've
different.
run on that track actually before, back when I was in high school, back in the day. That's a fast track.
It's very fast.
2.5 minutes from the start line closing. So
I see Sean Harkins making his way back.
So I was trying to
He's
see if
wrapping it
Erica
up.
Bash.
Sean Harkins had his double looper medal on just now, though. I think he's done.
He is
Ooh.
done. Yeah. Erica must have
Did
went
she
out again.
go?
I
So
hope
Erica
so.
was third female. Just came in 2 minutes ago. It
Yeah,
looks
she was
like
at
she might
25.
have went.
She was through at 25.
Yeah.
So she potentially has time to finish another lap, but it will be close.
Yeah, it'll be tight, but
Yeah.
Because her fastest lap has been 32. So
Yeah.
that she's going to need pretty much every bit of that speed to
Yeah.
get it done.
she's tough, man.
Get
Good for
through
her.
that. Yeah.
And that's where it can really get challenging because you've held that pace, whatever pace you've held for during the day, and then all of a sudden you go and you change it into fifth gear, you know.
Yeah.
That can go either way.
Yeah.
I'm hoping in this case it goes in Erica's favor,
Absolutely.
you know. Because the last thing you want to do is blow up other side of
On
the
the
river,
far side.
and you still
Yeah.
got to get back here no
Yeah.
matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to finish the loop. Just
Yeah, right.
doesn't
Yeah,
count.
and at that point
Yeah.
in the day, in the rain, that can feel like a really long way.
Yeah.
At least you're downwind on the other side, I think.
Yeah, consistently throughout the day today, I have heard from runners that it's much warmer on the other side because there's no wind over there.
Yeah.
And it's just totally different from previous years.
Yeah.
And we're over here in the wind.
Yeah. Next year we're setting up over there.
Yeah. And then it'll shift.
Yeah. we should note that there is no aid station on the far side because this
Right.
is a shorter race.
Not in the Frosty Looper.
for-
In the summertime for Loopy Looper. So when you register today for the Loopy Looper that's now open, to manage and deal with that heat and the summer humidity, there is an aid station on the far side where at a minimum they have ice, they have
Liquid aid station,
tailwind,
yeah.
liquid aid station, tailwind, water, ice, and every once in a while Albie will have
Slushies.
slushies and watermelon.
And for Anna, who's in home in her kitchen listening to this, hi Anna. Shout out Anna.
Hi Anna, we love you.
I had a great Albie. I was talking to Albie earlier, and he goes, "Man, people sometimes just come up to me and say, slushy." So he'll love that if he's still listening.
All right, we've got some runners hustling in right
Yeah.
now.
They want that extra lap, and that's it.
Oh,
Done.
That's
okay.
it.
He
So
missed
that's
it by
So these
3
two runners
seconds.
were charging at the start line, maybe hoping for another one, but they are now, it is 3:30 and 12 seconds. Bye, Marco.
Now that would drive me nuts if
Yeah,
I wanted to
that's
get
tough.
that extra loop in and
Yeah,
I
and
missed
you
it
missed
by
it by
4
10
seconds. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Walking like he's going to start another one. I hope someone.
Yeah, we'll see.
He might just probably have stuff down at the end.
well, I'll put it to you like this, man. If that guy in the neon thought he was going to run another loop, that's not the way you start out on
No,
the
Yeah, I
run.
think-
No,
that's
you know,
not
that's
how you
fair,
finish
that's
a
fair.
30-minute loop.
I
Yeah.
think he was done.
Yeah, so anybody who comes through at this point is finishing up for the day.
Yeah, they're
They are
done.
But we
Okay,
still do
so
have a
where
lot
we
of
at?
A lot of people on the
out
course,
there.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. All right.
Yeah, so pretty cool. Just the quick recap.
I just got a message from Anna. I'm cleaning the stove. I love you guys. So shout out, Anna.
Yay!
Yeah.
Can I scroll up
Go
and look
for
at-
it.
Yeah, our quick recap. So we'll have we'll
What?
have we'll have a male finisher tie the course record. It looks like we're gonna have at least one female, probably
maybe two.
two, break the female course record today.
That's awesome.
Which is awesome. I think it speaks to growth of the sport. I mean everything. It's great for our sport. It's awesome to see. You know, and especially when you look at that
Neon
distance.
Neon is back out on the course.
When you look at that distance too, that 52 miles. I mean, we're talking basically.
All right,
We're
I
talking
don't
a
know.
double marathon.
Yeah,
We're talking a double marathon in 8 hours. So
that's amazing.
yeah.
That's really awesome. Because for most, I mean, like, yeah, a 4-hour marathon, that's solid.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking a double marathon in 8 hours for our top finishers.
So, yeah,
Evan
and
a little fast.
Another thing that you'll see right now is a lot of folks are going to come charging in really, really fast because partly they're just excited to be coming into the start line, but also this is that final realization that you can just go all out, just push all out onto the line, and really wrap up in the best time that you can.
Got some runners wrapping up here.
Yeah. Little selfie video action going on.
Got to make sure you have pictures to upload to Strava, or it did not
We
happen.
got number
right.
118 is filming the finish. That's so
That's
fantastic.
Michael Harkins of
Yeah.
Adam
All right,
Heights.
there he goes. Way to go, Michael.
He's a local guy. He's a
Yeah.
grinder. Yeah.
He definitely grinds.
Yeah.
I
And
think he did Leadville
There's
this
my
year
buddy
too, as a
Simmy,
matter of fact.
who's
if I'm
going
not
to come in.
mistaken.
I hope he needs to cross the line one more time.
You know, I think something else that's cool and worth noting here as, you know, we start to see people finish is that this race can mean a lot of different things for a lot of different people, right? For some people it might be a training run, right?
Right.
But for other people it might be their first attempt at, you know, whether it's 8 hours or trying to hit a marathon. And I think that's something that's so cool too. We talk a lot about this personal journey in ultra running, and I think for some people, like, it's important to note that as some people cross that finish line, it could, you know, it could be a lifetime achievement, really, right?
Awesome.
And that is
I love that
awesome.
so
Yeah.
much. It's so exciting.
And that's something that I think is really, really cool to see.
I always say my favorite thing during a race is when I meet somebody who is pushing themselves to go for the first time further than they ever have.
Yeah.
Like, that's my favorite thing. First time ultra runner, or just first time challenging themselves to do more than they thought they could before. Like, that's so awesome.
And I think, and like I said, you know, 40 some people without a result on ultra sign up, I think we have a fair amount of those people
Yeah.
today, which is so cool.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
To tough it out in the rain too, the last, you know, hour or so,
Yes.
it's awesome. And it looks like that's what we're seeing here, getting some people
And
coming
hopefully
in.
I see a couple people coming in and stopping at the aid station. I don't know if they've crossed the line yet.
So there's two women out here running today, Becca and Robin. Becca's celebrating her 40th birthday, I believe in a couple days.
Happy early birthday, Becca.
Happy birthday,
Woohoo!
Becca.
Birthday.
She said to me earlier she's probably not going to make 40 in the time limit, but she's going to keep going. Her and Robin are going to keep going, and she's going to make it happen. So.
And you will see that a lot of times
and that's
people,
pretty
even
cool.
if they don't make it in the time, they really want to achieve their goals, so they keep running.
Yeah, that's awesome. Again,
Yeah.
just highlighting that idea that, you know, we do talk a lot about the top finishers, but there's people out here doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
For the love of the game and the pouring rain, like that's really, really fantastic.
And the conditions are getting pretty rough
They're
out here in the final
rapidly
25
deteriorating.
minutes.
But it really is incredible that it held off until
did
now.
hold
I
off.
thought it
Yes.
was going to be like this all day. This is great.
I know, Michelle, we were saying earlier, like literally even talking, like it's going to be two different races. Like
Yeah.
we thought it was going to
Yeah.
rain. But yeah, it held off. And then once it starts raining, when you got an hour left, you're not stopping. So you're wrapping that thing up.
You are moving.
Yeah.
Did we get the name of the guy who took the fastest loop at the beginning?
Oh, yeah, that would be a good shout out.
Just want to see where he's at on the loop now, on the course now.
Did you? I'm sure you guys talked about that this morning.
We did.
The fastest loop.
I believe that the fastest first lap
No, it's so
Did he stop?
contrary
stopped
to everything.
because he had to leave.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
I have seen since Endless Endurance has started the fastest loop as an award, as something to be celebrated.
Oh,
We're on the back there, buddy.
over there.
Back at the aid station.
Over there. Not here.
Yeah.
We're online. Yeah.
Okay, well, I just came here to ask. I didn't think you had it here. I just want to know.
Right.
All good.
We're on live. Say hi to your mom. Say hi. All right.
I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah. So do I. That was me being a wise ass. Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
I think it was. Yeah.
Was it Robert Nagai?
That's
he,
right. That's what I was pointing to. Yeah.
Because he was
fastest.
22:13.
That's pretty
For
fast.
wow.
But he is he's through 41 miles, 11 laps.
Really?
Oh wow.
So that's pretty good.
Someone
Sitting in
did come
30
in
seconds.
right behind. Yeah, I don't know.
And then
I know
Crawford was at 22:44, and then Ross Charles Winders 23:09. I believe it was a pack of
Okay,
three,
so it
right?
must
So
have
that
been
is them.
Nagai.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't Ross. He was in the.
It was definitely 22
Yeah, so
something.
Robert Nagai 22:13
That is
has done
phenomenal.
11 laps. That's
awesome.
very 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 impressive.
That is so contrary to what you would expect or what you would advise anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you have Robin Barth, fastest first lap for a female. She was 27:12, and she still did
Wow.
8 laps or 30 miles.
Yeah, it's
Well,
That's
that's
amazing.
just
That's
absolutely
so
nutty.
fantastic.
All right, we
All
got
right, Joel is
Joel-
a pacer.
Joel running in hard.
He's leading his runner straight across that line.
Nice.
Go, Joel.
I'll give you a hot take.
Oh boy.
Let's hear it.
So these runners that are coming in, with 100 yards to go, all out sprint, but they walked for the last 4 hours.
Give it to him.
Just gonna say, rather than sprint the last 100, maybe the old Galloway method for a couple of them hours. A little run walk strategy, a little jog walk
Yeah, a
strategy.
little-
As a sprinter, I'll challenge it and I'll say, there are some times when I cannot jog another step. Ask me to sprint 100 meters,
Yeah.
I'm your
You
guy.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the message in there is that there's always a little more in the tank than
Yes.
you think.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Sure.
I think
But why can't they realize that 4 hours before the finish
yeah,
line?
takes a couple of them. I think. Right.
You know
I
what?
think-
Actually,
yeah.
we could have we could make a podcast out of that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times,
comes
and I
Lara.
think there's been some research looking at that. People have a really hard time identifying with their future selves.
When you're done, come over to us.
Yeah.
Finish first.
So that's
Finish.
That's Lara going to
There
be
she goes.
first overall female. She's going to break the course record here.
Yes. Woo!
She'll
Wow.
be done. She'll be done here in a minute. That's awesome.
That is
Very
so
impressive race.
fantastic.
That is
Unreal.
incredible.
Way to go, Lara.
There
And
we
I'll
go.
say this too. She was on my list of people to watch coming into this race, and she absolutely delivered. Right? And I think there's something to be said for that, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's an 8-hour race. Like, it's nothing. You got to go out there and perform, and there's a lot that can
Yeah.
go wrong,
Yeah.
and she just absolutely delivered. So
Absolutely.
awesome.
That is
Yeah.
so exciting.
Now we have just under 20 minutes. Now we're looking for Gypsy Cooper
Yeah.
to see if we're going to have 2 competitors break that
Or
record.
Nathan Litweiler.
yeah, they were all kind
Yeah.
of right in there going into that last loop.
And did Erica Bash? Did she start that final
I
loop?
think so.
I think she
Yeah.
did. Wait,
her
is this
crew's still
refreshed?
sitting
This
there.
is refreshed.
Now.
Now it's
refreshed.
official.
Okay.
Here comes Steve, who's going to
We're
finish
going to
right
be
here.
seeing them any second. Yes, Steve!
Yeah.
Woo!
Ew.
Steve Epifano coming in to wrap it up.
And that's Craig Dudek of Haddonfield running with them.
Awesome.
We got our
Here she
our
comes,
first
F1.
overall female,
Yeah, girl, you got the new record.
Lara
Yeah.
Miller.
Record holder.
New course record.
Just found out she got a new course record. Here, sit.
Lara Miller is not only
Yeah.
the first female today, she is now the female record holder for both the Loopy Looper and the Frosty Looper. So, hi.
Congratulations, Lara.
Welcome to the show.
Ooh, thanks for having me.
Yeah. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. The race went really well. And then
You were
it was
solid.
a fun day, yeah.
I'm so happy.
congrats.
It was fun. I didn't have any terrible low points.
How many peanut butter and jellies did you eat?
Every lap.
Good. That's
One
what,
peanut
didn't I
butter
say
jelly, one
that?
banana.
I said
Um,
every loop she's going to have a peanut butter and
Yeah,
jelly.
bananas go in my pocket and I eat those on the other side.
Yep.
It's nice
See,
to see you back on the
everybody's got a
podium.
strategy.
Quota for the year.
But it's nice to have you back here at this race on the podium.
Thank you.
You know, for the folks at home, Lara and I shared the podium here back in 2019 and 2020 together.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's nice to have you back on top of the podium.
It's fitting that you're
again.
here.
It really is. Yeah.
Now, when you were walking over, you seemed surprised when we said that you were the new record holder. So were you just out there all day not even knowing that you were on record pace?
No, I had no idea. Someone asked me what lap I was on. I said I had no idea. I didn't have my watch set to show me where I was at.
Good.
I just had it set to my pace.
That worked out for
We
you.
we
Yeah,
talked about that,
we've
about
been
with the
talking
watches.
a lot about watch
you have
strategies.
the
Yeah.
data for later, but
Yeah.
don't look at it
The
while
less
you're
I
going.
know, the better.
Yeah.
I don't look at course maps. The
See?
less I know, the better.
Right on.
I want to
Yeah.
know when the hill is. I'd be surprised
Exactly.
when I get there.
So for the folks at home, Lara, what's the first meal you're going to eat now that you're all done?
Oh, I am going to Tacanelli's. 5 p.m. Be there.
Heck yeah. Okay, another question. What shoes are you wearing?
Oh, everyone should know this. I'm wearing the Diodora Nucleo.
Ooh.
Wow.
I've also seen on my wrist.
Yes.
Yo, Diodora.
He knows.
Got an idea for you.
We talked a little bit about shoe strategy today. Did you wear the same pair of shoes all day, or did we change?
I always pack things for every race to change into. I've never touched the stash.
Yeah.
How'd your feet hold up today?
Gonna lose some toenails,
Okay.
but
I
they're
know
still there.
Feet
Yeah.
for you has always been an issue,
always
and
an
it's
issue.
always an issue
It's,
for you.
it's not great, but
Old Tenderfoot Miller.
we just ignore it.
Yeah. It didn't slow you down, that's for damn sure. That's awesome.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll let you pack your
Yep.
bags for Disney World. You know, and I'll see you at Tacanelli's. Congrats, Lara.
Congratulations.
Nice job.
Lara Miller of Philadelphia,
Woohoo.
your new record holder.
Awesome.
That's
Love
so
a quick
fabulous.
interview too at the end. That's cool. We were able to snag her here.
Yeah.
It's so
Very
funny. We had
exciting.
such an in-depth conversation about data and bar. Lara just goes, "Yeah, I don't know."
But see, but
No
I-
course maps, no
I had my
data.
pace.
I actually think that fits really perfectly with
Yeah.
what we were
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
That like you don't get hung up on it. You have it
No.
available. You can refer to it later, but you don't want to get stuck in the weeds. I never look at it while I'm out,
Yeah,
but it's good to know
Here
later.
comes Gypsy.
that's great. Here comes
Oh, here
Gypsy.
she
So
comes.
we're gonna have two
Second place female.
two
What a
over the
great
previous
race,
records.
Yeah,
This
too.
is
Again,
incredible.
so exciting.
Seems like her first ultra,
Seems like the first thing over
and
4
just
miles.
absolutely hammered it. Nice job. Probably shouldn't be yelling, but shit, that was
Sorry.
such a good
Sorry,
race.
guys, about
Such a
your
good
ears.
race.
Yeah, that's
So
really
impressive.
awesome. So we'll have
Yeah.
two females at that 52.5, 14 loop place. That's really exciting.
Yeah, that's so cool.
And we're still waiting on. Evan's got just less than 15
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
14 and change to come back through and cross that line. I love in this race, don't you love, like, at the last few seconds,
Yes.
there's always somebody who comes flying through, like, just in the nick of time. It's so exciting. And the whole way you just want to be like, go, go, go.
So I actually think, too, if Erica Bash went out on that last loop, if she comes in under time, she'll also go over that 48
yeah.
number.
Yeah.
Which is
She'll also
really,
be 52.
really
So
cool.
she's going to be probably right on that cutoff. We'll see. We
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
about 14 minutes or so. So we're gonna stay locked in till right around 4 o'clock. So
Yeah.
hang with us here as we we see this thing wrap up, and we see our last runners come in.
I think this is our first working dog on the course, too.
Yeah.
How many laps has that dog done?
A lot.
That is.
That dog has done more laps than a lot of people
Yeah,
could
that
do.
is. Well, when you have 4 legs, does it make it easier or harder?
I don't know. And I want to know what treats does the dog get? Like, what do they
Yeah,
get
does
from
the-
the aid station?
Does the dog
Do
get
they
peanut
get
butter and
treats?
jelly?
We need to
Great
know.
question.
We need to know.
Can we
these
interview the
things.
dog?
What kind of
Yeah.
shoes is the dog?
We should probably quick shout out too before we wrap up. Oh, here we go. We got Bud Wilson coming in.
Here we go.
Yeah. Super fired up. Running hard.
Yeah.
Another local legend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Everyone knows him. That's great to see. Running hard. Had a really good day today. We should. What I was gonna say before we saw Bud come in is shout out 2L Racing. They do the
Yes.
timing. Local
And they-
company.
Not even just the timing. I don't know if folks out there can't, but here in real life, we've got a ginormous leaderboard. Sorry, if you can't hear me. But we've got a ginormous leaderboard over there so that as runners come through, they can see where they're at on the board, which for folks who are interested in that, some people will never look at it. Like Lara was just saying, she doesn't want to know. But some people really do enjoy that, and all the spectators too. Even if it's just, your crew can come over and check out where you are and then go back. They do a great job with the timing.
And I like to think that came from me asking Pete for years. Pete, where am I? What loop am I? Where's everybody, Pete?
Yeah.
And every year, he's like, next year, Gags, we're getting a screen. And I'd be like, Pete, where are we at? Where are we at?
Well, it's cool to see Endless Endurance kind of turning this center into a home base.
Yeah, man.
True loop style race. I know some of the bigger ones. We've been out to Javelina, right?
Yes.
You have that base where everyone's hanging out all day.
So much
and
fun.
It's so fun, and we're starting to get a little taste of that here locally.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. And pretty cool to say the least.
Shout out to GlassJar Media for carrying all the computer equipment for all your production needs.
And
on the ones and twos.
Photography, yes.
More knobs and switches than I have ever seen. He knows what 2 buttons do.
Yes.
He's working on the rest of them.
But he looks good, damn it.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
We should turn the camera around on him,
Except for
really
that
show what
giant
he's
Lisa
doing.
Perry coming in
He
for
was
her
wearing a
final
Giants
lap.
hoodie, though.
Yeah, what was that about?
I don't know. No one's perfect.
I haven't checked the score, but the game started and he took
right.
off the Giants hoodie, so that's a good sign.
Can we check on
Yes, let's check the results.
Check it in.
Lisa Perry just came through and finished.
Another super strong runner. She's had some really good performances.
Yeah.
I know at the 12-hour distance for Loopy Looper for the summer race.
There we go. She just came through. I think she's probably finishing right now, lap number 12 for 45 miles.
Awesome.
Wow, very impressive.
Really good day.
That's fantastic.
It's just cool to see, too. As you see people come in, people yelling, shouting,
Yeah.
putting their arms in the air. It's the celebration, right? Like
It
we were
is.
saying earlier, you've no idea what someone's journey was like to get to this finish line. So it's awesome. So
It
we have someone
really
coming
is
in here.
exciting.
This is awesome. Yeah.
Still no signs of Evan on his final lap,
Yeah.
and clock is counting down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting there. About 11 minutes, it looks like. 10, 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's great. I think for everyone who's been out here all day long, supporting and cheering and just watching it all go by, it's really exciting because they've seen these runners, like what they've gone through and how hard they've worked just to keep going all day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Brian, you had mentioned local legend earlier.
Yeah.
Strava has that new feature where whoever does the most number of laps in 90 days is the local legend. So I imagine that there's some runner who lives around here who runs this loop, a couple times a week.
Yeah.
And their local legend
Just
got taken
destroyed.
away
Yeah.
in one day.
So real quick, I want to come back to the local legend. So this is Evan. We have Evan.
Evan is coming in.
This is going to be our male number 1 overall.
And tying the record.
Number 1. Looking really strong. Running hard still.
Yeah. He did good.
Really good day. So that's going to tie the male course record. Awesome job. Maybe we can get him. We'll see how he's feeling. But the local legend, I'll come back to that. I know Albie, who we've brought up before, so he lives locally. I won't say exactly where because he probably doesn't want people to know. But close enough to run here all the time. I know at some point he was in like a battle with someone locally for like how many laps they could do. So I know it comes up, and it's
We got
happened
a whole
before.
group of runners coming through to finish up.
Awesome.
The camaraderie
Listen to
here is
that.
just
That's so
impressive.
great.
Holding hands across the line.
Aww.
And you can see this on your screen too. We have that shot of the finish line, which is awesome.
Here they come, hand in hand. That's so fantastic.
So cool.
Celebratory jumps. Okay, how
Miss
many
Herm coming in.
How many of you have had your local legend title taken away, and then you go back out the next day and do it twice just to get it back? Oh hell yeah, I have.
I'm not a Strava guy, actually. We were talking about this
Yeah.
earlier off camera. So
I am guilty.
can't- Yeah.
I got the local legend around the Staples Center in LA because I was staying at a hotel there and I did a couple workouts around it. The next day, someone did their long run around the Staples Center to take back the local legend. So people are very, very serious about it.
It's pretty funny.
Come over, Alex.
So we got Herm finishing up here.
That's great.
Instagram run influencer.
Yeah, he's a real life influencer.
Yeah, real life. So he's wrapping up. Good 8-hour day for him.
He's not
He
a
just ran the
micro
New York City
influencer. He's the
Marathon.
real deal.
Yeah.
Donuts over gels on Instagram.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
wanna check that out.
Awesome.
So that's
see you,
another
Michael.
strategy. Congratulations.
Yeah.
It's so good to see you. Congrats. Well
Awesome,
done.
man. Yeah. Coming up here on 7 minutes left for our runners that are still out there.
I was going to say, he came up to me during the Loopy Looper and commented on one of your episodes. That It was our episode. Went out. Yeah. And just the nicest. It's just really neat how much a podcast like yours can really impact people and
Michael's
inspire
a good
people.
dude. He's a cancer
I
survivor
know,
also.
I know, and I met
Ran the
him
New
years
York City
ago, and
Marathon, I believe,
blew
2
me
years
away
ago.
with his story.
Wow.
Yeah, really an amazing guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy. A lot of respect for him.
So here
See
we
who
go.
got
Some more
coming
runners
in.
coming in.
Big
Wrapping
smiles
it up.
coming
Yeah.
in with big smiles.
People look very excited to
Yes.
be done.
Yeah.
and
So
finally
excited to
able
be
sit
done.
down.
Yeah, it's a great day. Like I said, a lot of people, putting in a lot of miles.
Oh my
today.
gosh, we have 6.5 minutes left. Wait,
Yeah, we're still keeping an eye on
Erica.
I know
America.
Erica Bash is still out there.
did Nate came through? Did Nate come through? Nathan.
Nate did
I
not
don't know if he goes
officially
by
come
Nate.
through yet.
I just named him Nate.
It's the Erica Bash dash to the finish line now.
Oh, nice.
Yes!
She's going to be super close.
I'm on mic, but I want to scream and shout. Steve Diorio just did his second ultra ever. He ran the Loopy Looper for the first time.
Yes. Oh,
So awesome!
congrats.
So exciting.
That's what it's all about.
Now, when you're watching Sunday Night Football,
Sure.
the commentators, they're much more impartial than we are. We are cheering on every
Yeah.
single athlete
I might be
here.
the most biased one of the three.
Yeah.
And I'll admit it.
Is that your athlete?
Yes,
Michelle? Yeah,
yes.
see? Yeah.
There
so
you go.
Michelle's
There you go.
coaching that guy.
Yeah.
We're both waiting on
So
Erica.
exciting.
You know.
Yeah.
Erica's a close friend, training partner. I know.
Yeah.
So
Very
Yeah.
small,
We're all a little
close-knit
bit biased.
community. This is just incredible.
Yup.
When I'm calling track races, I'm not supposed to get excited and cheer for the athletes, and I'm like, oh, that was great, and I'm like, they just ran a good time.
Yeah, no, we keep it biased around here.
I love
Cool,
it.
calm, and composed. So are we still waiting on Nathan and Erica?
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be a nail
Yup,
biter.
got just under 5 minutes.
I like to imagine that
Oh,
there.
wait, Nathan came through.
Did Nathan come through?
14.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he just crossed the line.
All right, so
So
we
it's
just need
The Erica Bash dash.
is coming through anytime now.
Yeah, we'll see.
See a
It's
couple
gonna be
runners
close.
making the turn.
Either way, Erica's
I
still
think
gonna
Joel Cervantes, shout out Joel.
Yeah,
I
Joel.
think he's pacing like multiple people.
Yeah.
I've seen him run like 6 different people across the line.
And I never see him go back out.
I know.
He just
I know.
appears running
Over
in.
down that end.
Yeah. And that's when we talk about community. That's what it's all about.
Yes.
Someone like Joel out here just helping people
I cannot
finish.
tell
Yeah,
you how many races where I have seen Joel go out and help someone come through the last stretch of a race.
That's
Just
what it's
because
all about.
that's who he is.
Yep.
He's always going to be there helping people out.
Yeah, he's a born helper.
Oh yeah,
Natural born helper.
absolutely.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left here.
Woo!
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fantastic.
It's cool to see, too. You get to see it at home. People cross the finish line. People taking pictures at the finish line.
Yeah.
Celebrating, and as they should be. Celebrating awesome efforts.
3 minutes
we have no
left.
runners coming right now, it looks like.
3 minutes.
Everyone looks relieved, but I think the person who looks the most relieved about today has to be Pete.
Yes.
Look at that face of just pure relief that the rain held off for the most part today.
I just heard someone over there in the crowd saying it's a festival. It really is kind of like a festival vibe right now, even in the pouring rain.
It really is. And our aid station's still serving up some food there to people who just finished.
Because there are plenty of people who might have skipped grabbing something
Yeah.
before that last loop who are going to be coming in for something hot right now.
So I got word, and we'll keep an eye out. I got word that Erica may have stopped on that last loop. We'll kind of keep an eye on it,
You
but
got picked up.
I got word that she had started and then had
Maybe
kind of
change-
called
change
it
her
before
heart.
she got
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the turn. So we'll see.
Which, like in the last
I don't-
stretch, that 4 miles,
I don't knock
a
her
lot
for
can
that,
change.
Yeah.
Oh
because
gosh, yeah.
If you've been running 32 minutes now or 37-minute loops,
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
all of a sudden you're running
It's a
5
lot.
minutes faster.
That's a lot.
That's like a minute plus per mile
Yeah.
faster than what you've been doing the entire day.
That's a big push.
Yeah.
I don't.
And,
It can take a toll.
I mean, we had talked
Yeah,
earlier
you
about
risk
knowing
injury.
when to call it, right? You don't want to
Yeah.
go home injured.
So
you want to
true.
stay healthy.
So true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had done a race recently where I was registered for the 100, for the 24 hour, and I dropped down to the 100 middle of the race because I knew my body was not going to recover and fare
Yeah.
well after
And you
that.
had
I
other
still
things
had
on the
other things on the
horizon. Yeah, that wasn't your number one.
right. And this was not
Yeah.
Erica's A race either today.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what she did, I'm
So
fine with that.
That's super important to know, right? Know when
Yeah.
it's what's the A race, when do you leave
Right.
it all on the table? So
Exactly.
important.
Exactly.
Looks like officially we're in our last minute here.
Counting down.
Do we know if did Brad start another lap? Do we know? Because
Ooh,
he
I
came
don't
through
know.
right at 7:29.
I don't know.
Oh wow!
So-
he was on my list early of people that were gonna kind of be in the mix here.
Huh.
Was
Brad
he
Pratzner you're talking about?
Yes.
6th overall. I've had a really good day.
was he the one in the neon yellow?
I don't know.
That may have been him.
Maybe yeah, and then called it after that.
No, because
point.
neon yellow started another one.
He
so-
went out again.
Oh,
Did he really?
Yeah.
Really?
Whoever it was that
All
crossed
right.
right as the clock was turning over
Yeah, yeah,
went.
yeah.
So
We're
Right. We
wrapping-
weren't sure because he was walking a little bit down at the far end.
yeah, and then by the time he got to Lascalia,
Okay.
he was rolling. So
Yeah.
All right. We are 15, 14,
10.
like basically
Yeah, we're
10
wrapping it up.
seconds.
unless they are Usain
I don't
Bolt,
see anybody coming around the corner right now, so
I saw
that
someone
might be
just
it.
come off the corner and they started walking.
Yeah, it was Steve. I think I saw Steve here a second ago.
Yeah, that's it.
Done.
It's 4
Done.
o'clock.
We are done.
That
The
What
race
a
is over.
day
Oh my
here at
gosh,
Cooper River.
Congratulations to every single
So,
person who
second
came
and
out
third
today.
were taken by women.
Yeah, it's a
Yes!
big year, big shakeout.
Woo!
All right, Michelle, calm down over there.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Very,
Congrats,
very
Gypsy.
impressive,
So
Congrats,
incredible.
Lara. Congrats, Evan.
Congratulations, everyone, for getting out here doing hard things.
Yes. Cheers to doing hard things.
Totally.
Yeah, it's awesome. This was great. Endless Endurance. Check out their races if you haven't.
Yeah.
Register today for the Loopy Looper. It just went on. Just opened up.
Check out Ultra Sign Up. Go to the Endless Endurance website. And for those of you who ran today but were so busy taking care of yourself that you didn't get to stop by the swag table, check out Endless Endurance's website too.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the sponsors: Tailwind, Pickle Juice. I think the county,
Yeah, Camden County's
Yep.
been awesome.
Camden County,
Yeah.
and our
The Dead
our-
Last
our
folks?
hosts, the Dead Last
Dead
folks.
Last folks.
Yep.
I got a sweet
Last.
tank top from them. Yeah, they had some
Nice.
pretty cool gear.
Yeah.
They had some cool stuff hanging over there.
Congrats to the runners and the volunteers. Holy moly, you are amazing. It's like a dream team of skeleton crew volunteers, and all the people who support all these runners
Yeah.
and everybody who gets to come out and do this.
Absolutely. And support your local running stores. Shop local.
Yes.
Wherever they may be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run local, shop local.
Absolutely. And GlassJar Media doing all the work here.
GlassJar Media. Where did you guys get that name from? I've always wanted to ask that.
Oh, there's a story.
Yeah, come on out. We got you can. This can be your promotional video now.
You keep your weed in there? Come on in,
Since you
John.
really want to know.
You got to get on camera. He's better on the controls than on the camera.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
This is John from GlassJar Media.
Good to be here. Thank you guys so much for coming out to do this with us. It was a lot of fun.
awesome, dude.
I know you guys had a good time. If you really want to know about the name,
Yes.
Ian Martini is the producer behind the board back there.
Come on around here, Ian.
The
Yeah,
Martini
Ian.
Glass, and I'm John Dill, the pickle jar.
Oh, that's awesome.
That
Ah,
GlassJar Media.
Oh.
very
Very
good.
smart.
See, now we know a little bit more about.
The martini glasses
yeah.
and pickle jar.
very smart.
I was hoping you weren't going to ask. It's a trade secret.
Wow.
Nice.
We should have put that out on the questionnaire for the folks. What do you think
Yes.
GlassJar Media stands for?
Well, cheers to you guys.
Right on.
Cheers.
Now we know.
All right.
Awesome. This was
I think
so
that-
fun.
It was
Yeah.
so
Dude,
much
this was
fun.
awesome.
Yeah.
24 hours next time.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
All right, all right, all right.
And that's a wrap.
Cool.
Yeah.
Peace and love.
All right.
Yeah. We'll give the top 10. I'm going to let you do it since you know all the runners. I won't butcher the
Awesome.
pronunciations.
All right. Here we go.
You want to go start at 10 and work your way?
Yes, yes, I do. Of course
Actually,
I do.
refresh it one more time. Make sure that we got all the final finishers in. There we go. So start at 10, work your way up.
All right, top 10. Steve
Right there.
Epifano. There he is, right
Showing
behind
off.
us. He took top 10. He's number 10 behind him. Adam. Hold on. Christ, I need my glasses.
Yes.
Just.
Adam Tratterer. Number 8, Michael Harkins, Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Number 7, Colleen Drehos. Number 6, coming out of Philadelphia, Bradley Prancer. Number 5, the Erica Bash. Number 4, Nathan Letweiler. And the top 3, this is awesome because there's 2 females.
Yeah, awesome.
Top 3, number 3, Gypsy Blue Cooper is sharing the new course record with Lara Miller, number 2. And first overall, Evan Reinhardt. Congratulations, everybody.
Fantastic. Congratulations
Great day
to
today.
everybody.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Awesome
Way to
day.
go, team. Yay.
Awesome. Yeah.
Signing off.
Done.
52.5 miles.
You're working on it. You're working on it. It's fine. This is your first ultra.
Great job.